studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Will Smith strikes out the side in the ninth inning. And the Rangers hold on to defeat the Mariners in the opening game of this series by the final score of 2-1.
The fresh pitch getting it done. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition here with Sean and RJ. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt is off for a few more days, although is he really off with the amount of prep that he's sending? This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I think Bobby finally settled down yesterday.
What, about 8 p.m.?
As the sun, I was about to say, as the sun was setting, and he decided to take some time with his daughters to look at the sunset in old Arkansas and stop sending us articles in prep.
He gave them good 15 minutes of sunset before he went back. Holy cow. We gotta have a talk with his wife.
Yeah, I was thinking about calling her randomly. If he does it again today or tomorrow, he's got FOMO. I'm just going to call her straight up on the air and be like, what are you doing? And she's feisty. She will just say, I know. He doesn't do it. She'll just go a million miles an hour. She'll just go from 0 to 80 and put Bobby on blast.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Your girl's gonna lose it on you.
Well, you know what he's going to say. Who makes the money?
Yeah.
Hey, he'll go, this is the way you make the money.
Ooh.
All right? So, hand. He's one of those types who doesn't want his wife to work because he doesn't want to give up any of the power. Isn't that awful?
Oh, yeah.
It's selfish.
It's not. It is. It's a control thing. He flipped out in here one day. Oh, she's taking these extra jobs. He was irritated in the commercial break. And I'm like, what are you pissed off about?
Yeah.
Most people get him out of the house.
Yeah.
2 incomes. Are you kidding me? And he's like, no, it's messing up like our social time. And we want to have date night and this and that.
Social time.
What is he doing right now? He's messing up their social time.
I know, but he was not happy that she was trying to take on extra jobs and extra work. I think he likes to be the sole provider. That way you get to push all the buttons.
Wow.
Old Geppetto.
Old Geppetto. Although,
Peyton, do you know who Geppetto is?
I'm going to guess an actress. I got it.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Good job. It was close. I thought you were going to mess it up.
I was going to go singer first, but then I decided to go actress.
Yeah.
character. Disney? The Disney?
I don't know.
Pinocchio, right? It's Pinocchio.
Yeah.
The puppet master guy. Geppetto.
Oh.
You should have let him go the rest of the show.
Thinking it was a girl?
It was a girl.
Thinking somebody from Suicide
Yeah.
Squad or something?
Bob Huggins may have had something to say about that.
Well.
We'll get to that in a little bit, but that's where we are. So, late night, I cost myself. I could have shut it off after the Rangers, stayed up for the NBA game, which was worth it. Got another late one this evening, but you heard the Rangers call right here on DFW Sports 8. This was a tough DFW Sports Station. Don't want to rush through that. This was a tough, grinded out win, Choppy, as they were getting a no-hitter put up against them. In fact, a perfect game through 6 from Gilbert, and the Rangers are able to go ahead and grind one out. They win the opener in Seattle 2-1.
Win of the year. Win of the year to date.
Ooh.
You're getting absolutely worked by a really, really, really good pitcher. Logan Gilbert. Bassick has raved about him. There is, he's going to have a season where he's going to contend for the Cy Young at some point. He's really, really good. And
yeah, Jared was telling us yesterday in the preview, this is going to be the best pitching they faced in a long time this year, answering that question of not going up, going up against real pitching.
Yeah, and the offense, didn't perform. I mean, they got 2 runs. They scratched across 2, but, let's not kid ourselves and think that was a great offensive performance. They got shut down by a really good pitcher. That's what really good pitchers do.
4 hits on each side.
But, Gray, after the first inning, really settled down, and then he got out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam, and that was there's no doubt the Rangers had a ton of confidence after they got out of that bases-loaded 1-out. Because that's a situation where they could, Seattle could have blown the game open. I think they had Julio Rodriguez up at the time.
Yeah.
And he grounded a double play.
Yep.
And boy, everybody loved him. Bobby, when you were out, Bobby and I talked about, oh man, Julio Rodriguez, everybody's putting him in the top 5 of all players in Major League Baseball after he played about 120 games. Like, tap the brakes, fam. But that's a big out. It's a big out. And after that, momentum changed.
You know what he's hitting this year? Go ahead and guess. You see it flash up last night?
And I did not. 268.
Lower.
228.
Lower.
210.
210.
That's what cigarettes cost when I was a kid.
210, 6 home runs, 15 runs batted in, 6 stolen bases on the year. His OPS is a 677.
Yeah, just when you
on base is a 278.
When y'all experts out there come up with your preseason MLB top 100 rankings, just listen to me. Listen to Sean. Listen to Bobby. Don't lose your mind. Everybody sits there and tries to find a way to get Mike Trout out of the number 1 spot. Every year they try to do that. And then they try to project these other guys. Like Julio Rodriguez is a good player. Give him a minute. Give him a minute in Major League Baseball before you put him ahead of Juan Soto, for crying out loud.
So, buckle up with the bullpen. Later on, John Gray goes out. Hernandez comes in. He's got the hold. And then Brock Burke with maybe the biggest moment of the game. 2 on. He threw the slider in order to get the strikeout. And then the fresh pitch, Will Smith taking over for Leclerc, strikes out the side in the 9th inning, so you can exhale with the Rangers bullpen, at least for last night, as Jonah.
I don't feel pressure.
Jonah Heim continues to have an all-star type year with the bloop go-ahead single for the 2-1 lead after Josh Young hit the sac fly to right to get them on the board.
Yeah, it was. It's not the best contact in the world he made, but that's all that matters. He found a good spot. He hits the same kind of contact again. He might be an out, but look, he got the bat on the ball. And one thing that far too many baseball teams do today is they don't make contact. When there's guys in position, scoring position, you need a fly ball. They got the fly ball instead of a strikeout. A lot of teams are strike out in that situation. They got the fly ball, then they got the bloop single, and all of a sudden it's a different game.
What was the game time on this thing?
It was flying by, man. I'll tell you that. Let me look at it real quick.
Back and forth with the basketball, and I'm like, I look up, the Rangers game's in the 7th.
Yeah.
In the 7th, as Warriors-Lakers is approaching halftime, and Warriors-Lakers started later than Mariners-Rangers. 2? Pepe?
Oh, 2:20.
Ooh, 220.
Higher or lower?
220 feels good. 840, 940, 1040. I'll go a little bit over.
216.
A little bit under.
I mean, we were. It was. So the game started at 8:40. At 9:35, I think they were starting the 5th. I mean, look, this is sport, man.
It's amazing.
It really is. It's so much better. Like I didn't think changing game times was going to matter, because there's still 162 of these damn things, and there's still.
It saved a fan like me. I've been bitching for years. I almost had a hallway fight with Bassick, and I mean, it was just it was a beating. It was an absolute beating and a chore to watch every single night for 3+ hours with the game action dragging out. And this, we're gonna look back and say, I'm gonna have to look at the ratings throughout the year, and for the years moving forward, we're gonna look back and say this may have saved the sport because it's that awesome.
Yeah,
it's that fantastic.
And it really did. And they can still do other things. I mean, if they want to shorten the season, I don't think people are going to complain about that. But
30 people will.
Yeah, 30 people will. The owners, so they probably won't do that. But that's it's been a really good change.
Bochy on the W to get the Rangers to 21-13 after the win.
He had a perfect game going. I mean, we finally broke through, got some big hits, obviously. You look at Doley's at bat, getting that walk, and then, the big hit, of course, by Jonah. But, you look back, I mean, it started with Marcus. He did a great job there, and Robbie had a couple of great at-bats. The first at-bat, I think he saw 10 or 11 pitches, and, you're going to run in a well-pitched game, and I've said this, if that happens, you need your guy to go out there and pitch well, and, John, what a beautiful game he threw.
3 in a row, 7-3 in their last 10. Second best run differential in the American League behind Tampa Bay. 2 games up on the Angels, 4.5 up on Seattle and the Armpit. And hopefully it's a Texas takeover tonight. Rangers in Seattle, Stars at the Kraken, both 8:40, 9 o'clock. 8:40 for both to start. So get out the picture-in-picture.
Spits and suds.
Spits and suds right after. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy with you to start off a Tolo Tuesday. The whale list is showing up big in the 9 o'clock hour. We got John Buccigross, long-time voice of hockey for ESPN. We'll preview tonight's game. And Brett Boone on the Rangers at 9:20, plus another Rangers ticket giveaway, 4 seats to send you to Arlington during the Expressway starting at 7:20. Our way of saying thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. But did you stay up late for Lakers Warriors, an unlikely hero, and the Joker punishment is in for touching up the Phoenix Suns owner? We'll bring you all the news. And is this the end of a college basketball legend after an all-time bad radio interview? We have the audio. Don't go anywhere. Get the coffee warm. Sean and RJ just getting started.
Coming up in the next.
James finds Reeves, ball in the hands of the Laker, and that's it. Ball game over. The Lakers come storming back in game 4. And now up 3-1 in this best of 7.
That was the call last night on TNT. So after the Rangers squeaked out their win against Seattle, you could have switched on over to the basketball like I did as a dummy, staying up way too late. And LA takes the 3-1 lead because of Lonnie Walker IV. He scored all 15 of his points in the fourth quarter. The former San Antonio Spur, as Tolos were tweeting me last night. Listen to this stat. He becomes the first Laker with 15 points or more in the fourth quarter of a playoff game since Kobe 26 years ago to the day.
Oh, wow.
Kobe did it exactly 26 years ago. The Lakers were in trouble. Steph Curry, I'm just gaining a new sense of appreciation for him. And I said this last week when you were out. There's something, I've had this mental block with Steph where I kind of just put him not in a gimmicky category, not in a, I guess it is. I don't have a better phrase. Gimmicky, cute. I give him changing the game credit, and I kind of dock him in my mind in terms of the all-time players list. But Stephen A. Smith really got me thinking when he's like, we need to have an all-time point guard conversation between Steph and Magic now, because I think Steph may have surpassed him. Shaquille O'Neal said it as well, but the Lakers overcome it. Anthony Davis with a tremendous first half kind of went missing in the second half, and the Lakers were down 12. We're down 12 at one point in the third quarter. Lonnie Walker basically does not miss a shot, and now the defending champs are on the ropes going back to Golden State. This was a great back-and-forth game after the two previous ones were blowouts.
Lonnie Walker was the guy famous for the draft hat with the hair, where the hat would not fit over his hair.
What?
In the NBA draft, yep.
That looks like the Washington hat, the big hats that...
Yeah. Is it Brian Robinson?
I think so.
So, anyway, that's him. You know, I don't know. That's a tough one with Steph because, I mean, honestly, if you had said what position does he play, I would say he's a shooting guard.
Right.
So, I don't know. I can't put him ahead of Magic. I just can't do that.
His passing last night was incredible. The greatest compliment, well, I guess... The greatest compliment is he changed the entire sport, which he did. Go look at your youth games. The second greatest compliment I can ever give, and I felt like this rooting for the Lakers to win last night, the video game skills that they give Steph, like in NBA 2K, they're not exaggerated. If he gets a shred of daylight, if he's able to step back, if he's wide open, it really is just straight cash. In a video game, like, come on, man. Like, I wouldn't let people play with the Warriors like years ago when I played a video game. I'm like, all right, no one can play with Golden State. Unless I get like the 98 Bulls, you can get the Warriors. We'll have an all-time matchup because it is. Did you ever play it, Peyton, the NBA games?
Yeah, I think the last 2K game I played was 16 or 17. So I chose like OKC or something to go up against my friend just because, they had Durant and Russ and all them. And that was kind of an unstoppable force.
But it's unfair. It feels like it's unfair. And last night, you just realized, again, it's not unfair. That's how freaking deadly and awesome this guy is. From his handles to his passing, it was incredible. He had 14 assists last night, 31, 14, and 10.
Ooh.
A triple-double. He was nasty, but the Warriors are now in trouble. And I believe Nick Wright tweeted, the Lakers are now the favorites to... I got to see if he said win the title or win the West. It definitely was to win the West now that we're tied up in the other series. Lakers are now the favorites to come out of the conference.
Okay.
That might be suckering some LA money.
It might be. I mean, Vegas wasn't built on fools or on smart people, I should say. It was built on fools. I think if Philadelphia, I was thinking if Philadelphia wins out, they're the overall 1 seed right now. Yeah, they are.
They're a higher seed than Boston?
No. If Philadelphia, either one, the winner of that series has home court even in the NBA Finals the rest of the way.
Yeah, Lakers are done with home court.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But so is Denver.
Even though because it goes record-wise then?
Well, Denver won't. What do you mean so is that? Denver won't be in the Western Conference Finals if they make it. They'll get either the Warriors or Lakers in Denver.
Right. But in the NBA Finals, that's all I was saying. It's really weird. Like
the East teams have a better record than Denver did?
The top three do.
Wow.
58, 57, 54, then Denver's got 53. It's surprising. It's very, very surprising.
And the odds are to win the Western Conference.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
It feels like we're setting up for Boston, LA somehow, some way again.
I mean, they're going to try. They're going to try. Meanwhile, the NHL is sitting here looking at maybe Carolina or Florida representing the East. Like, oh boy, there's pretty cool. I nobody care about that one.
The news came in on the Joker after the Suns owner tweeted after our show, "Hey, Don't suspend him. You know, I have a lot of respect for him. Keep him in the series after the incident. It's been an amazing series. It should be the only story. Suspending or fining anyone over last night's incident would not be right. I have respect for the Joker. Excited for Game 5. Go Suns. Brian Windhorst with the speculation on what was going to happen to Jokic.
Unlikely. Let me tell you what the rule is. In a situation like this where a fan is involved and a player makes contact, it is right there in black and white in the rules that this comes down to commissioner discretion. That means this will be on Adam Silver's desk today. In talking to folks last night, my feel is that we are looking at possibility of a fine both ways, but certainly a possibility of fine because regardless of him coming up into Jokic's space, you can't put your hands on a fan, be it the owner or not. But I would be surprised, maybe borderline stunned if it's further than that. I will just want to say one caveat. I was surprised Draymond Green was suspended last round. Yeah. Coming in 2-2, Game 5, considering the circumstances here, I would be very, very surprised.
And Windhorst was correct, as we were yesterday, $25,000 for Joker. Thank goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness.
For my own selfish entertainment purposes.
Oh, yeah. Now, Silver's going to put himself in a tough spot because what happens if something happens again? But, how much of this was, A, who Joker is in terms of his status as an MVP, and B, his past.
And who he pushed. As I said yesterday, if that was a regular fan, I don't know what happens, but I felt like he had more safety net with it being an NBA owner, plus the owner tweeting that after the game.
Right, and that probably helped quite a bit, and good for the owner. We may not be giving him credit because he's trying to save face.
Yes, that was a likability tweet for him.
Sure, and
people were calling him out.
It worked. At least, in the interim, it worked. But I think this is the best thing to do. Joker status as an MVP, as a superstar, and then the fact that
it also helps. It was kind of like a nudge.
Yeah,
it wasn't an outright shove. It was like a nudge.
Like,
and
get off me, fly.
And the NBA can say, "Hey, he felt a little bit threatened because they did toss someone out for touching him. They tossed out a fan.
Yeah, so they
had a way out.
They absolutely had a way out. There is no doubt about it. So, it's good for the NBA. Now we have a great Game 5 ahead.
We getting some follow-up details on the Allen shooter.
Yeah.
As we had to wait a few days for this to actually take place. I had seen he was in the Army. He was discharged in 2008 for either physical, they don't specify it, either physical or a mental health issue.
Yeah.
And I guess he had some really disturbing posts and thoughts when they went through his stuff and raided the apartment that had a bunch of ammo in it.
Yeah, he'd been casing the target for weeks, attacking it when it was at its busiest. He posted, some a smiley face with a Hitler mustache on it, some racist and misogynistic takes on social media. Shared more than 24 photos of the premium outlets on extremist forums in the weeks leading up to the shooting. Trying to find out the most packed time at the mall to unleash this carnage that he had, which killed 8 people. It took place around 3:30 on Saturday. He shared a lot of stuff, targeting Jewish people, women on this Russian social networking platform. And then also on 4chan, which is it's like a Reddit for lunatics. Basically.
What's it called?
4chan.
4chan.
Like the number 4 and then chan. And then, he posted a video the day before the massacre, removing a scream mask and asking viewers not quite what you were expecting. He's got swastikas tattooed all over him. Real kind of loser.
The way that you take in the National Football League, the way that you watch the NFL may have just changed forever. We will explain. Back to the Rangers getting the nice win over Seattle. An NFC East team is trying to bring back Andrew Luck. Plus, Stars, Kraken, must-win situation for Dallas tonight. 6 a.m. club. We need you. Strong. Glad you're waking up with us with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Coming up at in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex and the 6 a.m. Club. Looking to restore this hour as the strongest of the entire show. We may be working on a little breakfast tour throughout the Metroplex that Bobby came up with the sales department. We shall see. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Bobby is out for a few more days on vacation. We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And Peter King yesterday reported that the NFL schedule release may be delayed. That turned out not to be true, but we found out the reasons why he put that out there. It's going down on Thursday night. So NFL schedule release on Thursday night. We have a lot of things that they're changing up.
Yes.
Here are the notes. 5 international games. We're getting our first ever Black Friday game. 3 Monday Night Football double headers.
Okay.
By the way, it's going to be Chris Fowler in for Steve Levy. There are reports that maybe Chris Fowler is going to be gone from the network. I think he's excellent on play-by-play. He's going to be on those second double headers. A Christmas triple header that happened last year. Mm-hmm. And is Christmas on Monday? Is 25th?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think I saw it was yesterday.
December. Yep, it's on a Monday. So that is the first ever, technically, Monday Night Football triple header, Christmas Day. Teams can have 2 Thursday night games. You also are not going to be guaranteed a Thursday night game. Not all teams are guaranteed to have, not just a Thursday night game. You're not guaranteed to have a primetime slot.
Right.
Good.
So, okay, that's Peyton's opinion on that. Right. So Monday, Thursday, Sunday night, you may be left out of all the primetime slots. And this is going to shake up a lot of things. You probably won't care. It's a broadcasting nerd thing for me. The affiliation of Fox, NFC, CBS, AFC is no more. The NFL is so freaking cutthroat, they're putting all the games up for grabs. So the conference agreements that the networks have, Romo, that's why people, Romo, you just suck up to the Chiefs and the Patriots. Well, that's going to be the game of the week for Romo. He's the CBS. He's on the CBS side. And Aikman was on before he went to Monday Night Football, the NFC side. Those ties are gone. They're broken, and they're up for grabs for everybody.
They are. They are absolutely up for grabs. Now, Peter King says it's still likely that CBS is going to get a lot of the Chiefs, Bills, Chiefs games, and that, the Fox will push for Cincinnati or Buffalo because, and part of this, that they're doing this, according to Peter King, is that the AFC is so strong that, like, with the quarterbacks, like the top, like the best NFC quarterback, Jalen Hurts, sorry, Bobby, is what? At best, the 4th best quarterback in the NFL?
That's what Floria was saying. Fox be celebrating this. Yeah, you may lose some Cowboy games. That's the number one asset, but they're celebrating this. Oh, y'all want to change things up now? Give us some AFC games. Mm-hmm. Those are the heavyweights.
Yeah, those are the heavyweights, and now they're going to get them. Now they're going to get some of these AFC games, but I'm fascinated to see how this plays out.
All right, rip apart some of the other things. I know you're not happy about your holidays being infringed upon.
Well, look, I feel like the Thanksgiving night game, this is part of the reason why the schedule might not be released, because they're having problems figuring out the Thanksgiving night game, which I always felt the Thanksgiving night game was a dud.
I agree. Well, I'm too stuffed and drunk anyway.
Right.
I don't really care. I mean, it's not even true background noise. It's like the music being played in the other part of the house. Like I can barely hear it.
Yeah. And I always say this, they better put the worst possible matchup on Christmas Eve. That is the NFL having no respect for people's relationships. The last thing your girl's going to let you do on Christmas Eve is not spend time with her family. Well, that's Christmas Eve is when you have. I am elbow deep in fried ravioli by about 7:00 on Christmas Eve. All right, I am.
Is your TV on?
No.
Okay, mine's on. I got the whole family there, and the TV's just on with no noise. I'm not sitting there glued. We're not sitting there watching. It's just on.
Luann will not
and
allow.
that counts for them.
Luann will not allow a TV on during Thanksgiving or Christmas dinners.
That's how my mom used to be.
She is like, nope. And this dinner is like a Christmas Eve in an Italian household. Might as well be.
What, you got the 5 fishes?
Says it's 7, I think.
7 fishes.
It's ridiculous. Takes forever. And then, she's got to take us. You guys are going to church today. You know why? Because she's singing in the choir. So, Christmas Eve, family, dinner, church, whatever. Not football. Give us Christmas Eve off. I'll take the rest of the days. And they better not infringe on college football's New Year's Day. It's my day. It's my day.
And I think I agree with you. Stop guaranteeing these scrub teams. That's what's hurting your Thursday night footballs.
I don't need the Texans on there. I'm sorry. I
don't need the Chicago Bears on the MVP. I guess this year I should take that back. I'm missing the MVP, Justin Fields, as I'm starting to see a lot of that hype. But, yeah, man, I don't care about the Tennessee Titans this year. I'll tell you all the teams I just don't freaking care about. This will probably come back and bite me because you're going to get surprises. But, yeah, when you get those duds on Thursday night and Monday night, you're not even excited to watch it. Keep them out. Keep them off of there. You don't just get it owed to you anymore. No one. I'm all in on the AFC East. I hate watching the Pittsburgh Steelers now in prime time. That's the only team I have a problem with in the AFC North. I don't want to see the Titans. I don't want to see. Well, I'm in on the Texans and the Colts now. They got new quarterbacks.
Yeah, okay.
I'm fine checking them out early on if they're playing.
But you don't want to see Will Levis in Tennessee?
Oh yeah, if he starts. AFC West, I'm in until Denver starts stinking. I don't really love to see. I don't care about seeing Garoppolo. In on all the NFC East, obviously. But look, you don't want to. The rest of the country don't want to see Washington.
No,
there ain't no reason to put the Commanders on there. NFC North, I'm interested in Jordan Love early on. Fine Fields early. What are the Vikings? Fine, I can deal with the NFC North. NFC South, yes, Carolina. Interest in the Saints with Derek Carr. Atlanta, And then the NFC West, Arizona, TBD. Rams, Seattle, San Fran. I mean, right now, there's like 3 or 4 teams that we can just cancel and cross off. But that is the reason that they were talking about delaying some of this for Thursday, but it's coming out.
It's coming out, and we'll know Cowboys training camp dates shortly thereafter. And I watched this video yesterday, I read this article on each team doing their videos for the schedule release.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see. ESPN's got a long-form video coming out on it. I can't wait to see it.
It's out.
Oh, it's out.
Yeah,
okay.
I saw it.
Because it's really, really cool. Like each team, what they go through, to
like when they did Stephen A. doing the Cowboys one.
Stephen A. doing the Cowboys one. The Chargers apparently had a really good one last year, and their director was like, we are trying to appeal to Cowboy fans and Niner fans as much as we are Charger fans with our schedule release. So they have like why? Because every year a lot of fans are gonna like seek out other teams and see, what are they saying about my team?
Oh yeah, like shots fired.
Yeah, so they have what's called a burn book. So they go and they find all these like news stories or stories that they can make fun of other teams about throughout the course of the year, and they put it together. It's really creative.
All right, we got some other tie-ins. There's a report that the Ravens were going to draft Will Levis if Lamar did not come to Lamar. For all the mistakes that people think he made with his mother throughout this negotiating process, the smartest move he made was going to Baltimore before the draft after the Hurts deal and saying, okay, I'm ready. All right, I'm ready to take this deal. It was the Jalen Hurts deal that really sobered up Lamar and his side. He said, let's get this done. I don't want to be blindsided by the draft. And there's good reason for it because there was a report that Baltimore was considering Will Levis. Mm-hmm. There's also a report that the Commanders reached out to Andrew Luck last year to try to get him out of retirement. Jim Irsay putting out the message, Colts owner, he's ours. Back off. It's clear tampering. So I'm just sending the message to you. If you try to get in touch with Andrew Luck, we are going to go after you. And then the Texans owner had to put out the message yesterday. I did not interfere. My wife and I did not interfere and force anyone to draft C.J. Stroud. The decision makers in the armpit did that on their own.
Okay. I would have, that's fine, but you're going to have a hard time convincing me that Caserio chose him and then went and traded up again for Anderson. This sounded like McNair was like, you're taking a quarterback at number 2.
Well, what brought us with Sander in the draft, San Francisco is a big S2 organization. I think that's the test, the C.J. Stroud test. And their head coach came from San Francisco, right?
Yep.
In DeMeco Ryans. So DeMeco's like, C.J. Stroud bombed this test. This is a theory from Brian. C.J. Stroud bombed this test. We don't want him. And the owner's like, I'm tired of being irrelevant. We need a Watson replacement. You're taking a quarterback. So it kind of felt like the owner got his quarterback, and then the head coach was able to get his defensive player.
I think that's exactly what happened. It's going to be hard for you to convince me that Cal McNair didn't have his fingerprints on it. And you know what? And
why do you think it's weird, though, that they traded up after they got the quarterback? And you're like, we got the quarterback and we got who we think is the best defensive player in the draft.
Because they need more than that. You know, they should have, if they didn't want the quarterback, teams trade down that need players, not trade up. One individual player, is not going to move the needle. It's not going to make a difference in wins. We got enough, understanding of that. This guy could be Lawrence Taylor and he's not going to add a win. It's just the reality of it. To me, this was absolutely Cal McNair, and I thought it was a smart thing to do if he did.
The schedule is going to feature 14 playoff rematches from last year, the most in a season in NFL history. Super Bowl rematch, we're getting it, Chiefs-Eagles. Both conference title games, Bengals-Chiefs and 49ers-Eagles, and all 4 divisional games, Bengals-Bills, Jags-Chiefs, Giants-Eagles, and Cowboys-San Francisco. Rematches for the regular season. So those are all the notes. Gosh, the NFL is just taking over.
It has.
Every month.
It has. Where's the downtime? In the 5 weeks lead up to camp? That's the only time it doesn't make news. That's really it.
Yeah.
And, and after the 3 or 4 weeks after the Super Bowl up to the Combine, that's where you get a lot of the crazy articles out there that because people are, the writers are desperate for content. There really is none.
Yep.
So between the end of the Super Bowl and the start of the league year, there's really nothing.
And that's where things get spun.
Yes.
Little quotes. I also saw this stat. 23% of players on NFL rosters to start last year were undrafted. 23% were undrafted who started on NFL rosters last year.
That's what does that tell you? Does it tell you that it's even the guys, as much as they look for this, it's hard to find everybody. You got diamonds in the rough, and that's where these scouts really, find players. But, also how much of it is just bad luck or good luck that they found this guy,
RJ calls it the Rangers win of the year, and a college basketball legend may be getting fired today because of this sports talk interview that went all-time bad. See if y'all think he will or should be fired next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation.
First pitch to the switch hitter. He swings, and that one's looped into short center field. It's dropping quickly. It falls for a base hit. Low rounds third. He comes home. No throw from Julio Rodriguez. Jonah Heim with a go-ahead single with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and the Rangers are leading 2-1.
Sandman with the call. Thought I heard a little, something's going around. My wife has been coughing and hacking for 2 weeks straight. Finally yesterday, went to the doctor. Jared sounded like he had something yesterday in our interview and on the call. Now you're coming in here with a fever.
Yeah, I woke up this morning, I had a 101.5. Not good. I'm already down a degree, though, so I feel good. I'm sweating it out through my headphones.
Already down a degree.
Already down. Brought my trusted thermometer with me. Right here. Brought it with me.
Where does that go?
In my mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, in my mouth.
Didn't know.
Everything goes in my mouth.
There's options.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I had that cough last couple, before we went to Mexico.
Yeah.
And
Did they make you take a COVID test before flying back?
No, I don't take COVID tests. Well, if I go to the doctor today and they said, "Do you want a COVID test?" I'm like, "No, I don't. I don't want to know. I don't want to know."
That's good for the rest of us.
I'll take a flu test. Take a flu test on you.
Doesn't hurt you, RJ. Fauci says doesn't hurt you.
Yeah,
All right,
that's what he says. I'll take a strep test.
So
I think it's a parasite. That's what I think.
Sore throat?
No, nothing. Not a thing is wrong with me.
Then what made you think that you had you just felt?
Yeah, you know how you wake up and you have that ooh, I got that chills.
Yeah.
I get out of the covers and my body is freezing.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, let me take the temp. And I took it and it was like 101.5. I was like, oh, no.
This is not the work week to return to catch up on sleep.
No, it's not. Not when you're on the West Coast.
Rangers and Stars, in Seattle.
Not the work week to return. So.
8:40 starts tonight for baseball and hockey.
Yeah, it. And Sarah, Sarah's like, wait it out, right? She's like, wait it out. Don't go to the doctor yet. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I like to, as soon as I get sick, let's go find out what's wrong.
Right.
I'm a let's go to the doctor guy.
Oh no. No, you gotta let it build.
Let it build.
Let it take over the body.
Let the good stuff go.
Yeah. Let it set in.
When you have a fatty liver and a large spleen, your spleen's not fighting off infections the way it used to.
Right.
So that's probably what the problem is. I mean, I am sweating right now. This is fantastic.
Did you come in here and put the heat on because you were feeling the chills?
No, it's all the way on cold.
Well, because I put it on.
Oh, I didn't touch it.
I walked in and put it on.
I didn't touch it.
It's old bone and brittles Chris Arnold weighing 40 pounds at night, blasting the heat in here, wearing a blanket.
Yeah.
Wearing a blanket with his sweaters. So Rangers win last night. They sneak past the Mariners 2-1. They break up the perfect game. Jonah Heim with the go-ahead hit. John Gray was spectacular. I mean, best outing of the year. 7 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 8 strikeouts, no walks. Hernandez, Brock, and the fresh pitch, Will Smith, getting it done with the bullpen. Now let's get to the Sandler stats. He always tweets out these awesome stats before and after the game. Streaks extended in the 7th inning for the Rangers. Simeon's single gave him hits in 6 straight. He's reached in 21 of 22. Lowe's single extended his hitting streak to 7 straight and on base to 12 straight. Jonah's go-ahead and game-winning single extended his hitting streak to 7 games. And everything is feeling great for your baseball team. First place in the West.
Yeah, I think this is the best win of the year. When you have another pitcher who is as dominant as Gilbert was last night, perfect through 6. You get that one, and your pitcher, outside of a home run that barely cleared the wall in the first? Yeah, outside of that.
Yeah, first.
He had the bases loaded with 1 out. A couple innings later, gets out of it. Huge moment to get out of that with no runs. And then, I think the momentum turned at that point. But you get a little single, and then all of a sudden the floodgates kind of open. And that pitcher who hadn't thrown from the stretch all game, all of a sudden the 7th inning is thrown from the stretch for the first time.
Tonight it's Heaney versus Kirby. Kirby's got a 3.11 ERA. Heaney's is a 5.52. So after that nice little, felt like a 2-game run for Andrew, we've kind of, yeah, a little bit. Last start was not good.
Not good.
Not good for Andrew Heaney. as he's looking to recover. Let me get the game log out. He went 4 2/3 with 6 earned against Arizona. Before that, he went 6 innings against the Yankees and gave up 3. And then his really good run was 6 innings, 5 innings, 5 innings, giving up 2 combined against Oakland, the Armpit, in Kansas City. So Andrew Heaney on the mound tonight for your Rangers.
Borrowed time. That's his new nickname. Borrowed time. Just waiting for DeGrom to make starts again, and you can move Dane Dunning in his spot.
Yeah. Dane Dunning was good the other night.
Yep.
Shout out to Tolo Stephen Hobbs. He said, I'm still here. Original member of the 6 a.m. Club.
All right. Welcome back.
Military hip-hop artist. I just saw that in his profile.
Okay.
Military hip-hop artist. So shout out Stephen Hobbs. You're appreciated. We told you about the Lakers beating the Warriors. They're now up 3-1 thanks to something called Lonnie Walker. The former San Antonio Spur was the hero last night. I'm like, why are you interviewing LeBron after this game? LeBron can't shoot anymore. LeBron is throwing up bricks. Interview this kid, Lonnie Walker. He went on inside the NBA afterwards, but he didn't get the on-court interview right after the win. Meanwhile, in the East, it appears that the Jalen Brunson fairy tale may be coming to an end.
Rebound number 13 for number 13, and that should do it. Game 4 of the Eastern Conference semifinal belongs to the Heat, and they lead this series 3-1.
109-101, Heat Radio with the call, and now Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle are on the brink. Brunson scored 32 with 11 assists, so he was outstanding. But Jimmy Butler, Adebayo, Strus, 3 guys in double figures. They got some contributions off the bench, but Jimmy B scores 27, 10 assists, and the Miami Heat, the number 8 seed, 1 win away from the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, 1 win away. And, the New York papers are calling the Knicks gutless, outclassed, outcoached, out-hustled, no heart. Like it's a bit much.
Yeah.
A bit much. I mean, it's,
Well, I think a part of it has to do with Julius Randle afterwards.
Yeah.
He was asked about the Heat out-hustling the Knicks. He said maybe they want it more. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not a great thing to say. just lie to us. Like, that's what you should do. Just lie.
Yeah. Miami just kept hitting a big 3 in every spot that they needed it. They were just really resilient last night. Mitchell Robinson, Josh Hart have been non-factors for the Knicks, according to my New York buddy. But look, you got the Lakers as a 7 seed and Miami as an 8 seed in 2 huge markets, 1 win away from the conference championship.
Yeah, 1 win away. And look, I mean, what does this do for, Jimmy Butler, for his legacy, if you want to do that? What does it do for that? I mean, Eric Spoelstra, what's it do for him? Say he goes back to an NBA Finals.
People were attacking Riley, not having a good enough team, and now he's the Godfather again.
Yeah, he is. He's back. I mean,
this was a fantastic season for New York. Okay,
sure. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, this is not a failure. Giannis said it wasn't a failure, right? If that's not a failure, then the Knicks definitely aren't a failure.
Right? Cleveland had home court advantage?
Yeah.
In that first series, so they pulled the upset in the first round.
Yeah.
I just can't stand Thibodeau. I can't stand his face. God, he's a miserable. I mean, he looks more miserable than Belichick every time. He looks like he's smelling a fart 24/7. That's really what it is. He just looks like a miserable, whiny. Like you can see the burnout factor with Thibodeau after 2 or 3 years.
He does. He does look like somebody who's trying to figure out who just farted around him. Like who did that? Who did that? I would much rather be pooped on. Yeah, I would. Absolutely. Over thrown up on any day of the week. Any day of the week, Peyton. Challenge me.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Meanwhile, you said we have an NBA coaching problem the other day. Speaking of coaches, what were you referring to? And then we'll get to the Bob Huggins audio that is must hear at 640.
So the NBA has 4 coaches currently with the team that they were with in 2019. That's it.
4.
Kerr, Pop. Okay. Kerr and Pop. And then you had also Spoelstra and Michael Malone.
Wow.
That's it.
After they fired Budenholzer.
And
I know you were out for that, but I thought that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought it was too. I mean, I get it. You lose in the first round of the 8 seed. But your guy was out.
3 games.
He was out 3 games.
Giannis was out for 3 games.
I just don't.
And it took Jimmy Butler going insane.
Yeah. And it just shows these teams, when they fail, they just feel the need to scapegoat the coach. Well, we got to do something.
Yep.
We got to do something. And it just tells you that the NBA coach is a lot like the NHL coach now, where it's like, well, they don't really matter. Like, they just recycle them left and right. I mean, NHL, nobody likes to fire and hire coaches in the middle of the season, quite like the NHL.
Right.
But, in the NBA, it's like they're doing the same thing now. Was Nick Nurse the problem in Toronto, or was a lack of talent the problem in Toronto?
B.
Right? Was Budenholzer the problem, or was Giannis getting hurt? Those 2 coaches have won titles in the last 5 years. They're gone this offseason. Is Jason Kidd the solution? Who knows? Well, I don't think he's the problem. I mean, there's a lot of issues with this basketball team. But that's a terrible sign when you only have 4 coaches that are with the team that they were with at the end of 2019 season.
That's like Dak, the longest tenured quarterback
in the NFC.
Is it the NFC or
I
the NFL?
think it's the NFL. Right, it's the NFL.
Longest tenured quarterback with his team.
Yeah. Now, granted, there's a lot of greats that are very, very young, right? Like Mahomes and Burrow and Allen.
Yeah, we just had the Brady class kind of flush out.
They
Rivers,
this is
Ben, Brady.
This is we're in the 2002 of NFL quarterbacks where Elway was gone and Marino was gone and Young was gone and now it's Brady and Manning and Breeze about to be in. So now we're in that kind of era.
And then we got another NCAA betting scandal.
Mm-hmm.
You were out for the Alabama coach who got fired after the sports book caught him communicating with the person putting a bet on Alabama LSU, and the Bama college baseball coach swapped out his starter for a reliever, and they got him. They got him last week.
They got him, and now it's Iowa. Iowa and Iowa State. All right. University of Iowa announced Monday that 26 athletes across 5 sports, baseball, football, basketball, track and field, and wrestling, and 1 full-time employee of the athletic department are suspended of wagering on sports. In addition, Iowa State says that 15 of its athletes across 3 sports are also suspected. 111 individuals. Information on 111, although only 26 are current athletes, former athletes, or those in connection with the athletic department. That's a lot. And who would have thought college baseball is the one with betting scandals? Who's ever bet on college baseball? I didn't know you could.
You tell me.
I never have. I don't know where you find lines for college baseball.
People bet on the Little League World Series, didn't they?
Yeah, they are. They got problems.
So how many games have been fixed over the last 10 years? Think about that. We're catching people in bunches right now. How many games that we have watched have been fixed or altered?
Betting has been around, and people have been betting legally or illegally for decades.
By the way, this is why, for all you Pete Rose homers, this is why baseball and any sport doesn't allow you to go near it. The Calvin Ridley stuff, this is why you're not allowed to go, because the moment we believe that what we're watching is fixed and not real,
we're out.
That's their greatest fear.
Yep, we're out.
Although, a lot of people still think that about the NBA.
Well, it's fair. But a lot of people are out. If the games are not on the up and up, why are you watching? What are you watching for?
Right.
You're watching to kill time. That's all you're doing at that point. But, I mean, you've got a situation here. I mean, there's 33 states that have legal betting markets. 33 states have launched betting in 5 years. That doesn't mean they're already Vegas. So now, obviously there's more. And then you got other states that did it within outside of 5 years. And we're one of the few that don't. There's only a handful of states now that don't have, legalized gambling of any kind. And then this is part of the issue. This is part of the issue that states are going to run into.
Is Bob Huggins finished as a legendary college basketball coach after what he said on the radio? We're going to play it for you. You be the judge next on Sean and RJ. But look. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy is back from vacation. Bobby Belt is on his for a few more days. And we got Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Here we go with probably the controversy of the week and maybe even the month. Legendary college basketball coach. Up until yesterday, I thought very, very likable, relatable guy, Bob Huggins, the Huggy Bear.
Huggy Bear.
The head coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats.
I'm
sorry.
West Virginia.
Former coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats, now West Virginia. He went on a Cincinnati radio show, WLW. Look, it's clear that Huggins and these radio hosts have a long and fantastic relationship. Things got way too loose and comfortable, and Bob Huggins may be canceled today after this.
Now, Steve also tells me that you have the best portal transfers. Have you poached any Xavier guys to come to play for West Virginia?
Catholics don't do that.
No, we're above the fracas, aren't we? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, my God, they can get away with anything.
Rubber penis. Was this
I think that was at the Crosstown Shootout, wasn't it?
It was transgender night, wasn't it?
What?
Was that it?
All right, stop it right there. Okay. First off, what the hell is this music? What?
Yeah, I know.
He's in the locker room or something, I guess.
You got a bunch of old guys interviewing Bob Huggins. I wouldn't think this is on his Spotify, and they're bumping and blaring this music.
Yeah.
Now, we play music when we're talking. When we have we're not playing this under Jerry Jones. You got to do this the next time Jerry comes on. John Buccigross, 9 o'clock. Brett Boone, 9:20.
There we go.
Go ahead and bump this type of music underneath them. So that's the first thing I'm like, did someone add this? So what you just heard was not what has Bob Huggins in trouble. This got lost. You got these hosts joking about transgender night. You got Huggins.
I wonder, was there actually even like? I was wondering, like, wait, was there did they have a transgender night? Like, what they have? Like, I assumed that was a joke.
I believe it's a joke, but we got the music, we got the peas being thrown on the floor. Let's start it from the beginning, Peyton, and then we'll hear how Bob Huggins really screwed up.
Now, Steve also tells me that you have the best portal transfers. Have you poached any Xavier guys to come to play for West Virginia?
Catholics don't do that.
No, we're above the fracas, aren't we? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, by God, they can get away with anything.
Rubber penis. Was this
I think that was at the crosstown shootout, wasn't it?
It was transgender night, wasn't it?
What?
Was that it?
It was a crosstown shootout. Yeah, no, what it was all those fakes, those Catholic fakes, I think.
All right.
They were envious they didn't have one.
Well, Steve, your comments about Bob Huggins. Is he the best?
He's the best.
Oh, man, he's just the best. This guy's just amazing.
So when I first saw this on Twitter and I saw Bob Huggins uses the F word, I thought he was saying, not that this would be great, Catholic FUs. That's where, but I didn't count. I didn't count the blanks that Twitter used. I thought it was.
You count the dashes.
I thought it was 4 dashes.
Yeah.
I thought it was 5 total dashes. No, it was 4 total dashes. FA, not FU. Again, Catholic FU probably gets him in trouble, but now you are on the verge, if not fired already. Saying it twice. Bob Huggins issuing an apology afterwards with our usual, I will grow, I will learn, this is unforgivable, blah, blah, blah.
He did not use the Tom Brenneman line, all that stuff. But it's ironic because it was the same city that Brenneman used.
Oh.
Remember when Brenneman said the same exact thing?
Yeah.
Essentially. Used the same exact slur. This is interesting because he is he is a legend at West Virginia.
He's a college basketball legend.
He is. I remember at the Final Four, I get in the elevator with him, and he's got just 2 6-packs of beer, just going up to his room by himself, just hanging out, just 2 6-packs of beer. He's, and I think he went to West Virginia, so he's got a lot of ties to the school. They would be firing a legend. Also, I don't think this doesn't matter. He has arguably the best transfer class in history coming in.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. His transfer portal class is supposed to be without question the best in the country. So, if you fire him, they're gonna probably leave. They're gonna file a waiver and probably leave. Which West Virginia, what are they? That's all they have,
right? And burning couches.
Buck Wild. Buck Wild, burning couches.
Rest in peace to that show.
Yeah, and West Virginia basketball. That's really all they have.
West Virginia football? Basketball bigger?
I mean, basketball's better. It's probably not bigger, but it's better. They're a legit team.
One more time, the second part. Pepe of Bob Huggins.
Was this I think that was at the crosstown shootout, wasn't it?
It was transgender night, wasn't it?
What?
Was that it?
It was a crosstown shootout. Yeah, no, what it was all those fakes, those Catholic fakes, I think.
All right.
They were envious they didn't have one.
Well, Steve, your comments about Bob Huggins. Is he the best?
He's the best.
And then what do you do with the host and stuff? Are they kind of at fault too? I mean, if y'all were laughing at an interview like that after what they said, I mean, would spittle be all over y'all?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
These hosts are in trouble. So let's start with Huggins. Homophobic. He said it twice. There's no slip here.
No.
Right?
No.
We've had some recent broadcast incidents where you could argue a slip. We've had one with the Oakland A's. We've had one at Barstool Sports where a guy got fired. I think the athletics announcer got suspended. You could argue a slip. There's no slip here. This was hateful. This was homophobic. Right. And Huggins said it twice. And he dropped religion into it.
Yeah.
And he dropped religion into it. And these doofus kiss asses, they're going to pay a price, maybe the ultimate price, for playing along and making Bob feel comfortable as their radio guest. It sounded like one kind of backed off. The other was laughing. It's an uncomfortable, like, I'm agreeing with you, I love you laugh.
It's like, oh, okay, this is weird. Like,
he's the best.
I wonder, like, in this situation, like, I'm like, oh, what do you even say to that? Like, the uncomfortable laughter, because that's a deflection. That's a deflection by a lot of people.
Yes.
Myself included, I deflect by laughing at things.
Well, I think in the moment, if he said that, we would have been like, first off, dump, and then like,
dump.
Coach. You know what I mean? Like, here, yo, man. So what happens to the host and what happens to the coach?
I don't.
Which one's more likely to be fired?
The coach. I don't know. Like,
sorry.
Apparently, these hosts are just like legendary there. Like, they've been there forever too. I would say Huggins is without question more likely to be canned over this.
You think he will?
I think that he.
And how messed up is it that in my mind I was like, how much does it matter? This is in
West Virginia. I
mean, I'm not trying to be, I guess I am. I mean, I'm. That's what am I saying? I'm like stereotyping a region of like, are they just like, hey, it's Huggy Bear, like let it go. We still want him to be the coach. I don't know. I'm not trying to
question.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. He'll be 70 when the season starts. I'd be willing to bet that he just resigned.
I think he's gone. I don't think he coaches for them again. Yesterday,
he'll be the Liberty coach in 2 years.
Yesterday, I was thinking, I think maybe he can survive it. And then this morning, I'm like, no, he's not going to survive this. These hosts will at least be suspended. Because you sit there and it made it sound like you were going along with the comments. What do y'all think? Truckwreck.com text line. Is there any way Bob Huggins survives? 877-881-1053. Peyton, what do you think? What's the verdict?
He's gone. If Tom Brenneman got the can, he got to, you bring gay slurs into it, racial slurs, it's automatic firing for me.
Yeah, there's no mistaking. There's no way out. There's no, it was a slip. There's no, Brenneman got caught off air, right? Wasn't his off air?
It was a hot mic, yeah.
It was a hot mic.
It was a hot mic, yeah.
And Huggins, this is there's no way to convince me this is not who Bob Huggins really, truly is. And he said it twice and factored in religion. I think he's probably gone.
I just also, again, how does that not get dumped? How does that get let out over the air?
Well, I think it very well could have gotten dumped, but because on the Twitch and YouTube, it's a stream, so you can't dump that. So I wonder if someone was able to go back and find it, or producer went back an unedited version and released it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Possible, yeah, that's possible. Because if you were the board up and you didn't dump that, you'd be in trouble.
Oh yeah,
big time.
Oh, big time. Mm-hmm. What are the Tolos saying? I think that Bob Huggins is finished.
Society is soft. I love hugs. No issue whatsoever. Why is everyone so woke? Fire all of them. They're all gone. No way he stays. He's gone. Let's see.
Split so far.
Yeah, let's see. West Virginia baseball is top of the Big 12. I don't know what that's doing. He'll get in trouble for homophobia.
We were ranking the sports.
Yeah. He'll get in trouble for homophobia, not for mocking Catholics. How can you even tell what Huggins said?
What?
Well, it's bleeped out. It's bleeped out.
Yeah, if you want to find the clean version, it's on the internet.
Yeah. How does that not get dumped? Homophobic.
Yeah, but I misread the story initially. And then I listened. I was like, oh, he said F-A, not F-U. Catholic F-U. I think he may have been able to survive.
It still makes headlines if he said the other word. But, I mean, this is obviously way worse.
Way worse. Way worse. All right, so there it is, the Bob Huggins controversy. Here on Sean and RJ, we got another member of the 6 a.m. Club. I am Class on Twitter, always checked in, representing the Tolos. I hope one of y'all win the Expressway ticket giveaway. We have Rangers tickets to hook you up with starting at 7:20 when we go commercial free. Peyton is the captain now as he's running Ask Reddit. After headlines, Rangers with a fantastic win in Seattle. We have the Lakers getting ready to put away the champs. The Joker penalty is in, and we get you set for the Stars in a must-win situation. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday after this.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday. As the announcer man said, it's time for headlines. Then we're going to give away 4 tickets to go see the Rangers during the Expressway, commercial-free, starting at 7:20. Show of Wales in the final hour. John Buccigross previews tonight. Stars in Seattle. Then Brett Boone talking about the Rangers at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. Tonight is Game 4. And I got some of the Vegas odds yesterday from Bet Online. The favorites to win the Cup as of this morning.
Carolina.
They're second. They're tied for second, actually.
Tied for second. Vegas?
No.
Dallas Stars? Florida?
Nope. Vegas, by the way, getting the 5-1 win over
Edmonton,
the favorite.
Okay.
Before last night.
They got the Stars.
Plus 285. Carolina and Florida are tied. Vegas is 15-2. The Devils are 8-1. The Kraken are 9-1. The Dallas Stars, second lowest odds to win it all at 19-2 in front of the Maple Leafs.
And the Maple Leafs are getting run in their series. And that's okay. All right. You might find some value there with the Stars.
All right. So yesterday you thought the Stars would still be favored in the series?
I thought they would.
Seattle is. Minus 120. The Stars are plus 100 to win the series. So, right, it's a 55% chance that the Kraken win.
Yeah, I mean, Stars are even money. It's you're getting value there. Kraken are slight favorite. So there you go. I mean, look, when you're up 2-1, you got another game at home. I could see that.
And the Stars are 18-5 to win the West. So if you have great belief, you can go ahead and bet on them making the Stanley Cup final or winning the entire thing. And then the other odds for the series, Florida minus 900 over Toronto. That's a 90% chance. The Hurricanes minus 180 over the Devils. You have Edmonton minus 195 against Vegas. Again, Vegas is now 2-1 after the beatdown last night. And the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle coming in with some notes.
Oh, yeah. The NHL draft lottery was last night. Blackhawks get the first overall pick. And this is big for the Stars because they're in the same division. It's Connor Bedard sweepstakes. This is like I don't know if it's at the same level as Sidney Crosby. Maybe it is. But this guy he's put on a show in juniors, and everybody was wanting this first overall pick for him. Last time Chicago had the first overall pick, they took some guy named Patrick Kane. You might have heard of him.
Dude, it feels like the number one, Spittle, correct me if I'm wrong, the number one overall picks have really hit in hockey.
Yeah.
All the buildup and the hype, it feels like, right? Matthews, McDavid, McKinnon, these guys have all hit. I mean, and hit to superstar levels. Now, the last 6 years,
let's see who you got.
I'm not sure as much. You would know better than me, but it feels like when you get the hyped number one pick, Patrick Kane, like you said, Crosby, Ovechkin.
Jack Hughes is hit with the Devils. He's a really good player. I don't know much about the other guys.
Okay.
I don't know much about the other guys. But, yeah, I mean, you had there was a stretch there. Ooh, my voice cracked.
Yeah.
There was a stretch where those guys hit. It doesn't always work out that way in sports where the number one guy hits. But, man, the NHL, a lot of the superstars or the budding superstars of the sport have come from that number one spot.
Rangers also in Seattle. So that's an 8:40 puck drop tonight. Game 2 on the diamond. 8:40 first pitch after the Rangers took game 1.
Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Will Smith strikes out the side in the 9th inning. And the Rangers hold on to defeat the Mariners in the opening game of this series by the final score of 2-1.
Pixie with the call. This game was flying by because the offenses weren't there. It was a perfect game being thrown against the Rangers until it got broken up after 6. John Gray was spectacular after giving up an early run. Josh Young and Jonah Heim drive them in. Hernandez, Burke, and Will Smith making you breathe easy with the bullpen, and the Rangers kind of steal one in Seattle.
I think it's the best win of the year. They were able to stem the tide of Logan Gilbert having an absolute dominant performance. John Gray did an amazing job of keeping that game close and keeping the Rangers in it. And sooner or later, you were going to get one. Once they got that first hit off him, it seems like the floodgates open a little bit. And, you get a little bloop, you get a sac fly, and all of a sudden it's 2-1, and things turn quickly. Like, he was one – when Simeon got that signal, it's funny. Like, he was so good. Gilbert was so good last night. He was still one pitch away from trailing. And, about a dozen or so pitches later, they were losing 2-1.
So impressive win. When you can win different ways, not just scoring 16, but you go ahead and grind one out. And then again, that bullpen that we worry about so much comes through for you. Chris Young yesterday was on this radio station because we are your home for Rangers baseball. And the fellas asked CY, what are your options when it comes to your relievers?
It's the guys we have. Certainly, we've got the group we have, and we think that they're all talented. We think that they can, that they can perform. There are going to be moments where they all struggle at times, and I think just making sure that they're in the right situations to perform. We're choosing the right matchups. We may not have perfectly established roles for each player, but being selective with putting them in the right matchups and giving them the best chance to succeed, and then maybe when the matchups don't favor them, kind of shifting gears and putting somebody else in who may have a slightly better matchup. But, I think that roles will evolve and probably get established as we go over the course of the season. But right now we don't really have clear defined roles. That said, we have very capable players who are all good major leaguers and can go get outs. And that's our expectation that they're able to do that.
Brett Boone. Remember him? He'll be on at 9:20 this morning as an Odyssey Baseball Insider, host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring the most notable names in baseball and around sports every week. So he will join us at 9:20. He played for Bochy as well back in the day. Back in 2000. So it'll be the Whale, the show of Whales, and the 9 o'clock hour with the guest list. After the Rangers won, you could go ahead and switch on over to the West.
James finds Reeves, ball in the hands of the Laker, and that's it. Ball game over. The Lakers come storming back in game 4. And now up 3-1 in this best of 7.
They were down 12. Steph Curry had taken over this game, and they were just relying on Steph and nothing else at the very end. His passing was incredible. His handles, the layups, he was struggling from 3. But Steph and Clay, a combined 5 of 14 in the fourth quarter. And now the champs are on the ropes, down 3-1, 95% of the time. The teams that are up 3-1 go on to win the series. So they're going to go back to the Bay, and then if need be, back to L.A. A lot of focus on Anthony Davis. I think Barkley said yesterday there were 60 players that had scored 20 points in back-to-back games in this postseason. Anthony Davis was not one of them.
Oh, wow.
Even or odd games. Odd number games, 28 points in these playoffs. Even number games, 13 points.
Very strange. Very odd. Very odd if you ask me.
Very odd. Had a huge first half. I think only like 4 shot attempts in the second half. He went away. He might be the perfect Luka player because it looks like Anthony Davis doesn't care that much about like being the number one. I think he's got that personality. He's kind of fine in the background. And he's like, let me be the new school Bill Russell defensively, and I'm good with that. He doesn't seem to be freaking out, like demanding the rock like Shaq would back in the day. And yesterday, the Lakers, they did not go to him. They didn't even try to get him involved in the third and fourth quarter.
No, but he still put up a decent stat line. It's Warriors are going to do something now though with this series that they really struggled to do all year. That's win a road game. They're back home for game 5, but if they want to win this series, they're going to have to win in L.A. And they struggled all year away from home.
Lonnie Walker was the hero. He scored 15 points in the fourth quarter. He couldn't miss. So Lonnie Walker out of nowhere. Steve Kerr is not happy with the refs.
I think we had 3 or 4 illegal screens called, and that was disappointing. I didn't get a look at the replay on any of them, but there were a couple that were very disappointing just live. But, the Lakers are, they're a team that plays with a lot of gamesmanship. They understand, how to generate some calls. I thought they took some flops and were rewarded. But I'll have to see the replays. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those were all illegal screens, but didn't feel like it watching it live.
So there's Steve trying his best to.
Ben Taylor was f***ing terrible tonight.
Plant a Phil Jackson seed moving forward. But the Lakers are up 3-1, and so are the Miami Heat. They beat the Knicks 109-101, so we're 1 win away, Choppy. We're 2 wins away from a 7 seed and an 8 seed moving on to the conference finals.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, the 8 seed, though, Miami, was a team that would have got a little bit of benefit from not going up against Giannis for 3 games, who was out. And then they get a Knicks team that really hasn't done anything historically. And in the NBA postseason, it's very difficult to advance out of nowhere. Teams just don't do that. And the Knicks would be one of those out of nowhere teams.
Tonight, 2 Game 5s with the series is tied at 2. At 6:30, Filthy at Boston. At 9 o'clock, Phoenix at Denver. You have any feel for these series or who you definitely want to win?
I kind of am like, I think I want Philadelphia to win.
Okay.
I think I want Philadelphia to win. Boston just doesn't do anything for me. Neither does Philadelphia for that matter. But I want to see I want to see a fresh blood. I'm a sucker for small towns. And I'm also a sucker for crazy crowds. And I think that Philadelphia crowd would be absolutely litty
in
the
a
NBA
clinch
finals.
situation. Oh, in the finals.
In the NBA finals. I think it would be absolutely litty. I want to see that.
I think, I don't think you're going to see it, though. I can't see Harden continuing to play like this. Boston, I think, wins that one. And do you care between Phoenix and Denver?
Don't care. I mean, it would be cool to see something different. It'd be, if it's Joker and Embiid, we would have 2 bigs as the stars on their teams. That would be, and these are the 2 best players this year. I kind of want that matchup. I kind of want Denver and Philadelphia.
Meanwhile, NFL schedule release is taking place on Thursday night. 5 international games, Black Friday game, 3 Monday Night Football doubleheaders, a Christmas triple header on a Monday night, by the way, for your Christmas planning. Teams can play multiple Thursday night games. Teams will not all be guaranteed at least one primetime game, and all the games are up for grabs. They want the networks to bid and slice each other because we're not getting the usual tie of Fox, Cowboys, NFC, CBS, Romo, Chiefs, AFC.
I wonder how they're going to do this, though, because the network's already paid the money. So now are they going to pay more?
I don't know.
I have no idea how that's going to work. I mean, if I'm one of the networks, I'm like, yeah, we've already paid you for this. What, we're going to pay you again? It's kind of a weird thing to do.
More money.
Yeah, I know. I guess it is more money, but
fight for the AFC.
For sure. I mean, the AFC is where it's at. Sorry, the NFC may have the bigger. The NFC's always had the markets that the teams want. That they want the Cowboys, they want the Giants, they want the Bears, the Packers, right? Those legendary teams. But the AFC's got the quarterbacks now, and at the end of the day, that's who you watch.
All right, this is Pepe's moment. Yesterday, he very rudely interrupted and told me he is taking over Bobby's segment. Should this be a permanent thing? Peyton runs Ask Reddit.
Oh, boy.
And we have another Rangers ticket giveaway. We're sending you and 3 friends or family members to Arlington to check out your first place team. We want to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on next. But I want to go ahead and turn you on to some wealth management planning. Are you interested?
Number 1, how dare you?
I am the captain now, guys. Cancel Bobby Belt. That's right, I'm taking over as Reddit. Bobby wants to take off on Tuesdays. I'll do his job. I can do it.
Okay.
You want below the belt too?
Whoa!
Okay, all right. Chill.
All right. All right, let's see how this goes first. We can rename it.
So, Ask Reddit, a staple segment we do every Tuesday right here during the Expressway 720 on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan, where we just take trending questions from from Reddit. A
Sloppy
website.
start. Sloppy start. To breathe. Take your time.
It's pressure.
Take
Bob's
your time.
texting me, man.
Weren't you on this past weekend?
I was.
Just pretend like it's a Saturday.
It's just Will Chambers.
But this time you get to speak.
That's right. That's right. I do get to talk. So yeah, we'll go through some questions here. You can play along on Twitch, YouTube, and the Autoflex or the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. So we'll start off with this one. What's the dumbest thing you believed as a kid?
Ooh.
And I have some answers from Reddit as well.
Yeah, give us some of the answers. These are such great questions. I feel the worst about myself in this segment every week because they're such great questions. I really do have a hard time coming up with my own answers. So let's use the Reddit ones as a jumping off point.
Okay, and some funny ones here. This one, my dad told me he had hearing loss and couldn't hear me if I whined because of my high-pitched voice.
Okay.
He would completely ignore me until I asked him questions in a normal voice.
So my best friend back home, Jake, has 3 boys. And whenever he would come out here to visit or I would go back to Maryland for a holiday, I'd be talking to him and he just stares at the TV and is rude. He doesn't respond. And I'm like, I'm talking to you, man. And he's like, huh? And he's not even turning his head to me. And it's parent deafness. That's what it is.
Yeah.
As RJ has talked about this multiple times. He trained himself to tune out his kids' noise so that A, the wife had to deal with whatever the kids were doing. B, he got to continue to watch his TV show. And then C, he ends up tuning out everyone else in the room.
Yeah.
Selective hearing. That's what it is.
Selective hearing?
He used to say, I'm deaf in this ear. Like, I have a hearing problem in this ear. No, he trained like many parents do in order to do it. Like my wife even said the other day, she's like, I don't hear his whining as much. Like it kind of like just goes over my head, but it takes a while. It's a trained art.
Yeah. I think for me, it's any of the old wives' tales. This will stunt your growth.
Oh.
This will make you go blind if you do this too much, Peyton.
Okay. My grandmother, if you look at the microwave or if you I do this with my son. He's like at the end of the night, like this in his iPad watching his shows. And I'm like, back away. You're going to go blind. You're going to lose your eyesight. I'm sure it's not great. But my grandmother would always be like,
just make sure you put the blue filter on, the blue light filter on for him.
Blue light filter?
Blue light filter. That'll take a lot of the brightness away.
All right. I had no idea what that was. Appreciate that. But yeah, I believe so. Even now, I'm like, I try not to stare at the microwave for the final 30 seconds because my grandmother told me it would zap my eyes.
I used to believe all kinds of things back then, but you grow up and you learn. You learn that your mom and dad don't know everything.
Yeah, that's a very tough discussion in life. My dad is from the old school of this culture, and it was just like, I am older than you, so everything I say is right. And then when I got out of the house and I didn't have to rely on his money anymore, and I started working first year out of college, and then I moved on further away, it's like, Dad, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
And you're capable of being wrong. I'm going to listen. I'm not going to agree with everything. And he's been cool enough to go ahead and he listens and takes into, other opinions into account. Some other parents still believe I said it, so do it. I don't care how old you are. I'm right forever.
Oh, yeah. My nephew, I feel bad for him. He's like, he's 27 or something like that.
The one that lives with you?
Yeah. Man, his mom, basically still tells him what to do.
Yeah.
No, you can't move. You can't. He's like looking for apartments. So you can't move before the wedding. His sister gets married. You can't move before the wedding.
Why?
We don't need all that worry. He's like, okay. He just does what she says because he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to deal with it.
Right.
I wouldn't want to deal with it either. She's a pain in the ass.
So here's one I really like from the 724. that I couldn't turn on the lights inside the car at night because it was against the law. Did you guys ever do that?
Is it not?
No, it's not. I think it's a parent thing. Like, kids in the back turn on the lights, so it's like kind of you have the reflection stuff.
It's annoying.
Wait, what are you asking? Seriously?
I have no idea. Like, I didn't know if it's against the law or not.
What?
When
to
you
turn on the light in the car?
The dome light?
How could it be against the law? It's the lights in the car.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, because my parents, I mean, that's why I stopped doing it, because my parents would say it's against the law, or like, hey, we're going to crash and stuff.
Did you do it a ton?
Yeah, because I'd be in the back trying to, do whatever, and so if I turn on just because like I need to see, and then they would say stop, and I was like, it's not that big of a deal.
It's like that new commercial for Vegas where the dad's telling his kid all they serve is carrots or something. It's like all they serve is carrots in Vegas, and the kid's like, I really don't want to go, and he's like, are you sure? So there's a little parent lie and myth.
Here we go. Here's one. No, contrary to popular belief, it isn't illegal to drive with your interior lights on. That said, driving with it can make it more difficult to see.
Of course. Yeah. Good Lord. I didn't know we had to clarify that.
You have the one from the 254, if I step on a crack, I'll break my mom's back. That one I never believed, but like it just rhymes. So I was like, wait, now that can it though?
Nobody thought that their mom's back was actually going to get broke from stepping on a crack.
It made sense, it rhymes.
I never heard of that one. I never heard of that.
Mine is selective hearing, though. My parents got me with that all the time, because I wouldn't hear any. Like, I legit would not hear it, and they'd say, it's okay, son. You just have a case of selective hearing. And I believed it. I would be like, oh, no. Like, I need to go to the doctor. I need to get this fixed, right? I'm hearing stuff that's being said, but I choose whether or not I want to hear it.
All right. Ask Reddit. That was topic number 1. Nice recovery, Pay. Let's keep going.
So here's topic number 2.
And by the way, we have a Rangers ticket giveaway, a 4-pack coming up any moment. Peyton's going to hit the button to send you to see the first place team in Arlington.
This one can have a lot of good good answers to it. Who or what gets a lot of hate that doesn't deserve it?
Yeah, you know who I am. Oh, this is easy. The Fast and the Furious franchise. Okay? This thing's made billions of dollars.
It gets a lot of hate?
Are you kidding me?
Yes. We all mock it.
Are you kidding me? This is one of the greatest movie franchises in human history.
I think my wife's hall pass is in this one. You know his name?
Well, I mean, is he passed?
Hall pass is in this one.
Because most people's hall pass is Paul Walker.
No, the one that's coming out, FNF 10.
Who's in? Aquaman.
You don't know the cast?
Aquaman.
Momoa.
Yeah.
Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
That's her hall pass.
Okay, I get it. Look, this franchise has made billions of dollars. It is one of the greatest movie franchises. I could argue it's the greatest movie franchise in history. I would probably say James Bond is, but this is all you people out there who mock this. You know what you're watching? You're watching Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or that
great movie.
No, terrible movies. Okay. Fiction, and you sit here and say, how can a car jump from building to building? Oh yeah, how can a guy have no nose and a ender wand and blow things up? How? Tell me. All right, you Star Wars freaks, okay? Who are gonna sit here and say, well, Fast and the Furious isn't realistic because you can't sit there and race. You can't do a 10-second mile, quarter mile. Oh yeah, well you know what you also can't do. You also can't have Darth Vader be sitting in molten lava and then come back to life. So don't tell me that Fast and the Furious it gets too much hate.
Send that to G-Bag. Send that.
Very good rant.
Now I totally agree with you. Now I don't watch those other things. I don't watch those other mythical things, but those people cannot be saying anything to you.
No,
crapping on Fast and the Furious about believability.
No, now listen. If you're like a Academy of the Arts and you watch these movies that win awards and you want to come at me, fine. I'm not as good of a person as you, but if you sit there and you froth over Captain Kirk or whatever, don't at me.
Tolo D told me it's broccoli in Vegas. My bad. I thought it was carrots. It's broccoli in that commercial. What else did Reddit say about who or what gets hate?
Reddit had one from a while ago, the woman who sued McDonald's for the hot coffee, which I think some people still agree that she deserved the hate.
She does deserve the hate. So why would anyone defend her?
So a lot of people said, it's not not that big of a deal, just move past it, but like she got a ton of hate for that.
Good.
Another one was minimum wage workers. Your food or your order's wrong, line's taking forever, and you just bitch and complain once you get to the front of the line. And it's like sure it's their fault, but it's like they're making $7.25 an hour.
Paid. I think you just triggered Sean.
Oh no. You get on them? You yell?
I fight with my wife about this all the time. I ask a server in a restaurant, what do you suggest? What's the best thing here?
Everything.
What do people order? And every time she goes, why are you asking them? They don't know and they don't care. They don't care. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I expect if you're working in this place to maintain some little level of professionalism. And this is my really harsh comment. It's not my fault that you chose your line of work. This whole
Sean Sharif.
This whole I have to over tip because you're a Uber Eats driver or you're making this, you're making that. Like restaurant servers. That article you read weeks ago over restaurant servers, I got to worry about your mortgage payment. I got to worry about the 3 or 4 kids. No, I just want the meal on time. I'm going to pay you 20%. If it's better than that, I'm going to give you more than that. But this guilt tipping, no, the tipping has to go off the service. The tipping has to go off the experience, not your sob story of life growing up, and I'm supposed to feel bad over whatever you do. Are you a jerk as a Lyft driver, or are you awesome as a Lyft driver? Do you let me have my seltzer in a red cup, or you tell me no drinks allowed? Let's keep it to the task. Let's keep it to the job. Is that messed up? Is that a jerk thing to do? I'm supposed to go ahead, you know? Now look, if we're talking about delivering food in the ice storms, that's different. You know, I'll feel for you a little bit. You put your life on the line to get out there and bring me a pizza when I don't want to do anything in the house. But all these other guilt tips of the industries, we're all hurting. We're all suffering.
I mean, a lot. We had to take pay cuts.
That's the nosebleeds.
Yeah, that's the nosebleeds.
That's the nosebleeds.
That's the nosebleeds. Yeah, I get it. You know, it's not my problem.
I'm not going to tip you more because the service industry is struggling.
Right. I tip. I just tip the same regardless.
Right.
You could pee in my food and I would tip you the same. I just 20%. That's I don't do math. I'm just out there. Just you
can pour tequila in your mouth and charge you for it.
Doubling the first number.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Double the first number.
But Peyton, you disagree with me? Tell me I'm a jerk.
No. I mean, the truckwreck.com fan text is about 75-25 in agreement with you.
Good,
I agree with you. You know, you don't. I mean, they chose their line of work, like you said. You know, you go 20-25%. You know, you're doing your job. Mine was my answer was simple. It's Nickelback. I don't know where this trend started about
they suck. That's why
it's really not that bad of music. Like no, but that's the problem is people say that, but that's not how they sound. And that's a lot of people on the fan text would agree with me. It's Nickelback. Like I don't know where the trend started of people hating on them, but it's like we got to hate some group. Let's hate them.
Why don't you play it? As I'm sure you have a song on hand.
They're the worst Canadian band ever.
Ooh, who else is in the running?
Rush, better. Drake, better. Bieber, better. Shania Twain, better.
All right, you obviously don't have a song. You just move forward. Next time, have your song ready.
Well, I'm looking for it. But,
okay. All right.
Okay, next thing. What's the dumbest thing you did in your 20s?
I'm married.
I mean, driving after some drinks.
Oh, yeah.
That's I mean, I lecture and I will lecture you if you're around me and we're partying it up. I'm gonna give you a little earful. I'm gonna be like, don't drive. Just get the Uber, get the Lyft, because I got my DUI way back when, and I was like, if I ever move to a city where there's Ubers and Lyfts, because it was not in my hometown, 10,000 people, and no taxis, I'm like, man, never again, because first off, you go to jail. And then second off, the money and the time with the classes you have to pay for, the embarrassment of the recalibration of the blow and go, humiliating. You can't pick anyone up. You know, you can't sit there and drive your car around. So I always get on people. When they're at my house, I'm like, how many people have crashed in my house in my spare bedroom? Some have abused that privilege with dents in the walls. And skinny dipping at 3 a.m. that I saw on the camera.
Ew. How'd it look?
Man,
cold?
I don't want to. Yeah, it was very, very cold. But I'm like, just crash at the house. Just go in the front bedroom. You can leave in the morning. So drinking and driving, 20s. But as you can see, my bills now, I don't do it anymore. I don't do it anymore.
No.
Mine is I started investing about 2 or 3 years ago.
That's a bad thing?
Yeah, because I look at how much I've lost.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing is, like, I started, like, it was like my New Year's resolution after 2021. January 21, I opened a Robinhood account, started to put money and stuff. And this is the thing is, the first, like, 4 or 5 months, I was up, like, $300. I was like, oh, this is easy. Like, why did I start doing this a long time ago? And now I look at it, and it's negative. I can barely open the app now.
Now it's time to invest, man. Reinvest.
doing
it.
Buy low, right?
TRAJAN wealth.com. Trajan Wealth. Tell them I sent you.
So mine started investing.
I never heard someone say investing.
I've put money away in my savings account. Terrible idea.
I'm still in my 20s, so I guess something happens later on.
I get what you're saying. The markets have turned and everything, but generally that's a good thing. Don't be results oriented.
Right.
The process of the thought was smart.
Okay.
Yeah.
RJ, do you have one?
I already said it. I got
married. You were serious.
Married. He said, "Oh, you were serious."
Which it wasn't the marriage did not work out, but we had 2 great kids.
But were you like one of those? You seem like, I don't know. Is it Italian, a Jersey thing where it's like you had to do it by a set time and the whole storybook and you forced?
We were good.
How long did you date before?
Year and a half.
Okay. When did you live together?
I would say a year.
Okay, so a year, and then you live with each other for half a year then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the Reddit answers rushed into finding love, like RJ said, and they're not taking care of their health, which I think can come back and bite you.
Absolutely.
Okay, this next one I think is going to be pretty fun. So you're alone with your significant other. What can you say before you'll have a little fun and before a fight? The same word.
The same word. What can you say?
Yeah, what can you say before sex and after, or before sex and before a fight? Same word.
You want some? Come get some.
You say that
for the fight too.
For the fight and for sweet love.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Let's step outside.
Yeah, the kids aren't here. I can do that. The kid's not here.
Kid's not here.
Let's argue when the kid's not here. Let's do that when the kid's not here. Those would be my answers for it.
You want some of this?
You want
a piece of me?
Just get aggressive.
You want a piece of me?
You want some of this?
Take that. You got Reddit answers or your own?
No, just some of my own and stuff. Waiting for the fan text to catch up. One, I don't think I can say that.
Don't say it if you don't think you can.
Let's rumble. That's one. Don't start something you can't finish.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Well done.
Okay, so we'll get a couple more in here. Next, what is the kindest or rudest celebrity you've met in real life? I feel like y'all have a bunch of answers. Now, it can be the kindest or the rudest. You get both here.
In person?
Yes, in person.
Oh, I got an easy kindest.
Okay.
AC Slater, Mario Lopez.
I never knew you met him.
So I was on my brother-in-law's bachelor party in New Orleans. We're at the Harrah's Casino, and I'm having a good night. Okay, I'm winning some money, and I walk right by Mario Lopez, and I was working at ESPN at the time, and I go, and Mario did some stuff with ESPN. I go, Mario, RJ Choppy, ESPN, what's up, man? Good to see you again.
Oh, you dropped ESPN.
And I was like, good to see you again, man. And he sat there and talked to me for 10 minutes. Had absolutely no idea who I was.
Right.
But he faked that that we were like drinking buddies.
Wow.
Without question, the nicest guy I ever met.
Wow. I'll keep it to athletes. The nicest current athlete is Tyler Glasnow. Is he still pitching? Is he back?
I think he's hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt. I think Tommy John last year.
Yeah, he's been hurt. Glasnow, we were at the steakhouse, and I was walking in, he was walking out, and we were like, hey, man, what are you doing? Like, hey, why are you in town? And we invited him for a drink to come sit down. He stayed there for 3 hours. The nicest former athlete is Darren Woodson.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and David Murphy was incredible at Topgolf Sandler's event, but I love Darren Woodson. He asks you questions about yourself. He's invested in the conversation. The $1 million smile. Rudest in person. I guess it would have to probably be some of our Super Bowl radio.
Warren Sapp.
Jim Gray, God, that
Jim
weasel.
Gray.
That weasel was sitting at the Laker game last night next to Jack. He's the Where's Waldo of the sports world. He always is somewhere weaseling his way into a picture, into an interview. I just have a bad taste in my mouth from what happened at the Super Bowl. But there he is, sitting next to Jack. And why isn't Jack wearing the shades anymore? Jack's not wearing the glasses. I'm a little bit worried about Jack. First time back at the Lakers game in 2 years.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Warren Sapp, Jim Gray, those are the two that really stand out. I don't know that I've met any really, like, super rude people.
On the fan text, you get a lot of actors and actresses and stuff that they've met. From the 817, Hulk Hogan was the rudest and Kanye West was the nicest, surprisingly.
Hulk Hogan blocked me.
Kanye.
And on Reddit, too, it was all like actors and stuff. Eddie Murphy was one that was the rudest.
I heard Eddie Murphy's a jerk. Who else is on there? Let's just call it all the celebs.
Some people are saying this, and I've heard this too. Bubba Watson.
Rude?
Rude. Yeah, I've heard. Not the greatest.
I mean, you could argue John Daly was the coolest.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we had him Cowboys Radio Network for the pregame show. I mean, no one says anything bad about John Daly.
When I was younger, I went to go watch a senior tour event, and Gary Player, and he may just having a bad day, but he said something like, "Let's get these kids the hell out of here!" Like, and I was like, "Oh man, bro, you told you." I was like 12. What are you doing? You and your all black outfit, it's played out.
From the 469, Jonah Hill, a D-bag.
Really?
There was one on Reddit that said Steve Martin was the kindest they've met. I could see that, Steve Martin.
That would really break my heart if Steve Martin was not cool. That would break my heart.
And then a lot of athletes and stuff on the fan text from the 972. Drew Pearson. You have Michael Irvin on there as the nicest.
Drew awesome.
Drew's
Michael
awesome.
I've never really met Aikman in person. Everyone loves Dirk.
Elvis Andrus was the nicest. A lot of former Rangers.
Holland.
Yeah.
Is he the nicest or rudest?
Is he rude?
Depends.
It depends on the day. Depends what subject you're talking.
Emmett Smith, the nicest. So.
I've heard some things about it.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I've had good experiences with Emmett.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it's more so where Emmett wants to be compensated for his services. I've heard that about Emmett and Dion, which a lot of people
Dion's
do.
on here, biggest jerk.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I've had both experiences with Dion. I've had great experiences. I've had bad experiences.
Kenny Rogers with the cameraman.
Oh, with Larry Rodriguez?
Well, this is about meeting them.
Yeah.
Okay?
He met him all right.
Yeah. So there it is. Ask Reddit. Nice job, Pepe.
Wow, very nice.
In
very
for
nice.
Bobby. I am the segment now. As you know, Bobby is listening either live or he's going right to the rewind on the Odyssey app. Let's hook y'all up. Expressway, commercial free, part of it. Thanking you for turning it on, leaving it on, the home of the Rangers.
All right, that's right, Tolos. Calling number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a four-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Colorado Rockies on Friday, May 19th. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Corey Seager City Connect bobblehead presented by Globe Life. Get your tickets now at Rangers.com/tickets or by being the 10th caller right now at 877-881-1053.
All right, got some things to clean up here on DFW Sports Station, this Sunday night baseball thing.
Eduardo Perez.
Yeah, I cannot believe what you sent over in regards to this. Set this up.
All right, so this is on Sunday Night Baseball this past weekend. It was
Friends of the show.
It was Dodgers-Padres. Fernando Tatis, nicknamed Nando, he plays for the San Diego Padres. Mookie Betts plays for the LA Dodgers. That's breaking news. These are exclusive. So Eduardo Perez is doing the broadcast, with the rest of the Sunday Night Baseball crew. And he decides at the moment, it's a very short clip. I looked for the long form of this. I could not find it. Maybe Peyton did. I looked for the long form. But this is his comment about Fernando Tatis, he called Nando, at the end after the home run.
That's what a superstar looks like, Nando.
That's it. That's all he said.
Okay. So he's telling Fernando Tatis.
So Mookie Betts hits the home run. And, he's sitting there and he goes, that's what a superstar looks like, Nando. All right? Well, apparently, there was a big to-do about this. And Eduardo Perez goes on his MLB Network radio show and felt the need to apologize.
And I made a comment yesterday in the game that we're going to cover first, because it was a heck of a game, and I was broadcasting last night. And as soon as I said it, I cringed. And for those of you that weren't watching Sunday Night Baseball, Mookie Betts hits a home run, right? We're going to cover all of this in the top of the hour right now. Immediately, I was going to say, this is what superstars look like. That's what I was going to say. But you get it wasn't that I was carried away in the moment. It's that you look at the screen because you're trying to see and follow where the director is going as well. By coincidence, it popped up that it was Fernando Tatis Jr. that popped up on the screen. It could have been anyone else. It could have been Jay Cronenworth. It could have been Manny Machado. It could have been anyone. It could have been Dave Roberts. And I said, Nando, this is what superstars look like. And it sounded, and I cringed a little bit, and I said, did it sound bad or not? You start running all these things through your mind.
Right.
And this is the human side because it's all live. I own it 100% because I saw the replay later on when I got here, and I cringed, and I'm going, dang, that sounded terrible. So not only am I going to, and this is the first time I talk about it now, but this is one that I'll have to also apologize to the player because that's not right. And that wasn't, and I did not, and that's not who I am, and that's not how I sound professionally on air. If it's on radio or not, try to always come through, and there was no reason to make it singled out that way. But I said it.
I couldn't believe that this was something that he needed to apologize for. My goodness. I
don't think he needs to apologize, but it sounded a little personal.
Yeah, maybe it did.
When's the last time you can recall this?
I can't.
You can't. An announcer would usually phrase it as Mookie Betts making his case to Fernando Tatis. I'm the real star here. I'm the star power, not, hey, Fernando, that's what a star looks like. Take notes. Yeah. That's the way it came across.
It is. Now, Fernando's star has fallen. He had the PEDs and the injuries. But, I mean, first of all, he played the director. Well, the director flashes that thing across the screen. I wasn't going to say anything about Fernando Tatis. Then I saw his picture. He apologized more than the A's broadcaster who said the N-word.
Yeah, was he, lecturing Tatis beforehand or, kind of talking about his struggles and the way he needs to clean it up and be a face of the sport? Was it a pep talk?
Maybe throughout the course of the game, he had done, he had talked about Fernando at one point being the next face of the game.
Yeah.
And that not materializing, but I just...
Well, look, I always give broadcasters a pass. I have no patience for soft, scared. There's categories. There's strong take, scared take, and fake takes. I love that Eduardo Perez gave a strong take. The reason I love Charles Barkley is I don't care how many times he's wrong. Charles gives really strong takes that I believe are genuine. And he just calls guys out. He does not care. But for a lot of people in this city, on TV, RG3 with Lamar Jackson. Now, RG3 will say some things, but I felt like he kind of ran away from of the draft picks. You're an analyst. They're like Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud. He's like, I'm on the. I really can't answer. Yo, man, we've had a rule on this show from day one. Don't be a fence sitter. And I know that they always told me DFW. They're not that type of town. Arguing. They don't like to hear arguing. Just patty cake and talk about 1940s concerts and act like we're best friends with every athlete. Man, I hate that type of stuff. Go at them. Say strong things. You have to take accountability. You answer for it.
Yep.
You criticize. You go hard. Jerry Jones calls it on the hotline. He calls it on the hotline. Bobby Belt kills someone. He's got to go into the locker room. He's got to answer to Mike McCarthy. I don't know. I'm just more aggressive. I like people who have balls, who aren't scared to say things. Eduardo Perez said it. I respect him, but of course he had to back down.
He's backed down. I mean, it's just it's a soft sports society that we're in. I get it.
Soft society in general.
Very feel like Dennis Eckersley when he was on the Red Sox broadcast. I don't know if he still is or not, but he was on their studio analyst role, and he was filling in for some games. I mean, he got confronted by some players for things he said.
Yeah,
it's like, Okay, I mean,
if we could get Bassick, Radio Bassick as TV Bassick, maybe Bally wouldn't go bankrupt. Maybe more people could watch the games and consume them. But these local networks are so scared. I approached the head of Bally like years ago. I was like, you should put our morning show on. And rather than, local college.
Oklahoma gymnastics.
Whatever gymnastics. I'm like, put our show on. They're like, well, that might be like too critical. Y'all's show might be too critical, too harsh. I'm like, y'all are soft. That's why I've always rooted against Bally. I'm like, go into the ground. Go right into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just being truthful. That's just being honest about it. But say what you want about Stephen A. Smith. And yes, I'm probably altered a little bit after Stephen A. and us had our, moments back and forth last year. I believe Stephen A. Smith is not scared. He'll call out anyone. And I've always respected Michael Wilbon for that. Wilbon, back in the day, will call out. He doesn't let skin color factor in. Black, white, whatever. Wilbon will destroy people and not back down. And I love those types of broadcasters. So
I do too.
That was the incident. And in New York, right? I mean, Francesa, Russo, they killed everyone.
Oh, they did. They absolutely did. To the point where it was like, sometimes it was, bordering on, not bordering on, it was like really awkwardly confrontational.
That's garbage.
That's garbage, Chris.
Yes.
It was. Sometimes it was.
But Bayless is fake. I thought Angelo Cataldi, it drives me crazy that Angelo had this legendary run in Filthy, the show we spied on. I mean, it's fake. It's a bit. It's just yelling, screaming. They sound like morons with the way they talk about football. And then they get the rights to talk to Howie Roseman and the head coach. And these coaches and GMs got to deal with the stupidity of the yelling and screaming that they have to
Mike that grandma when I roll over the grave.
Appease the fan base with. But that's what sports, entertainment, and all entertainment, news, whatever, it's like, don't just say whatever you think. You got to search for the angle. Search for your base, search for your angle, never get off of it, and build up your base and up. It's fake. It's a bunch of garbage. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. Peter King has his power rankings out. Where did he put the Cowboys? Where are the Cowboys in the power rankings? And does Choppy agree post-draft? Next.
But let's get...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, these are not really our power rankings, but we're taking them from other media members here on your home of America's team with Sean and RJ back together again on a Tolo Tuesday. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. The show of Wales comes through at 9 o'clock. John Buccigross from ESPN previews the Stars in Seattle at 9. And then Brett Boone to talk about your red-hot Rangers at 9:20.
Man, I thought that was the win of the year last night. They're finding ways. They are finding different ways to win every game. You're not going to score 15 runs a night. So when you only score 2, better hold them. And they did. John Gray deserves a lot of credit for last night.
All right, let's move on to the rankings. Where'd you find them?
I got them for Peter King, Sean. Now, these are Peter King's off-season power rankings.
I like Peter King. I think most people are against him. View him as curmudgeon. I felt like you didn't like him.
I mean, I never knew. So I never got Sports Illustrated. He was the back page guy, right?
What? That's like Peyton saying Pinocchio was a woman. What do you mean you never got Sports Illustrated?
I never got it. I would get it in February, the swimsuit issue.
Oh.
I had Sports Illustrated for kids for a couple years when I was a kid.
Oh. You never got SI? Did you get ESPN the magazine?
I did, but that was only because it was free. When I signed up for the ESPN
gosh.
Plus or whatever the hell it was.
The back page was Rick Riley.
Rick Riley. Yeah, that's why I never knew him. Yeah. Rick Riley.
No Sports Illustrated. Man, I wonder how many people that do this job did not get SI as a kid.
Was Peter King with SI? He was with SI,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
Always with SI, okay. I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right because he had that football
Monday morning
quarterback. So he did his rankings 1 through 32. Now, he had them also in tiers. Tier 1 is can't find a weakness.
Oh, okay.
Tier 2, Super Bowl vibes.
Okay.
Vibes is a very Gen Z term, Peyton.
Very.
On the border, OTB, if all goes right, they've got holes, under construction, and then wait till 2025.
All right, so just run through the categories again real quick, and all of y'all text. I did not open this on purpose. Which one of the Cowboys are?
All right, here we go.
Which one they're in?
Tier 1, can't find a weakness.
No.
Tier 2, Super Bowl vibes.
Okay.
Tier 3, on the border.
Okay.
Tier 4, if all goes right. Tier 5, they've got holes. Tier 6, under construction. And Tier 7 is wait.
On the border.
On the border.
Third category.
Okay, let's run through them.
Yep.
Tier 1, can't find a weakness. Number 1.
Kansas City.
Philadelphia.
Bobby Belt.
Averaged 35 points per game in the postseason. Adequately compensated for losses on both coordinators. Not worse at any position. Amazing on the defensive line, considering they had a 69 sack year. Nice. And lost Jason Hargrave. They've got an offensive line that should keep upright a rising superstar quarterback of the future at the top of his game, and will field 2 top 15 NFL wideouts entering their age 25 and 26 seasons.
Hard to argue.
It is hard to argue.
Now, Bobby was getting us ready for them losing 7, 8, 9 players, but they don't feel like it after that draft. They're like, Hargrave, go ahead. We'll just go get the younger version of you, who many people think is better, in Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it does. They're really, really good. They are really, really good. Okay, who else is on? Can't find a weakness.
Kansas City.
Nobody else is on Can't Find a Weakness.
What?
Philadelphia in a tier by themselves.
I guess you could argue roster-wise. Like, you can name a bunch of Eagles defensive players. We can't name a bunch of Chiefs defensive players, right?
No, can't. The Chiefs are number 2, though, in the they've got Super Bowl vibes.
Yeah.
Most wins in the last 4 years, including the playoffs. Kansas City has 62. The next highest is Buffalo with 51. Let that sink in. The last 4 seasons, Kansas City has 11 more wins than any other team in the NFL. Stunning. They've got, he's got work to do. They lost left tackle, Orlando Brown, Juju, and McCall Hardman in free agency. Number 3, Cincinnati. They've beaten, since New Year's Day of 2022, they've beaten Kansas City by 3, 3, and 3, and lost by 3 after being tied at 20 with 30 seconds left and punted to Patrick Mahomes. They are very, very good. Number 4.
There's a Cincinnati-Buffalo Burrow-Allen battle kind of taking place for a power struggle right now.
Yes, there is. There's no doubt. Number 4.
Buffalo.
San Francisco.
What's he say about the quarterback?
Yeah, the Niners run. Let's see. I cannot see this true. The Niners run a 12-game winning streak, and 9 of the wins were by double digits. That's my question. San Francisco has their quarterback literally learning how to throw left-handed right now.
I don't know who their quarterback is.
I don't either.
I have no idea. Purdy? Who else is there? Darnold? Is Lance ready?
He might be more ready than Purdy. I mean, for crying out loud, Purdy's got no arm. We don't know what's going to happen with his arm.
All right, be honest now.
Mm-hmm.
Does this make you give Kyle Shanahan more props? You used to have the battle with Michael Irvin when Michael's like coaching matters. Look at San Fran, and you would always say, was it CJ Beathard? Who I don't know who they were throwing out there at quarterback. But they weren't winning games. But now with this Jimmy G, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy thing, have you changed your mind to move Shanahan to elite?
I mean, Purdy really was the only one that he succeeded with outside of Jimmy.
Okay.
Right? Like every other guy, it was always like he could just take any quarterback and win. It was like, well, no, not really. He can't. Now they won with Purdy. There's no doubt. So, yeah, I mean, I would put him ahead of McVay.
That's okay. I don't know if that is very high on the RJ Choppy list of compliments. You destroy McVay.
Oh, he's just an egomaniac who likes to pass the buck.
Him and Slater have issues. Or Slater has issues with him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Apparently, one of the NFL events, someone was being like, you're getting too close to Sean or something. You're getting too close to McVay. Back off. Daddy. All right, so now with your new backstab, joining me with the Dak Prescott knife in the back.
Mm-hmm.
San Fran or Dallas? Because usually you always say, who's got the better quarterback? Coming off the Dak stab, who do you put higher?
Dallas is... It's weird. Dallas, I think, is the better team, but they will not beat the Niners head up. Dak Prescott cannot figure out San Francisco. He has looked lost the last 2 times they played. Like, if you were to tell me who's going to have more wins this year, I would say, the Cowboys probably have more wins this year.
Okay.
But I would bet San Francisco beats the Cowboys head on. And I think San Francisco has a better chance of making a deeper run because of that. Because of that. Next one, number 5.
In the same category?
Same category.
Super Bowl vibes?
Super Bowl vibes. Buffalo. Now, they're at the crossroads after the toughest playoff loss of any team last year. They lost 27-10. Allen needs Gabe Davis to return to late 2021 form. 2 additions, Dalton Kincaid and free agent wide receiver Trent Sherfield to contribute immediately. Very important year chasing the ever-elusive Lombardi. That is it for Super Bowl vibes. The next category, on the border. This is where you projected the Cowboys to be. Number 6, Detroit.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, God.
You're not buying the hype?
Nope. I'm not buying it, and I love that Dan Campbell spit in RJ's face during NFL draft weekend.
Oh, I
love it.
That was hideous.
I was just thinking of you, what you were doing at Pluckers while they were drafting running backs and whoever else.
Linebackers. Oh,
Linebackers.
God, what an awful week that was for Dan Campbell. Peter King says, loved them after their 8-2 record at Halloween. Find myself smitten with them, but curious moves. They took what wasn't broke and tried to fix it. Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift had 1,600 rushing yards and 4.5 a carry. Now both are gone, and they bring in Gibbs and Montgomery, and that's odd when the head coach is a big-time running guy, which is what he is. So Detroit there. 7, Baltimore. 8.
Bobby Bell rolling in his grave.
Yep.
Oh, 8. As Lamar said, you missed this. Lamar said he wanted to throw for 6,000 yards. Bobby came in here and said, straight face, he does believe it. It's more likely, neither would happen, but it is more likely that Bobby would shoot an 80. He has a better chance of shooting 80 before Lamar throws for 6,000 yards.
I don't think any quarterback can throw. Has a quarterback ever thrown for 6,000?
No, they have not.
No, I don't think Patrick Mahomes can throw for 6,000.
No, he
yards.
can't.
Because he sits out the last 3 games of the season usually.
Yeah,
Well,
fair.
No one can.
No one can.
But if you had to say one happens,
Lamar, 6,000 yards.
Totally agree.
Bobby couldn't shoot 80
on the front 9.
On the front 9.
I'm not joking. Now, when he goes out there and plays, when I go out there and try to drive around and hack with y'all, we always do like a max out of the hole.
Yeah.
Double the par.
Yeah.
Is that the way that it would work with Bobby? Has to. You'd be there for 8 hours.
I don't play 8-hour rounds. I'm in and out in 4 hours max.
Yeah.
Number 8, Miami. Number 9, the Jets. Number 10. Why is this crucial year for the Cowboys? They've won 24 games in the last 2 years, then scored 36 points in 8 quarters and 2 playoff losses to the Niners. Dak has to do something about that now. They are the last on-the-border team coming in at number 10.
Better than Miami? Miami just feels so weird. They're so fun.
Yeah.
But you don't know what's going to happen with Tua.
You don't. I would say Dallas better than Miami just because of that. Baltimore's better. I think Baltimore's better. The Jets are interesting. They were 7 wins last year with no quarterback play.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see if who sells the Jets and who buys the Jets. That's one of the big offseason stocks.
Yeah, it really is.
That you got to decide. People are selling Buffalo, and are you buying the Jets?
How about this, though?
Bobby is not.
There's no Chargers here yet. Number 11 in the if it all goes right, the Giants. Number 12, Seattle.
Come on.
Number 13, Jacksonville. Number 14, Minnesota. Number 15.
Where's Cleveland?
The Chargers at 15. Where's Cleveland?
Good. I'm glad that someone kind of sold on the Chargers. Enough. Oh,
Yeah.
More disappointing than the Cowboys. We used to put the Cowboys and the Chargers in the same sentence. More disappointing.
Yeah.
So I'm glad.
Pittsburgh at 16, Cleveland at 17.
Ooh.
And then Tennessee at 18. You got New England at 20, Denver at 23, New Orleans at 24. Down the list, you got the Rams at 28.
Ooh. Man, I'll tell you, the over-unders for Cleveland and the Rams, I'd be interested in seeing what they are. Deshaun Watson has become a forgotten man on the field.
I think the Rams are 7.5. At least Saturday they were.
Okay. See what Cleveland is if you can find it. Because I'm taking Cleveland over Pittsburgh. But Deshaun Watson has been forgotten. He was awful at the end of last season, but the man hasn't played in 2 years or whatever it's been. So that's kind of like my undercover sleeper pick. And then at the very end, you got the armpit, Indy.
At the very end, you've got, let's see, under construction, Carolina, Indy, Washington, Rams at 28, Chicago, Houston at 30, Tampa at 31, and then the wait till 2025, Arizona. Which, I mean.
Man, what a plummet. What a plummet.
Yes. Now,
that could be over-under interesting.
I think it is interesting. I might lean the over on that one. Apparently, everyone is buying into what Gannon is selling. They're all, Kyler Murray is buying in.
Instead of being a little coward running away from the media during draft weekend while you guys are giving the Eagles free picks. What's the Cleveland over-under?
You want to guess it? I'm shocked by it.
Don't tell me it's 6.5 or something. Don't tell me it's lower. I'll bet it right now.
No.
Okay.
7.5.
9.5?
The same as the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Lions are at 9.5. The Saints are at 9.5. The Jets are at 9.5.
And not one person has talked about the Browns. Not one.
None.
At all.
Jacksonville is 10.5.
Ooh, sell.
I agree. Basic's going to call you in the commercial break.
I love Trevor Lawrence, but I mean,
I don't love him.
They're not. He did not have a great year. He was good at the end. He was good at the end. Maybe to turn the corner.
Is the general manager of your Texas Rangers thinking about making a move? Hear from him here on your home for Rangers baseball. Plus, John Buccigross previews the Stars. Brett Boone on the Rangers as well. Sean and RJ continuing right here on The Fan.
But let's
and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
First pitch to the switch hitter. He swings. That one's looped into short center field. It's dropping quickly. It falls for a base hit. Low rounds third. He comes home. No throw from Julio Rodriguez. Jonah Heim with a go-ahead single with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and the Rangers are leading 2-1.
Jared Sandler with the call. This is where you get all of your Texas Ranger action, including tonight, Game 2 against the Mariners. 8:40 first pitch. Stars Kraken. 8:40 puck drop. We will preview. We'll talk Stars and Rangers with our 9 o'clock whale list of John Buccigross, ESPN, and Brett Boone here on DFW Sports Station. Look, the offense did not explode. Did it go across the screen?
It didn't. I've told Ryan the last 3 or 4 times it, but now we see it.
There.
Sorry, that was on me, Ryan.
There she goes. YouTube, Twitch, and Ryan shaking his head back there. He's like, the only time I didn't do it, this idiot's got to call it out. He said exactly what I said. I heard him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've been having all these nice conversations walking out of the building, going to the elevator. No more with Ryan. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks to everyone making us the highest video stream show in the building.
All right.
The others are holding it down, in the cars. We're sitting there on the app and the live stream, so we got it covered from all angles. Look, the Rangers offense did not go off yesterday, but most games with 10 or more runs scored, Rangers lead the way in Major League Baseball with 8. The Rays have 7. Yesterday, Chris Young, the general manager, hopped on the station, and they asked CY what he was most impressed with when it came to the lineup so far.
It's the guys we have. Certainly, we've got the group we have, and we think that they're all talented. We think that they can, that they can perform. They're going to be a few things. I think first, just the commitment to a plan, top to bottom, throughout the lineup. There's been continuity. The guys go up with an approach every day. Our coaching staff, Donnie Ecker, Tim Hire, Seth Connor, they do a great job of preparing the guys. Sending them up to bat with the plan, and the guys have been great at executing. I think that we're, one of the top 5 most disciplined teams in terms of chase rate, and it's been really fun to see the guys just go up there and commit to it as a team, as a collective group. And when you do that, you tend to have success. I think it's what the best hitting lineups in the league do. There might be pockets of the order that are slumping or not feeling their best, but you're picked up by other areas. And I think the bottom of our lineup recently with Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran and Travis Jankowski's hit down there. Robbie Grossman has kind of bounced between the top and the bottom at times. And those guys just get solid at bats, and they really grind you down. And then, at some point we hope to have Corey Seager back and Mitch Garver back, and you add those two into an offensive group that's performed very, very well. It's pretty exciting to think what can come of it.
They're deep right now. Sandler talked about breaking down the lineup in thirds and the success rate that they're having, how good they are with 2 strikes. And you talk about Heim and Duran and all these other names, the others, as Shaquille O'Neal would call them in his sport, and you got your offense. Now, we know that the bullpen came through last night, but after they were an amazing story at the beginning of the season, we're all freaking out. Does Chris Young want to make a trade?
That's a loaded question for me, because that means when you add somebody, that means somebody goes. And so I think it's not fair to the group we have to suggest that that we're wanting to make moves at this moment. I think certainly everybody knows that we're going to look for the best ways to win games, and you have a responsibility to continue to try to improve. But to say that I would want to make a move this second is probably premature.
I mean, it's also, can you make a move right now?
Right.
And a lot of teams are going to just say, nah, we're not ready to blow this thing up yet. I mean, there's very few teams that are completely out of it already. I mean, the A's are one of them. But for the most part, also teams like, if we've got 4 or 5 years or 6 years of team control on this player, we're not really going to give him up. We're just going to hand him over to you. So you're going to pay a premium on getting guys for extra months. So it's just not realistic to make a lot of trades right now. And you also want to give guys chances to prove it. I mean, these relievers, we're talking about 30, 35 games in. A reliever's pitched, made what? 12 appearances?
Yeah.
7 appearances? 10? Are you going to sit there and give up on them already? I don't know about that.
Rangers Stars tonight, 8:40, both in Seattle. Last night, Miami and the Lakers take 3-1 leads in their series. Lakers getting the performance from Lonnie Walker, the former San Antonio Spur. No one had scored 15 points or more in a Laker playoff fourth quarter since Kobe 26 years ago yesterday. I want to see the ratings, though. I want to know how much the Metroplex is paying attention to the Stars run, the Rangers start, and NBA action.
All right, so here we go. Now, the games that are on the network clearly are doing the best. The ABCs, the NBCs, whatever you may be. The games on TNT, they're doing okay, but not as much. Saturday, blowing out the field, the Kentucky Derby.
Really?
307,000 homes.
Wow. In DFW.
The next highest.
Who watches the Derby except for trying to nail the post time? Who watches all the lead up to it?
I think what happens is that they say it starts at 5 o'clock and it winds up going at 5:30.
Yeah.
So you get yourself a good little run. The next was on ABC, night game, Warriors-Lakers game 3, 195,000 homes. That's a very good number. 2:30 on ABC usually is a great day. That's the primetime, one of the primetime games. Knicks Heat, surprisingly low, only 77,000 homes. I was surprised by that.
Hard for me to watch that series. Take me back to the Riley Van Gundy days. Just awful shooting, some bricks being thrown up. I'm like, okay. And Jimmy Butler was missing.
Yeah. Next, NBC. So again, over the air, the USFL, 70,000.
Wow.
Then on Bally, Rangers Angels, 8 o'clock start on Saturday night, 52,000. Red Sox Phillies, 27,000. PGA Wells Fargo Championship, 27,000. That was on Saturday. Sunday, TBS Stars Kraken, 171,000 homes, which was that's a good number.
Good.
It's TBS, so it's cable. I bet you a lot of people have trouble finding that game. This is the problem with these sports leagues. I know every NFL game at the playoffs is either going to be on CBS, NBC, or Fox, and maybe an ESPN game thrown in there. Are the Stars tonight going to be on ESPN?
Right.
Are they going to be on TNT? Are they going to be on ABC? Are they going to be on TBS?
They were on Bally and stopped being on Bally.
Yeah, and this is the problem that these other leagues have to deal with is. I assume the NBA is going to be on either ESPN or TNT. That's it. Baseball, I mean, they have TBS games now. They got MLB Network. They got ESPN. They got Fox, FS1. These leagues that you never know. You never know where you're going to find the games.
Yeah. Barkley does the best job of hyping up hockey during their NBA on TNT reads.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Next game, TNT, Nuggets, Suns, 90,000. Stars basically doubling that up. Celtics, Sixers, ESPN, 85,000. Rangers, Angels on Bally on Sunday, 3 o'clock game. Huge, 81,000.
Ooh.
That's more than Knicks Heat the day before. That's a lot.
Good.
That's a lot of people for that. The Wells Fargo, PGA, 50,000 homes. Miami Grand Prix, 43,000 at 1 o'clock on ABC. Decent number.
I got to watch this Netflix. I got to. Enough.
Yeah.
I've watched the Redeem Team one. I've been watching Shaq's on HBO. I got to watch this Formula One stuff.
I haven't seen it either. We have some friends that they really got into it, this couple, and they love Formula One now. Like that's all they watch that all the time.
It's the number one place for these celebs to be.
Yeah.
All the A-listers are there. All right. Did
you see the video of Tyreek Hill?
Oh, with that ball reaction?
Ball?
Yeah.
That's insane, the reaction time that Formula One driver had.
I think I could do it. Get these golf balls. I'll do it right.
As fast as that guy? He was faster than Tyreek Hill.
So how do you explain it?
So Tyreek had tennis balls in his hand facing down. So like his hands were on top of the ball.
Yeah.
And the driver's hands were resting on top of Tyreek's. And Tyreek dropped the ball and the guy had to go underneath and catch the balls.
Yeah.
But Tyreek would also just drop one ball, and the guy had to quick react. Quick reaction. That's pretty cool, man.
I think I could do it. It didn't look that hard. We'll see. We'll test it. Bobby, I'm sure, could do it with his eyes closed.
Why not?
All right, Choppy, sad news in the Choppy household as one of, if not your favorite show, getting canceled. Bye-bye Yellowstone. See you later.
Yes. This is the last season of Yellowstone. It's coming to an end. It will end with the second half of season 5. Now, they've already had the first half of it, and they're officially ending amid feud rumors that Kevin Costner and Taylor Sheridan, the creator, the hottest TV show going, and it's ending because of a feud between these two idiots.
Wow.
And Costner looks like the bad guy here. He barely wants to work. He's being difficult trying to schedule. But Sheridan ain't no saint either. Listen to some of these things that he's got going on. So they are like, Wall Street Journal had a story on this, that Taylor Sheridan is paid tens of thousands a week on top of what he's paid to write, direct, to produce, to use his various companies and cowboy camps to train the actors. He rents cattle, his own cattle, to Paramount for $25 a head. Charges $50,000 a week for the show to film on ranches that he owns. He billed the studio $3,000 to pay a wrangler in Texas, 1,600 miles away from the set, who was looking after his own horses. He had...
What's wrong with charging someone to use his property or the cattle?
It's just they're in Montana. Use the local ones. Like he flew his own horseshoeer up there. Like it's usually they don't have horseshoers in Montana.
Not the horseshoer.
Like they're flying these guys up, paying them like had 5 nights up there to shoe all the horses. It's like this whole thing. This whole thing's a mess.
He's the head of it.
He's the creator. He's the writer, director, producer, head honcho.
Why does Costner look bad?
Well, he looks bad because there's feuds of scheduling shooting days. Like Costner wanted to film basically all of his scenes in a week, and he's at the start of the show. Like you can't film all this in like a week, dude. So now what's going to happen is, this is a perfect example. You got too big for your britches. They both did. They got too big for their britches, and who loses? Who loses, Peyton?
You do.
We do. I do.
RJ Chopping.
And now I'm going to have to sit through some sequel show with Matthew McConaughey stinking up the set with his BO and his weird voice. Well, I want to pretend that I still want to be Rip. I'm flummoxed. I'm upset. Yellowstone's coming to an end.
But they're ending it, no doubt.
They're ending the main one. Now, they're going to do there's talks of this sequel show that may include some current members, but also include Matthew McConaughey. They've also got this 1893 and 1923 show.
You're
thinking of 1800.
1800, yeah. 1942.
1942.
So R.I.P. to Yellowstone. Is it R.I.P. to this college basketball legend after his radio interview that came out yesterday? We'll play it for you. You decide next on The Fan. But let me get you set up with the Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ coming at you. Bobby Belt out for a few more days. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back on DFW Sports Station. Y'all want to have some fun with Bobby since he trolls and screws with you all the time. Just tag him on Twitter with glad y'all finally canceled. No Below the Belt today. Below the Belt is finally gone and ruin his Tuesday vacation day with the family. That ought to freak him out. Show of Wales at 9 o'clock. John Buccigross, ESPN hockey coverage at 9 to preview the Stars and the Kraken. Brett Boone to talk about your Rangers at 9:20. Then we will crosstalk with KMC as Corey Majors is back on the show, and they will have Bruce Bochy on today at 12:20. But the big controversy in the sports world, the Huggy Bear. Apparently not hugging everybody. Bob Huggins, head coach of West Virginia basketball, former coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats, went on WLW in Cincinnati. Cincinnati is just a hotbed for phobias. They're the hotbed for hatred, apparently. Bob Huggins, with two radio guys he clearly knows well, probably getting fired after this.
Now, Steve also tells me that you have the best portal transfers. Have you poached any Xavier guys to come to play for West Virginia?
Catholics don't do that.
No, we're above the fracas, aren't we? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, by God, they can get away with anything.
Rubber penis. Was this
I think that was at the crosstown shootout, wasn't it?
It was transgender night, wasn't it?
What?
Was that it?
It was a crosstown shootout. Yeah, no, what it was all those fakes, those Catholic fakes, I think.
All right.
They were envious they didn't have one.
Well, Steve, your comments about Bob Huggins. Is he the best?
He's the best.
Your guy, he's the best, man.
Oh, man.
He is just the best. Oh, this is fantastic. Look at this guy. All right.
The F words that Huggins used were not F-U. It was F-A. Said it twice. Those Catholic blank, homophobic, hateful, no slip of the tongue. You can't argue that, oh, I just slipped up with my words.
He's the best.
You can't argue it. Then you got these freaking kiss-ass morons on the other side, and people are like, oh, this guy's been on the radio for over 40. I don't care. I mean, he's still sitting there. Now, I will say this for the radio guys. It is it's tough in that position when you have on a big-time guest, and they make an inappropriate comment to try and stay away from the fake laugh or to admonish them. That's difficult. That is difficult in that situation.
It's clear. Usually it's a fake laugh. I don't know if this was or not in these guys' case, but usually it's like a uncomfortable deflection of, all right, okay, man.
Yeah.
It's so.
But the radio host threw out the transgender comment first.
You're egging Huggins on, though, when you start bringing that up, the rubber penises and stuff like that. I mean, all that is getting him to say what he had to say. If you just stopped it there and said, okay, let's focus on a sport or something, then you don't get there.
The laughter and the reaction and the you're the best will get the radio people in trouble. I don't know if they're going to be fired. I don't think Bob Huggins survives this. He apologized afterwards, and I feel heartbroken. And as I always tell my players, there's accountability, there's consequences for words and actions. I will fully accept any coming my way. I'm ashamed and embarrassed and heartbroken for those I have hurt. Man, it's hard not to believe that Bob Huggins has a problem with gay people. Really. Saying it twice? Twice? And then everyone just yucking it up. Hilarious.
Hey, all right.
Funny. You're the best. Hey, play the entire thing one more time. As Huggins was taking this off the rails early, talking about the peens.
Now, Steve also tells me that you have the best portal transfers. Have you poached any Xavier guys to come to play for West Virginia?
Catholics don't do that.
No, we're above the fracas, aren't we? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, by God, they can get away with anything.
Rubber penis. Was this
I think that was at the crosstown shootout, wasn't it?
It was transgender night, wasn't it?
What?
Was that it?
It was a crosstown shootout. Yeah, no, what it was all those fakes, those Catholic fakes, I think.
All right.
They were envious they didn't have one.
Well, Steve, your comments about Bob Huggins. Is he the best?
He's the best.
Oh, my God.
Gone?
He's the best. Bob, yeah, I think he'll resign. I don't think he's 70 years old. He'll be 70 years old before the season starts. He is he's a West Virginia icon. I think they will let him go out on his own. The thing that's going to be interesting is,
and you said his recruiting class?
His transfer portal class is apparently just top notch.
How do you all of a sudden get that?
I mean, a lot of who knows, right? I mean, he's done a good job of recruiting.
Yeah.
Throughout his time. They had they were in the Final Four at least once at West Virginia. So he's done a good job of recruiting anyway. But you get some transfer portals I think they got a kid from Syracuse after Boeheim retired. They've got I think they got a kid from maybe Arkansas. So they got some players coming in. you look for a landing spot if you're a player, and then you get some NIL money. I don't know where West Virginia's getting their NIL money from.
Right.
But yeah, he supposedly had a really good recruiting class.
It's not from dentists there.
It's not from dentists, no doubt. So he supposedly had a really good recruiting class. I just don't know, again, like, is the school going to be like, hey, look, we'll stay one more year, retire after this year. Who knows what they're going to wind up doing. I would bet that he doesn't coach again.
I agree. It's not going to happen anytime soon. So we await the fate of Bob Huggins today after the interview, WLW. And what do you think happens to the hosts?
I would say probably maybe a week suspension, 2-week suspension. I would err on the side of nothing.
Not fired.
No, not fired. I don't think so. I would be a little upset with her. I don't know what it's very odd. Like, I have no idea what I would say. Like, I don't like to be confrontational in general with anybody. So I don't know what I would say in that situation.
I think probably suspended. This guy's apparently a fixture there, long time, for over 40, 45 years. But probably suspended, and Huggy Bear is gone. Tiger drama?
Dude.
Man, this girl's spilling it. She is dying for a tell-all.
So
she's dying to put it out there.
This is Erica Herman, Tiger's ex-girlfriend, in these court filings said, what had happened was, she is suing him and saying, he had sexual harassment against me. Woods.
It's Tiger.
So Woods, Herman states in the filing obtained by Yahoo Sports, decided to pursue a sexual relationship with his employee, then, according to him, forced her to sign an NDA about it or else be fired from her job. And then, when he became disgruntled with the relationship, tricked her into leaving her home, locked her out, took her cash, pets, possessions, and tried to strong-arm her into signing a different NDA. So he ended the relationship through what she says is a scheme back in October. He said, we heard this, pack a bag, short trip to the Bahamas. When they get to the airport, Tiger tells her to speak to his lawyer. He gets on the plane. Then Woods' lawyer, out of the blue, said she was not going anywhere, would never see Woods again, and had been locked out of the house and could not return. She could not even be able to see the children or her pets again. He took her pets. Tiger's a chicken. This is the second time, right? Remember the girl in the documentary that he wrote a letter to and didn't even break up with her, just wrote a letter to her. That he was in his hotel and she wasn't to be coming up there. And then this, like, he didn't even break up with this girl who was living with him.
Yeah.
He had his attorney break up with her.
Must be nice. Have other people do the deed, do the dirty. But apparently luring her out of, she says, they lured me out of the house with this vacation and then just left me at the airport while he got on the plane and said, and you're not going back to the house.
And you're not going back. So what do? What does she do with all of her stuff? She just leaves it there? I guess.
We'll pack it up for you.
Yeah, we'll pack it up for you.
We'll leave it on the doorstep.
What about the pets? What about my pets?
What about your pets? I'm sure Tiger didn't have no problem kicking the pets out of the house, too.
He's a dog kidnapper now.
Look, I don't know who to believe. Do I believe Tiger's ruthless? Yeah, but
that's a different level of ruthless, right? You can't even you gotta have your lawyer break up with your girlfriend for you.
Well, what about going and running to the publishers to try to spill everything about your relationship? You look like a money grubber.
You do.
You're like dying to talk about everything to get paid. You look like an opportunist.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. It's not cool.
That's one thing this is sick, but I think about it with my wife. I'm like, if things ever really, really, this is really naive probably too. She's probably listening. If things ever really, really, really went south, I'm like, she wouldn't get ugly to the point of like, money fighting and, you try to work things out and be fair, I think, but that's before things go ugly. I'm like, how gruesome, how nasty, how ugly would it get? My wife is so prideful. She'd be like, screw you. I'm out. I don't need anything from you. I'm out of here. And I'm like, that makes me proud. I'm happy it wouldn't get that ugly. I'm just telling myself that. Who knows until it actually does.
Who knows? You never know.
Who knows? But this woman, she knows the deal. Anyone who dates Tiger Woods, you're going to sign the NDA at the beginning. You date for 6 years, and now she wants to run to the publishers. What is your argument for reversing the NDA? What's the argument for that?
She is saying sexual harassment.
Sexual harassment while they dated?
Yeah, I mean, you can harass.
Can you harass your wife?
I think Sean has said this before.
Can you harass? No, don't put those words in my mouth.
Well.
I'm asking. I didn't say. I'm asking. Can you harass your girlfriend, your partner? Can I harass my wife? You know what I mean? Like, if you have a fight and there's restraining orders and there's distance, I just haven't heard that very often.
I mean, you can sexually assault your girlfriend or your wife.
Ask Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all of what is entailed with sexual harassment.
Yeah.
In this case, so I don't know.
It sounds weird. Am I crazy, or you just don't want to comment? No one wants to comment.
No, it does.
Let me sit in it. let me be the
Cincinnati
radio.
I honestly, I have no idea.
You're the best.
I have no idea what sexual harassment is defined as in the context of a relationship. I don't know what he would violate. Maybe if he cheated on her, is that sexual harassment? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Infidelity, but they're not married. So.
Right, they're not.
Why am I preaching to you about this? You should be telling me about it.
I don't know. I don't know anything going on.
877-881-1053, chartware.com text line. We make the transition to Stars Kraken Game 4. This guy's been so cool, and he's been on the air forever at ESPN. John Buccigross will preview tonight. Whale alert across the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's talk Stars hockey with one of the best at ESPN after this.
Let's get your carpet clean.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean and RJ on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And tonight, we got Stars, Seattle, Game 4, 8:30 on ESPN. And if you've been watching hockey on ESPN over the years, you will recognize this name. John Buccigross is joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Turn it up, Peyton. John, is your Wikipedia correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We know Wikipedia is 100% correct all the time.
Always is.
No, but no, I was a big Run DMC fan back in the day. Remember when my buddy Don Goodpasture gave me the first cassette of them and said, "Well, this is different. This is new." And so I was right there from Rap's beginnings, and so I kind of grew up with them. And that's actually an underrated karaoke song. Like if you know that jam, and maybe even have a friend who knows it too, it's a good karaoke song.
It's my 10-year-old's walk-up song in baseball.
Look at that.
Yeah.
He's a beauty.
The wiki profile, Choppy. I'm 6'4", 192, Mizuno MP33 irons.
No. Well, that's outdated now. I'm not that good anymore. Those
are blades.
That's when I was a one handicap. Yeah. Now I'm a sloppy 7.
Love chicken parm. Once played golf with Ray Bork. Tried to intentionally 3-putt from 30 feet so I could say I shot a 77 playing golf with Ray Bork. Instead, the slippery downhill putt went in.
That is true.
And I shot a 75. Is that true?
That is true, yeah. I actually did try to miss that putt. And actually, I wrote a whole article on ESPN.com, and actually one of those, remember those books, the Chicken Soup for the Soul?
Yeah.
And there would be all kinds of different, it was a brand with all kinds of different things, and one was Chicken Soup for the Soul golf stories, and they actually used that for that book, which was kind of a big thrill. And it was kind of, the lesson in the end was, the harder we try, the worse it is. The less we try, sometimes the better it is. That's what the Stars need to do tonight. Maybe let it go, be free, and then maybe good things will follow. We can't try too hard. We can't press too hard, or the stuff we want to happen is not going to happen.
What a segue.
What
a pro.
Yeah.
They're in the same position they were in the last series against Minnesota. Do you still consider the Stars the favorites?
I do. Yeah, I do for sure. Certainly injuries can always play a part in it, but and Seattle probably has been underrated a bit in terms of, when you don't have a salary cap problem because you're only in the second year of existence and you don't have any really high paid guys yet because they're not on their second contracts yet. You can have a lot of depth. You can have a lot of good players, 18 good players. Maybe not a great one, or maybe not even a couple great ones, but for the most part, it's a good way to have a hockey team. If you make the right decisions, you can have a hockey team put together pretty good in year one, year two. Vegas went to the final in year one, and the Kraken have a chance to go to the final in year two because they have a bunch of pros, only one young player, and Matty Beniers. The rest are 25 to 32, manageable contracts, so they get a bunch of those guys. So they have pretty good depth.
What have they been able to do? Nobody else has really been able to get to Otter. What has Seattle been able to do in this series? Or is it Stars defense that's let them down?
Well, they're getting these goals in bunches, right? It happened twice, and that again, maybe that speaks to their depth, where they get good matchups. Maybe there's a matchup there that maybe is a bad matchup that either coach maybe didn't even realize existed before the series started. But then they realized, oh wow, this line got out here against that D pair or that pair, and that didn't quite. And that you don't sometimes until the teams actually play each other with these new sets of players each round, you don't know what's a good matchup yet, and you kind of find it. And that's why long series are so interesting, because you can learn about your opponent. You can and make the adjustments. So coaching really does become a valued part of hockey. But that's one reason why Peter DeBoer keeps getting jobs, because he does a good job at these playoff adjustments. He's brought multiple teams to the Stanley Cup Finals. He's had good teams, but again, he makes the right adjustments. So I expect him to think about this, sleep on this, and then come up with something tonight that can help his team win. That's why he keeps getting jobs.
John Buccigross joining us from ESPN here on 105.3 The Fan. I've heard multiple hockey players say that momentum game to game is not a thing. Is that something that they have said to you over the years, and something that you notice as well watching all these playoff series, John, that playoff momentum just dies at the end of the period, at the end of that game?
I think so. I think that's true. There's so much exhaustion after each game. You get a literal and metaphorically fresh sheet of ice every time you step on, for the next game. It really is a clean sheet. You start all over. Your mood can be different. Your body can feel different, especially this time of year when it is so taxing. Some days you feel good. Some days you don't feel good, And obviously, like last night, Edmonton didn't feel good for whatever reason, kind of dead. Now they'll be extremely desperate for Game 4, try to even the series, and you go back and it all becomes about Game 5, going up 3-2, then you're in great shape, and I'm sure that's how Edmonton's looking at that today. And same with the Stars. This is our Stanley Cup Game 7 tonight. Mm-hmm. We win this, and bang, we win Game 5. Everything changes in 2 games. It's like, wow, what a different mindset when you're up 3-2, and it's not really momentum, but it's certainly a mindset of confidence, and again, going back to the golf putt is, a little bit at ease. Okay, now we're up 3-2. Now we can relax and be ourselves, and Jake Ottinger can be daring and brave and confident and loose, and he can be quicker. Loose muscles are fast muscles, and he needs to be loose tonight, and they need to be loose and to even the series up.
The last time we heard a background like this was Mike Martz looking out over the golf course. What are you at Augusta?
Oh, yeah.
Where are you?
Birds chirping.
I'm at the Infinity dealership getting an oil change and dealing with a leaky tire that keeps every 6 weeks. They got to pull in the gas station, pump $1.75 a quarter, and fill it back up to 32.
You've been living that life.
I do the same thing. I am on the same trajectory. I refuse to get a new tire. I'm just going to keep filling this damn thing up.
It's an extreme slow leak. If it was once a week, I would have been here sooner. But it's like every 6 weeks. And plus, it was over the winter when the tires tend to the old Tom Brady inflate thing, inflate gauge.
Oh wow!
Philosophy because it's cold. The tires aren't as high as when they're warm. I believe Tom. It was cold. The footballs are obvious. That's going to happen.
It's a cold day.
I thought they were birds chirping as squeaky
there
wrenches.
There are birds chirping. Yeah, it's not that's not fake CBS Masters birds. Those are actual birds.
John, we've we watched Jason Robertson have just a really, really great season. He hasn't had the playoff run that he had in the regular season. Are you surprised that he is, I don't want to say disappeared, but hasn't kind of lived up to his regular season?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. You know, it is an adjustment. The Stanley Cup playoffs tend to be quicker. You know, skating's not his strength. He's not a burner. So, you know, playing with pace and playing quickly, that's, you know, sometimes the games are fast and it's sometimes it's tougher to keep up for some people. But he's a great scorer, very smart, great competitor, and obviously really with a great shot. So he can certainly pump in 2 or 3 goals tonight. You know, it wouldn't be surprised. So it is it's a short amount of games. Sometimes it feels longer, but sometimes, you know, guys are not going to score. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins hasn't scored yet for Edmonton. He had 100 points during the regular season, hasn't scored a goal yet. You know, that stuff can kind of happen. It's, you know, mainly being consistent each shift in, shift out, and they'll start going in for him.
Your thoughts on Jake Ottinger and how concerned or worried do you think we should be after some of these performances where he's been outstanding for the most part, but when he gives them up, they tend to come in bunches. How worried do you think Stars fans should be?
Yeah, you can be a little concerned. You know, so you don't know what's truly going on inside his head if he doesn't feel right and doesn't feel confident. That is a big thing with sports and all kinds of sports, free throw shooting, putting, like we talked about. Sometimes if you're going to make everything, some days you feel like I have no chance to make this. And some days you're at the free throw line. It's like, man, I just don't feel good. You know, you're 6 of 10. Other days you're 9 of 10. And maybe he's had a couple of those. But again, that goes back to Peter DeBoer and what's the best way we can play as a team in front of Jake to make him his best, because you know we need him to be his best for us to win. And so whether they try a little different tactic tonight defensively on their forecheck or line combinations, I expect them to come up with something tonight to help him play better.
We love getting ahead of ourselves. If they come back and win this series, who's the better matchup, Vegas or Edmonton?
I would say, you know, probably Vegas. Probably Vegas. You know, they're scoring wise, they're not going to be as potent, especially the power play, as Edmonton. That's the thing about what makes Edmonton so scary is their power play. You give them 3 or 4 a game, and they're going to probably pump in 2. And they're going to draw in penalties because of McDavid. He's the fastest player in the sports. He's going to draw penalties. Amazingly, they didn't last night. They only had 1 at the end of the game. And by then the game was already out of question. So, you know, that kind of potency on the power play, and with those 2 great players, you want to avoid them at all costs. And so to play a Vegas team who looks like they might not have their starting goalie the rest of the way, an older defense, who knows, they could get another injury. So I think that would be the matchup they would want. But the pathway is there for all 8 teams left. It really is interesting. All 8 teams I can picture raising the Stanley Cup, and that hasn't really happened in the last decade. Usually there's somebody you figure, okay, they're going to get there in the end. Chicago, then the Penguins, and then Tampa Bay, and so last year Colorado looked like they were the favorite, and they did in the end win. So it's kind of cool. All 8 teams really have a pathway, and suddenly the Panthers are the betting favorite, and they look like the team that's most likely to win it. Unbelievable! They don't even make the playoffs. If the Penguins beat the Blue Jackets and the Blackhawks the last 2 games of the season, it'll make the playoffs. Now they might win the Cup.
Look, man, you seem like a cool dude, so I feel comfortable.
I am. I really am.
Your Wikipedia says so. Look, we have to wake up at like 4 a.m. and we start this show at 5:30 to 10.
God bless you.
Can you use your ESPN weight at all to give us a little earlier start time? These 8:40, 8:50 puck drops, John, are murdering us. Come on.
No, well, that's 9:50 for me. You know, I'm working these games too. You know, and not only watching them, you know, I got to work them. So yeah, no, these 9:50 starts are tough. That's why I'm there at 1 o'clock in the morning rolling out. So yeah, I wish they could start those things early. They must have science and demographics behind it, but it would be nice if they could start these things at 7 and 9 our time, and maybe a little earlier for you, 6 and 8. So, but we'll see. But again, I think it's science and the almighty dollar behind that.
Our listeners would like to know when you're going to try to pull off PK's fashion in studio. When can you copy that?
Yeah, he had a little Edward Scissorhands look last night, and it's often some sort of Kardashian pajama look most of the time. So I don't think I could pull that off. I'm better off with either a tux or a youth medium T-shirt. Either one of those. That's about it.
Medium.
All right. Before we let you go, we have it has been told to us that hockey players are the coolest athletes. So, of all your years, you got a hockey table of 4 for dinner and drinks. Who are the other 3 hockey people you're inviting? Pro, present, past, doesn't matter.
Wow, that's a great one. Chris Chelios is so much fun. He knows everybody. I mean, he parties with Eddie Vedder. He was invited to Michael Jordan's 60th birthday party recently.
Wow. Oh.
And yeah, I mean, Chelly's just one of those connectors. He just knows everybody, does everything. Everyone likes him. He's chill. He's relaxed. So Chelly would have to be one. There'd be a lot of good stories there. Joe Thornton is another guy who's a lot of fun. He's back from the NHL Tonight days, just retired. So he's one of the guys when we got back into hockey who remember me back from 1997 before these guys were born, who now play in the league. So certainly Thornton, Chelly, and Wayne Gretzky's a lot of fun. He, he'll have a couple pops and really like to laugh with the boys, and obviously all the stories that he has. And then maybe bring someone like Rocket Richard back from the 1950s to give us some old school mentality and some of the stuff that they went through with the riots and all the crazy stuff going on in the original six. So that'd be a pretty good four.
And what is the Bucci OT challenge that I see trending during all these games on Twitter?
Yeah, just a silly little Twitter game I came up with about 10, 12 years ago. Because we used to do it back in the NHL Tonight days because we did these late games you guys have to watch. And our show would follow the games. And if it went to overtime, it's like, oh, geez, when are we going to get to go home? You don't know until the game ends and the show follows. So we just throw $1 on the set, pick one guy each team. If your guy scored, you take the other guy's $2 and you start the show. Just a way to kind of pass the time. I just brought it to Twitter one day just as a lark. Hey, pick one person each team. I'll retweet you. It had big currency back in the day. So I'll retweet 10 winners. And it got really popular fast. I thought it was kind of weird, and I said maybe I'll make T-shirts next year, and we'll give away T-shirts, and I'll give you a chance to buy them, and I'll give the money away to hockey charities.
Nice.
Again, it just kept exploding. We've given away like $250,000 over the last 10 years. I wish I would have paid off my mortgage instead. I made this public proclamation, so I can't believe it's still kind of going. I thought it would fade away by now, but it still does really well. People enjoy it. Now I need a way to monetize it with one of these gambling companies so I can get my yacht and hang out with Run DMC.
What a beginning, what an ending, what an interview. Good luck with the tire. Thank you so much. We'll be thinking of you staying up tonight as well, man. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you, John.
Never bother me again. Thank you.
John Buccigross on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Wow. Here on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. We move from Bucci over to Boone. Brett Boone, a new member of the Odyssey baseball family. How legit are the Rangers? And give us some stories about Bruce Bochy that KMC can use against Bochy today. Brett Boone on the home of the Rangers next. But first.
lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Choppy thought it was the win of the year. The win of the young season for the Rangers, coming back and grinding one out against the Mariners 2-1 last night on this radio station, your home of Rangers baseball, where we are now joined by the three-time All-Star, four-time Gold Glove winner. He is a new member of our Odyssey family. We are joined by Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every single week. Good morning, Brett. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well. Are you in Seattle?
I am in San Diego. I'm smarter than that.
Yeah. It's gorgeous weather, man. It's San Diego.
San Diego's nice. I'll tell you, Seattle, though, this time of year, it's getting close to where it's about as beautiful as a place you can live for about 3 months. And then then check your weatherman, because after that, it's tough sledding.
So is it like, is the perception true? Does it rain like just all the time there?
It does. I was pretty lucky when I was there. My second tenure in Seattle, my kids were still young enough that, I could have them in school. I lived in Florida in the off season, so I could have them in school, and it wasn't a big deal to go back and forth. As they got a little bit older, near the end of my tenure, actually the end of my career, they were getting to an age where I didn't want to take them out of school and put them in two different schools. So I just kind of bit the bullet and stayed year-round in Seattle my last few years. And I'll tell you, it's tough because it's beautiful. I'd have people would come up in the summer to visit, and we'd be going across the bridge of Lake Washington. And what I got all the time was, why would you want to live anywhere else? Because it's gorgeous. But I said, just stick around for a couple months and you'll see. So I weathered two winters there where it's basically get up, take your kids to school. I'd go to the gym. I'd come home, maybe take a nap, pick them up from school, and it's dark at 4:30 and you're eating dinner and it's drizzling and it's 42 and it's, man, it's tough. You got to stay busy. I couldn't imagine retiring there with not much to do. But when we go about our days and we got to get up and earn a living, then the weather's not that big of a factor. But yeah, I enjoy my time in San Diego and flip-flops and shorts every day.
So being the Rangers station, we have Bochy on every single week. He'll be on at 12:20 today. Can you give us your best?
Love Boch.
Yeah, you played for him, right? Give us your best Boch story or something we can relay to bust his chops with later today.
Well, man, I don't know if I have any great stories. Just the guy, the man.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. There's not very many of them, but it seems like the American League West has a few of them with Dusty and Bochy. They're just one of those. They're kind of the old school blended with the new school manager still around, and not only guys that played for him, but guys that didn't play for him, guys that played against him. You never hear a negative word about him. Boch is like a big teddy bear. Very knowledgeable, runs the team great. But the most important thing is he sets the tempo. He sets that he creates a culture that you want to come to the ballpark. You want to play for him, And I haven't been around too many men like that. Bochy's definitely one of my favorite guys. I got a chance to play for some great managers. I only had Boch 1 year in San Diego, but you look forward to going to the ballpark and seeing your skipper. And that's very rare in this day and age. Usually as a player, it's like, keep the skipper away from me. Hopefully he pops up around 7 o'clock at game time and we go to battle for 3 hours a night. But Boch was one of those guys. He was just personable. He was like your buddy. I mean, business was business. When you got to the ballpark, you did your job. But on the plane flights and on road trips, he'd come to the back of the plane and hang out, and he was your buddy. You might jump in a card game, which all managers don't have that. They don't have that weigh in. Guys usually, when the game's over, they like to be with the guys. They like to be with their teammates, not with staff.
Yeah.
But Bochy is that rare exception where he's a special guy. He really is.
And it doesn't seem like there's any problem with him relating to younger players. That was kind of a thing. He hadn't been in the league for a couple of years. He's almost 70 years old. And this is a young team for them, at least, outside of a couple of guys. Has he always had that ability to relate to young guys?
Yeah, he's got that it factor. If he comes on with you once a week, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He's just got that. He's got that Midas touch.
Yep.
It's just doesn't matter how young, how old you are. You can't help but love him. Dusty Baker's another one of those guys. I never got to play for Dusty, but I've spent a lot of time with him. I've had him on my show. The guys that have played for him would take a bullet for him, and the guys that play against him, he makes you feel like you played against. I used to walk onto the field. I played against Dusty for years. He actually grew up in the generation where him and my dad were opponents for a lot of years. And I'd walk onto the field, and whoever Dusty was managing at the time, and I'd hear a voice, "Boone, what's going on?" And I'd turn over, and there's Dusty. "Hey, Dust, what's going on?" I never really had a conversation with him one time when I was a player, but for some reason he made me feel like we were family or something, and I'd see him at an event. I'd be like, "Dusty, what's going on?" "Boone, hey, we really don't know each other, but we kind of do, don't we?" Another special guy. The American League West this year is full of buddies of mine, with Boch and Dusty and one of my best friends and a high school teammate. He's like a little brother to me. Phil Nevin's running the Angels over there. So everywhere I look, I got buddies over there. Mark Kotze, another buddy of mine. He's having a tough time in Oakland this year, but interesting to watch these guys battle.
Brett Boone has the podcast, an Odyssey original, and he's joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Brett, are the Texas Rangers for real?
I think they are. I've started to obviously pay attention to them. They're leading the division. I think it's a revamped division. Texas hasn't been heard from in a long time. They made some off-season acquisitions. I really like the Evaldi kid that came over. I started watching him years ago when he was with Boston. If he can stay healthy, he's definitely a formidable number 2 guy. But the key, I think the key, this isn't, I'm not rewriting the book here, but DeGrom's got to be healthy. I mean, that's DeGrom. He's on the mound. He's as good as anybody in the game at all times, but you got to keep him healthy if this Texas Ranger team is really going to make a serious run. I think Gray's doing a great job. Perez doing a great job. That offense is really revamped. You're top of the league in hitting. A lot of really good players and fun players to watch in that Rangers lineup. I think if you had a weakness, bullpen's okay.
Yeah.
I look at the bullpen, it's okay. But pitching as a whole is holding up. I look at that division. I really like the Seattle Mariners. I'm a little biased to them, but I really think from a pitching staff standpoint, they're superior to both the Angels and the Texas Rangers. From a potential standpoint, they lost Robbie Ray, which is a big blow for the Mariners. But they can't offense with the Texas Rangers. They can't offense with the LA Angels. So it's going to be a battle. Angels, I don't think can pitch at the top. Once you get past Ohtani and Sandoval, they're really thin when it comes to their pitching staff, stacked offensively. I look at that division, and I've been saying this lately in the last couple of weeks. When you look at Major League Baseball in 2023, it's a different animal than it used to be. Even when I was playing 15 years ago, the 162 has become much more relevant than it used to be. We used to start off the season, man, we got to win 92 games. We got to win 94 games to get to the postseason. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
There's so many playoff spots. It's as easy as time as it's ever been in the history of baseball to get to the postseason. Now, that being said, you got a lot more landmines once you get there, many more series to get through to get to the World Series. But just to get into the playoffs, I think it's easier than it's ever been. I think the Rangers have a great shot of getting to the postseason this year. What you do after that is up to each individual team. I think we saw a good example of that last year with the Philadelphia Phillies, kind of limped into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Caught lightning in a bottle, and we're two games away from winning a World Series. So I look at this Rangers team. I think for you guys that live there and been watching this team for years, it's got to be exciting right now, leading that division. But everybody's kind of waiting for, hey, Houston going into the season. I think a lot of so-called experts picked Houston as the best team in that division. I was definitely one of them, but they've had some injuries earlier. They lost Garcia. Michael Brantley hasn't been on the field yet. I think he's coming back shortly. And one of their big leaders that's been a big part of that organization for a long time, Altuve, obviously, WBC, broke his finger, so he's coming back soon. Houston's always going to be formidable. That's a really good division. Outside of the American League East, it's probably the second best division, second toughest division in all of baseball. But it's going to be a fun summer and watching these guys battle. But Texas definitely has made some noise and made it known. Another thing I didn't touch on, I think another guy that struggled with injuries and such a huge talent. He's hurt again this year, and that's your shortstop Seager. Off to a great start, but you really need him. So Seager and DeGrom, huge parts of that Rangers, but you get them healthy and cranking, anything could happen. So I say at this point, why not the Rangers?
Good answer. Now, before we let you go, we know that you have the multi-generational baseball legacy. Our midday host, Mike Bassick, and his father also played in the bigs. Do you remember Mike Bassick and how many at-bats you had against him?
Mike Bassick, lefty.
Wow. Yes.
Played for Texas. Played for, I believe, Washington Nationals.
Wow.
I would say, I'll tell you what, lefties, I love lefties. With the exception of a few, maybe Randy Johnson. I could do without him. Maybe a Tommy Glavine in the mid-'90s. He wasn't a walk in the park, but for the most part, lefties, they're just a relief. Everything's breaking into you. I'll tell you, I had to guess it would be limited time. I can see the name on his back right now.
Wow.
I would say I didn't get a hit off him.
3 at-bats. And the boss didn't send me the results. I stopped because I didn't think you were going to know who he was.
If you saw the name on the back of his jersey, that probably means he was looking at the ball turned around.
No. That's a real unique name, and I do remember that. You mentioned the name Bassick. I said, yeah, I faced him at some point. I remember he's left-handed. That's a left-handed last name.
That was impressive. That's a left-handed last name. He gave up one of the most famous home runs ever.
Oh, he gave up the homer to Bonds.
There you go. Man, you're really freaking good at this.
I'm a connoisseur.
He's a connoisseur.
I like it.
Hey, man, you're fantastic. You're welcome back anytime. Welcome to the Odyssey family, and we'd love to keep having you on throughout the season. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Have a good day.
Wow, Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. That was impressive.
There's a lot of guys out there who can remember like just about every at bat they've had, who they hit home runs off of. It's really wild. The
like
memory.
LeBron.
Oh, LeBron. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of athletes can do that. I remember listening on with Bob Costas and Jim Cott was calling games. And he goes, "Yeah, I remember that. I gave a home run to this guy at a 2-0 pitch. It was a fastball." It's like, how do you remember that? They do. These guys have great memories.
Wow. 3 at-bats against Mikey B. Let's see if Mikey remembers what happened in the at-bats. Let's crosstalk with KMC back together again next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece back together again. That is because Corey Majors is in studio. 3-day vacay? Little extended weekend?
I mean, like, yeah, 1 day vacay, because Monday was the only vacation day. Saturday and Sunday were just regular weekend days, Sean.
That's how it works.
We get those off
yeah.
for free.
Thanks, a lot
America.
of things are free around here from what I've heard.
But yeah, we worked a little on Saturday too. I don't know if Kevin talked about it much.
Not at all.
We emceed the My Possibilities community ball on Saturday night and helped raise
lots of money.
Over $640,000.
Whoa, that's not that much.
It was
what? That felt like a lot. Oh my god!
It was awesome. We were really excited, had a lot of fun, and it was an absolute blast. So. Coming up on the show today, Sean, Bruce Bochy joins us after their second one-run win this season.
Is it their own second?
Yeah.
They've been bludgeoning teams.
We just had Brett Boone on. We asked if he remembered you. Spittle went and did the homework. Do you know how many at-bats you faced, Brett?
My guess would be 5. I faced him in 2 different games, in 01 and 03, I think were the years.
3 times?
3 times. He was 0 for 2 with a walk.
But he remembered you exactly. It was pretty impressive.
Well, he might remember because they tied for the greatest record in the history of baseball for wins, and they lost a game where they were up 14-2, and that was my debut game. So, in a weird way, he might remember. He probably doesn't remember everybody he faced, but he might remember that game going, I can't believe we were on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, and we're up 14-2 and lost.
How many innings did you pitch in that game?
6.
You may have faced him all 3 times in that game.
They started taking out a lot of their regulars.
Oh.
So he might have been taken out of the game at some point.
You got anything else?
But he would he'd have 2 approaches, which nobody does this anymore. He would have a regular approach where he would just hold the bat normal and stand kind of in a normal position in the box.
Are you going to talk about choking up?
Oh, I love this. This is great.
Do kids know about choking up?
He would choke up a good 2 inches on the bat and then put his toes on the inside part of the white line, like almost touching home plate, to be like, I'm going to protect the inside part and I'm not going to allow you to hit the outside corner without me feeling like it's more middle. And so he would have 2 approaches at the plate. Once he got to 2 strikes, it was choke up and stand right on top of the dish.
Do kids choke up anymore?
Some do.
Okay.
Some do.
Yeah, a little. By the way, I was thinking of Jane Slater this weekend.
Good for you.
Many guys were.
Here's why I was thinking about her. I don't know if she's listening or not. But at one point during the Angel series, which I heard you guys say a lot of people were watching those games this weekend.
Yeah.
Good for me. At one point, one of the Angels pitchers had a little bit of an issue with the volume or the sound in his pitch comm. And I was like, Jane could never play in the major leagues because she's deaf. And so she would have that thing on blaring 10, and everybody in the whole stadium would know what the pitch is because they'd be like, fastball away! And Jane would be like, I think I heard that. Can you repeat it one more time before the clock runs out? It's like, I don't know how she'd have to have an earpiece to possibly pitch in the major leagues.
What I'm blown away by is the pitchers who have it on them, who have the buttons on their body.
And tell the catcher?
Yeah, because first of all, you would think the catcher, the hitter, might be able to hear it.
He does have an earpiece.
Okay, so he has an actual earpiece.
Catcher, if you notice at the end of the game, the catcher almost takes out like an earpiece that you would see a TV person wearing.
But also, if you're the pitcher, I mean, you can't have it on your, it has to be covered, right?
Some of them are on their wrist or their hip.
But you have to, you're not going to be sitting there with the runners on base looking at your pitch comm while someone's, is over there at first. I think Ohtani, I think they said he memorized where it is on his body, so he just doesn't even look.
Greinke might have it on the side of his hip and might put his glove over it and then hit the button. I think that's how Greinke does it. So
they say my headphones are really loud too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Jane is just blow out your ears, volume 73 out of 1 out of 10.
I think Choppy is either he's really nice and turns the volume all the way down before he leaves, or he's very self-conscious and he doesn't want people to know how loud his headphones are. I don't know where you are on this.
Super low.
Do you turn the volume down? Because I plug into his and it's never.
He doesn't need to hear what other people are saying.
Hey, we explain a lot on the show.
I keep them very low.
Okay.
I don't want to. I've heard too many horror stories of radio people having being hard of hearing as they get older, and it's not. I'm not going to have them loud.
Are you guys going to talk about Bob Huggins today?
Man, I saw an article that was like, it's going to be tough for Bob Huggins to keep his job. And I was like, yeah, probably.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to disagree.
No, I was just thinking, yeah, I could also see that. I don't really know how that process goes. Oh, yeah. Sorry about those things I said.
You think he's
I mean, he repeated it.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I don't think this is
Are you all talking about it?
I mean, I don't have it down on
it.
the run sheet just because I don't understand I don't totally get the alternate point of view of like, hey, you can't just go say things like that. And everyone's like, it's fine.
He apologized, right? Didn't he released a statement. He tweeted something out.
And then he talked about Castellanos hitting a deep fly to left.
That's right.
Play
Play
do all
it,
the
Peyton.
That's different.
Play the whole thing. This is
No
on,
bleeps?
on
Oh, no, we-
Oh my God.
Play without the
better
bleeps.
have
We have
bleeps.
I want to hear that version. first.
WLW Bob Huggins, head coach of West Virginia.
Now, Steve also tells me that you have the best portal transfers. Have you poached any Xavier guys to come to play for West Virginia?
Catholics don't do that.
No, we're above the fracas, aren't we? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you. I tell you what, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, by God, they can get away with anything.
Rubber penis. Was this
I
like
think that was at the crosstown shootout,
I
wasn't
think
it?
it was transgender night, wasn't it?
What?
Was that it?
It was a crosstown shootout. Yeah, no, what it was all those fakes, those Catholic fakes, I think.
All right.
They were envious they didn't have one.
Well, Steve, your comments about Bob Huggins. Is he the best?
He's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best.
Did they hang up on him? Did
That's
they, like,
also
clear-
a weird take.
Yeah.
You're the best.
You're the best, man.
They didn't hang out.
He's the best.
Hey, he's the best.
I cut off the audio.
Okay.
He's the best.
So
you got
Speaking of basketball,
you felt very comfortable in that interview, I guess. Huh?
Man, and he said it again. He was like, slur, double down with it. How? I don't and I know people are going to be like, cancel culture is soft. And like, I hear you on that. I still think there's a world of difference between that and be like, this is what I'm going to say. Deal with it.
I thought it was kind of like when he kind of saucy whenever he threw out rubber peni. You know,
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
thought he
oh
was-
man,
that got lost. The transgender comment, that's lost.
Yeah.
That's far off gone.
I think the first part he could have survived fine.
But I do have a baseball clip for you.
okay?
This is Eduardo Perez apologizing after Sunday Night Baseball. What happened, Choppy?
Mookie Betts, it's a home run.
Okay, Dodgers, Padres. yeah.
Dodgers, Padres, Sunday Night Baseball, and just play the short one. This is the call for they flashed Fernando Tatis on the screen after Betts hits the home run, and this is Eduardo Perez.
That's what a superstar looks like, Nando.
Calling Fernando Nando. So
Okay.
he then goes on. We're not going to play his whole.
No. I mean,
Is Nando like
Yeah, it's-
a negative?
no. It's just he's kind of taking a shot.
I was
at-
just seriously asking.
So
yeah.
everybody around baseball knows. So just so everybody knows, Fernando Tatis is a bad leader, bad teammate for the most part. And so I think he accidentally slipped out, which you're kind of not supposed to on a national broadcast,
Yeah.
to kind of put out what everybody knows around baseball is that he is not really liked amongst his peers in Major League Baseball.
So he then went on like his own podcast or radio show, like,
Yeah.
apologize, I shouldn't have gone there. It was such a shot.
I didn't think like that. I didn't think was as inflammatory, but I hear what you're saying about on national baseball. You're supposed to kind of like keep
You
those
just kind of don't
opinions to
say like
yourself.
Fernando Tatis is kind of like not a leader. Great, he's a great player. Like everybody knows, he's a great player. Obviously screwed up tremendously with the steroid thing, and probably didn't tell the truth about it.
Kind of
but-
like Nando Calrissian. He'll stab you in the
Nope,
back. Is
that's
that
different?
Is a Star Wars
different.
Yeah,
different guy?
He redeemed himself.
Oh, he did, didn't he, with Cloud City?
Bruce
So,
Bochy,
yeah.
1220.
12-20.
Got a basketball take?
I have a basketball question for you guys. I didn't get to listen to the whole show today.
Okay.
Yesterday we had some fun with the Athletics grades on the Dallas Mavericks. Did you guys get to that?
The exit survey, it's very sad.
From 2,000 fans. So they graded, like the fans of 2,000 people graded Luka, graded Jason Kidd, and it was very interesting. The Jason Kidd thing, the public has totally turned on him.
Yeah.
Like he's a DF coach to this public.
Oh. DF? Oh, D.
Like
A,
grades,
B, C, D,
not
like
in terms
his-
of down to
his two major grades were D or F.
What were Luke and Kyrie's grades?
Look, Kyrie had about a 10% higher percentage on A's than Luka and 10% lower on B's. So the public was a bit higher on Kyrie, or actually quite a bit higher on Kyrie than Luka.
Would you trade Jason right now for Budenholzer?
I think they're both bad coaches.
Really?
Yeah.
Why Budenholzer?
He was in Atlanta before, right?
Let's just go to the playoffs. He never makes a decision on how to get the ball out of Jimmy Butler's hands. I know it's not the easiest thing in the world, but we see when one dude is killing you, you change things up. He kept it the exact same. And then one that's unforgivable to me is they throw an alley-oop to Jimmy Butler with 2.5 seconds to go. He makes the alley-oop. He forgets he has a timeout and allows it took like 5 seconds. They were in shock that the ball was in. Then the dude walks over, grabs the ball, steps out of bounds, and at no point did Budenholzer ever call a timeout. Literally against the Dallas Mavericks, he threw an alley-oop to Brook Lopez with 1 second to go and beat the Dallas Mavericks. So it's happened for them this year. Saw it live with Derek Holland. It was great. Or my son. I think I got to take my son to that game. And then he forgets he has a timeout to do it probably won't work. Do the exact same play that Chicago just did. Throw an alley-oop to Giannis. See if he can dunk the ball, or Lopez. He doesn't even know he has timeouts when he has timeouts. And he'd already been a little bit on thin ice for bad decisions, but I won't be surprised with this. Honest to God, I won't be surprised if he's the lead assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks.
And real quick, the coaching stat on the head coaches left, or
There
what?
are 4 current head coaches that are with their team today that were with their team at the end of 2019.
4. That's
Pop,
it.
Spoelstra, Kerr, and Michael Malone.
KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
The more you Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagland, Mike Bassick, Reginald Atatula, but most importantly, returning today, Corey Majors. Welcome back.
I am here.
We need to
Did you mint julep it?
I did
There's
not.
no way,
I didn't.
right?
I'm not a huge mint julep fan. Sorry.
It has
Mike.
mint in it.
Yeah, and I like mint. Mint's very good.
What's
with
the
lime.
julep part? You are a bartender, man.
Yeah. Again.
How often do people go into a bar and ask for a mint
Mike,
julep?
think about this. I was a bartender at a Mexican restaurant. All right, like we were known for patio drinks, but it was margaritas. Like that's what it was, or Long Island iced teas because they were drunk SMU college students.
What's the one that you crush up? Mojito.
Mojito. We
Mojito
did that
has
for a little
mint.
bit. It took too long to make because we were
You
high
have to
capacity.
crush up the mint and the sugar or whatever together.
Yeah, muddle. You have to muddle them, and so what we would do, we would pre-prepare it, but then that would kill the mint. So it wasn't even worth our time. We were like, just take the Jello shots.
I do like a mojito. I don't think I've ever had a mint julep.
Mojitos are fantastic.
But the next time I go out, I'm gonna mint julep it.
Kevin, I found out that
Does every place sell mint juleps that has alcohol, I'm assuming?
Yeah, have mint and julep, and they're probably gonna have them both.
Okay.
Give me a second. I will find your recipe real quick to confirm whether or not it's a super. All right, ingredients: 8 mint leaves.
Okay.
Jeez, that's a lot. 1/4 ounce simple syrup. Every bar has it.
Simple.
2 ounces bourbon. Always carry bourbon in your pocket. Garnish mint sprig, and then garnish Angostura bitters. So there's a bitters that you throw in there too.
Everybody
pretty
has
easy to make,
bitters.
as long as you have mint. So there you go.
There are a lot of bitter people at bars.
I think the most important thing, though, that we've learned, Kevin, is that the TV show Supernatural had 15 seasons and at least 19 episodes per season. Let me confirm whether or not there was more than that.
So this show was like super popular then? What was the audience for this show?
I have no clue who watched it. If you watch Supernatural, text in right now and explain to me why it deserved 15 TV seasons. Which, if you make 8, that's good, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's how many Charmed had.
Yeah. If you
Okay, we were just talking about that. Did you look that up, or did you just happen to know that?
You take a guess.
23 episodes per season times 15, Kevin. You do the math.
That's a lot.
I'll have to get my calculator out.
345?
Yeah, and that's what they did with the Supernatural show. And it's
Why
on
are
TNT
there
every
so
day.
many?
So there you go.
That's a lot.
That's we start our show.
Okay. Now, since we started our show like that, I want to go ahead and go to cut number 1 if we can, because we need to talk a little Rangers as well.
First pitch to the switch hitter. He swings. That one's looped into short center field. It's dropping quickly. It falls for a base hit. Low rounds third. He comes home. No throw from Julio Rodriguez. Jonah Heim with a go-ahead single with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. And the Rangers are leading 2-1.
Mike, I have a question because early in the season, and
did you raise your hand like we were in elementary school?
I just wanted to make sure everybody understood.
Okay.
I want to talk first here. You asked early in the season after we played the Royals, I believe, and this wasn't because you hated our catchers or anything, but you were like, "Hey, would you be willing to trade for their catcher, Salvador Perez?" And I think there was kind of this still like we're not really sure about what Jonah Heim is,
right?
What do you know about Jonah Heim right now? Because I'm loving this dude.
So he's off to a great start. He probably can't keep this up.
I've got some numbers that will probably back that up.
Okay,
but
941 OPS with a 314 batting average. The dude's crushing.
I mean, that's kind of Joe Mauer like when he was in his prime. But last year he had a good first half. He died in the second half.
Okay, all right.
And a lot of people will say, well, even though you're out of the heat in Texas, right? I mean, one time it would be the excuse of, well, man, if you're a catcher in Texas, like Pudge used to tell me at times they would have an IV set up behind the dugout for him in like kind of late July, August, because you would just be running on fumes. And if you're catching every day in that heat, you just need, quick hydration. But he had never been a full-time catcher in his major league career. And so going through 6 months of being the everyday catcher is very different than kind of sharing the role with Jose Trevino, which is pretty much what he did. And then every once in a while they throw in Sam Huff, Remember?
Yeah.
Sam,
Yes.
I think he's still with the Rangers, but
Yes.
okay. And so I think he got an idea on what it takes to play 6 months of baseball as the everyday catcher. Yes, he'll get off days. Leon,
Yes.
will catch, but right now you can't take him out of the lineup. They're using him quite a bit. Like if he needs a day off, they're like,
He's
we'll
DH.
give you a day off of catching, but you need to be in the lineup. I do think he's going to be a very solid contributor for you. The great thing is being a switch hitter, you never feel like you have to pinch hit for him. You might have to pinch run for him every once in a while late in the game, but I think he's a guy that when we look at this offense and the numbers they're putting up, we had no clue what Josh Young, Jonah Heim, we thought Mitch Garver,
Yes.
but he hasn't really played
hurt.
this year. You just felt like 1 through 4, solid, good. 5 through 9, don't know at all, hoping for the best, and right now you're getting the best.
And it is amazing because spots 1 through 3, your top 5 in OPS in Major League Baseball. Spots 4 through 6, your top 5 in OPS in Major League Baseball. Spots 7 through 9, your top 5 in OPS in Major League Baseball. But I saw some numbers, and Jared helped me out with this, is I know last night, obviously, it took a while, a long while, for the Rangers offense to get going, but they did win the game, is their ability to hit the ball with 2 strikes has been staggering this year. So what do you think is the Major League Baseball average, batting average, with 2 strikes?
175 would be a guess.
158.
Y'all are shockingly good at this. 173.
Okay.
So you guys were like
Ooh, I was way off.
on the money. Yeah, you were 15 points off,
Yeah.
so you're bummed.
Yeah.
173. Jonah Heim is hitting 321. He is the only
two
player
strikes.
with 2 strikes. He is the only player in Major League Baseball that has a plus 300 batting average with 2 strikes. And it goes across the team. The team is hitting 202 with 2 strikes. Again, I know you might be like, oh, that's low. But when the average is 173, you're hitting almost 30 points above average. You're above average in every slash line. Batting average, 4th. On-base percentage, 2nd. Slugging, 4th.
Is this American League or all of
In
baseball?
all of baseball.
All 30 teams. That's big time.
OPS, 3rd. You're in top 5.
Without Seager for half of your game
Yes.
so far?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I'd love to hear Bochy's explanation of this, but Mike, it feels like it has to do everything with their approach. And their approach prior to this, wasn't it, hey, 2 strikes, you're still trying to hit a home run.
In fact, from what I understand, if you don't like the pitch on 2 strikes and it's a strike, take it. Take strike 3. That's
Wow.
from
That
what
doesn't
I
seem like
from
it's
what
gonna
I
be Bochy's.
understand. There was a point in time, and I don't think it's the approach now. Let's just say they throw a pitch. I'll just use Joey Gallo, for example. There's a pitch down and away, and you know it's going to be a strike, but you can't really drive that ball. You can't hit the ball hard. Best case scenario, you punch the ball the other way for maybe a single. You're hoping to find a hole over there. Don't swing at it. Just take strike 3 and walk back to the dugout because we don't want you swinging at pitches you can't really hit. I'm like, what?
That's an out.
Yeah.
Hey, you're out. You're
Take
out.
a swing. The outcome is going to be no worse.
And I would think about, gosh, how many
Brandon should
defensive
double play.
mistakes are made in the game
Yeah.
today? In fact, errors, I think, are at an all-time high, but we don't count errors anymore. It's the most amazing
is
thing to
soft.
watch baseball and go, that wasn't a routine play for a dude making $10 million? That guy was too hard. It took 2 hops.
And
I was supposed to
I
get
can't possibly. I would have
Yeah.
never gotten that guy out. So this offense is off to a historic start, right?
How?
Well, I mean, before yesterday's game, which obviously is a little slower, but you still won. So who cares? Is 221 runs in the first 33 games. I'm sure you've seen
We're
this
at
number.
223 now.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is off the pace a little
Only
bit more.
5 behind Tampa.
Is the previous record for this team through 33 games was 216.
Okay.
That was in 1998. You made the playoffs in 1998. So that's a positive.
We have won at that time.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
But I went
It was
back.
an
I think we
RBI.
win all the way, too.
Yeah.
Look, don't worry about what. That's going to be my answer
Oh,
for
that was
these
my
other
boycott
2
year,
teams.
I think.
That's going to be my answer for these other 2 teams. Don't worry what happened
Oh,
after you
no.
made the playoffs. And I think you'll also be able to zero in on the crux of the steroid era. Is the last teams with that many runs through the first 33 games of the season, the 2000 Cardinals and the 1999 Cleveland, now Guardians, is both of those teams won their division, and both of those teams obviously made it to the playoffs then. Don't worry and don't look into
I was with the
what
Cleveland
happened.
Indians at the time. I think we lost to the Boston Red Sox.
It was in the second round. One of those teams lost in the first round. The other one lost in the second round. I don't remember
99 might have
which.
been the first round.
But that 98 Rangers team, 99 Cleveland, 2000 St. Louis, these are the teams that like your offense is being measured against, and all three of them
won the World Series.
No, they did. That's why I said don't worry about that.
I want to know, though, now that you keep saying this.
The Rangers got swept out, and neither the Indians nor Cleveland nor St. Louis advanced past the second round. And so, the point is you made it to the playoffs. And then this is the other question that people have been asking all year. So I decided to go track down the information. Doesn't it feel like the Rangers are scoring 10 or more runs at a staggering rate?
Yes.
All right. They have already done that 9 times this year. And the 9th time they just accomplished Sunday, which was May 7th. Last year, they reached that same mark on August 18th.
It's like 2-3 months later.
Yes, 3.
3 months later.
It took more than 3 months
Nobody really
longer.
knows if it's 2 or 3.
Okay,
so.
well, it's definitely 3+ months.
Thanks, Mike, for supporting
I don't
me.
want you to count out the months, Mike, because I know you're going to be like, might have been 4, and I am going to punch this computer.
Who defines months anyway?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly.
I don't know.
From standard.
Joe
Vito.
Monthington. I don't know.
Thanks,
Steven Calendar I'm not sure. Not to be confused.
Steven Calendar's about to text in.
Not to be confused with Steven Collender, who got the water out of whatever you were making and everything. All right. So my point is this. Look at me, Mike. My point is this.
It's only been 14 minutes.
What's your point?
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Sunday was the 9th time this Rangers team scored 10 or more runs already. It took until August 18th last year. So a bunch of people have asked that question. It feels like a staggering difference. There it is. It is amazing how well this offense has done this year.
To add to that, Mike, you know what helps with create the wins? I mean, I'm pretty sure you do. You played baseball.
More runs than the other team.
The Rangers are 8th in earned runs given up. Like they're the 8th best team at not giving up runs.
And if you're top 10, you're almost a playoff lock.
That maps out to score more runs.
I think they're like top 5. I know this probably makes a lot of sense if you're watching Rangers baseball. I think they're top 5 in ERA for starting pitchers.
Okay, I'll have to go revisit that.
You're right. It's overall 8th because the
ERA
starters,
they're 9th, but earned runs. I don't know how that works, but earned runs. But their earned run average, I guess that's games included, is 9th.
And to wrap this up, I can see why Supernatural stayed on the air for so long. From the 469, it gets you like Breaking Bad. I've watched all of Supernatural 3 times. From the 214, I spent 10 years in prison, and in more than one prison, they would fight you for the TV to watch that show.
Are you serious? Did they watch Charmed in prison? Because I don't know a person in my life that's ever watched Charmed that's on TNT every morning.
I can see the appeal of Charmed in the prison for sure. From the 210, Supernatural was a great show, but it pretty much fell off after season 12. From the 817, coming from someone who recently watched all the seasons on Netflix, it's effing awesome and will get you hooked. From the 254, it's like the X-Files meet the Hardy Boys. From the 601, it's like the X-Files, but demons and angels replace aliens and werewolves. There's a lot of fans, Corey.
Wow.
From the 325, Supernatural was awesome. From the 214, Supernatural is a huge show in prison. That's the second prison shout out for Supernatural.
And here's one on Supernatural. I heard the show goes wheels off before, but I think this might be that's about us. That's definitely about us going wheels off very early.
Hey, we're in season 12. It's time for the follow-up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, dual game 4s plus more of my burning NBA playoff questions next on The Fan.
Blasting out.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Lonnie Walker guarded by Curry. Walker, pull up. Walker!
Turn this off!
It's the Lonnie Walker game.
Screw you, Lonnie Walker!
KNC
farthead
masterpiece right here.
Play like you're a Spur. I remember you.
The headline says Kobe-esque Walker puts it down.
Fine, whatever.
Well, do we have to keep pretending like Kobe is like puppeteering everything from the great beyond? I thought we had gotten past that.
Okay, but at least I understand this one because I think he was the last Laker to score 15 points in the fourth quarter of a playoff game. Like, at least I can comprehend why that was the case.
Gotcha.
Lonnie Walker, the rest of the playoffs, had scored 44 points. But in
this,
this,
he wasn't even in the rotation.
Total. In this fourth quarter, he scored 15 and gives the Lakers the 3-1 advantage.
It'd be like Frankie Ntilikina coming in and scoring 15 in the fourth quarter. That's how unlikely that crap was last night.
Yeah, so we can start with that. And I know the Golden State Warriors have multiple times come back from 3-1. Does this feel any different, or do you think they might still be able to do it? They're a tough team to count out.
Small chance. I think they win game 5. I do think they win game 5 and then lose game 6. It's tough to be this bad on the road and then just turn it on come playoff time. I remember the Antoine Walker, Antoine Jameson Mavericks, that booby shaker. They were horrible on the road that whole year. And then come playoff time, they couldn't win on the road. Now, Golden State did something different. They did win 2 in Sacramento, which was very surprising in the first round. Not that they beat Sacramento, but they did it by winning 2 games on the road. And so I look at this and I go, I think Golden State will push it to a 6th game, but unfortunately, Anthony Davis won't get hurt right now like he always does, so that's not happening. And without him getting hurt and playing like a top 5 player in the league, because let's face it, when he's healthy, he's probably a top 5 player in the league.
Yeah.
And LeBron's he's probably in that top 10 category.
He's still really good.
So if you have a guy who's about the 4th or 5th best player in the NBA and a guy who's about the 10th best player in the NBA, and they did a great job. They got, the Mavericks could never do this, but they got like 4 role players that are really good at the break.
Reeves, yeah.
I know Reeves was already there,
but he's been playing really well too in certain spots.
Incredible free throw merchant, by the way. Like sometimes we need a free throw right now. Austin Reeves, go to work, buddy.
I can see that.
I think in addition to like the road woes for the Warriors, a reason why I do not believe in them to like make this happen from down 3-1.
Jordan Poole.
Do you remember? Well, yes, but do you remember the last time that offense looked this hard for the Warriors?
Yeah.
Like the Lakers are making them grind out to get anything that they want. And that is not something that I think we have seen for a long time in this stretch of Warriors basketball. You can usually find instances where they can get to what they want pretty easily. The Lakers are making them work so hard for everything they get.
You've heard a lot of explanation about, like even Steve Kerr was like, hey, I trust Klay Thompson, but it was because like they thought poor shot. Steph Curry decided didn't go to the basket and ended up pulling up for a 3. And some people are like, was that a bad shot? Obviously, we talked about Jordan Poole for a while back. He does not think the bad shot exists. So that was a tough loss for them. Both of the series yesterday with Heat Lakers being the other, or excuse me, Heat Knicks being the other one.
It's going, like, dang, the Lakers playing 2 series?
No,
That's
going
crazy.
3-1.
Isn't that what the Warriors did to the Mavericks last year too, though? They did such a really good job at. I mean, Luka couldn't get anything off because Wiggins, the way that he was treating him that whole time.
Well, and also they would switch, and the big guy, what's his name, Bill Russell?
Yeah.
Kevon Looney.
Yeah, Kevon Looney. I don't know. He looked like Bill Russell against the Dallas Mavericks. He was doing a great job of switching and making Luka's life very hard.
So defense is still important in the NBA, is what I'm being told.
I mean, we don't think that.
Interesting.
But it appears as such. By the way, Nikola Jokic not suspended. He was fined $25,000, and he will be eligible to play tonight. Both 76ers.
David Stern's rolling in his grave right now.
Who is?
David Stern,
the old commissioner.
He's like, you manipulate these things to get the matchup you want, Adam Silver.
Yeah.
Both Celtics, 76ers, and Nuggets Suns tied 2-2 going into tonight. I've got more.
Did you see the other angle? Did y'all discuss the other angle on that, Kevin?
Which is?
Yesterday, the when he actually jumped over the wall and threw him. Jokic picked up
wrestling
the owner
thing.
and
I
threw
saw
him.
that somebody made like a wrestling
cartoon
with
pretty good.
what he did.
So I've got more questions for you about the playoffs. And I'm going to start with this.
I hate the playoffs now.
I know, and you're going to hate this question.
Oh, the Lakers going to win it all? I hope they don't.
No, but you're still going to hate this question.
All right.
Is Tyrese Maxey the breakout star of the playoffs?
I think so. I mean, I could say Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
But he kind of broke out last year. But now that it's his team and he beat Cleveland in a minor upset, I know it's a 4-5 matchup, but in a minor upset, he wipes out Cleveland. He's playing pretty good against the Heat, not great. But yeah, I can see Tyrese Maxey being that. He's no Josh Green, but Sorry, I'm glad
Yes, I'm aware, and I know we'll continue with that for a while. Now, you did bring up Jalen Brunson. With Jalen Brunson leading the way, what is the long-term future of the Knicks? Like, this series isn't over. It doesn't look great for them, but what do you think the long-term future is for the Knicks?
To trade a lot of their depth for a guy better than Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
I think I think that Julius Randle is like a borderline 2. Because he's an all-star. He's made the all-star team 2 out of 3 years. But it's like Jalen's not one of the 5 or 10 best players in the league. He's taken a jump into the top 25 players in the league. Wherever you want to put him, 15 or 25. But he's somewhere in that category, I think, as one of the top 25 players in the league, you know. But I do think they need somebody better than him at the end of the game. That in the last 5 minutes, you rely on whoever it is, and I know this is a bad example, but like you rely on Jason Tatum or you rely on, you know, I guess Embiid. I wish they would rely on Embiid a little bit more, but he's not in that category. And so I think that you take nothing against Obi Toppin, nothing against Emmanuel Quickley, who's hurt. You take RJ Barrett. Maybe you would do something different and you would do Julius Randle and one of those guys, and you go get a guy who you think is a true number 1.
Okay.
They do have a future Dallas Mavericks first-round pick. Now, if the Mavs are horrible,
unless we wait them out and suck for a really long time.
Like they have future picks. They have a lot of, I think, quality assets on their team. Yeah. That if a team is in a Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert, Utah Jazz situation, that they could try to take advantage of it.
How much longer do you think Thibodeau is with that group? Or whatever group they decide to run with.
What is his typical shelf life?
I feel like it's like 4 or 6 years.
I would buy that.
I might be wrong about that. I felt like he was there for a while with the Bulls, but it seems like this dude pushes these guys so hard.
Yeah.
And I wonder if like that's going to last forever.
I wonder how much it matters that him and Mr. Brunson, Rick Brunson, and, you know, Worldwide West, that they were able to get Brunson from Dallas. And that was one of the driving forces. Not only is New York Knicks my dream team as a kid, but they have my father. Like, if you fire the head coach, Thibodeau, who's tight with Rick Brunson, I don't know how much he wants to keep on the staff that they are getting rid of. So I think he has a good 2 to 3 years. I think it's the same thing with Kyrie and Jason Kidd. If Kyrie does sign here and stay here, a lot of it will be based off of Jason Kidd being the coach. So there's a little bit of tie for Jason Kidd going, yes, if Luka likes me and Kyrie likes me, I don't have to be a good coach. I just have to have the stars like me.
I think 2 to 3 years is a good window. If Denver doesn't win the title, or at the very least make the NBA Finals, how much does scrutiny on Jokic change going forward?
He becomes a little bit of Dirk Nowitzki and kind of, I know Dirk made the NBA Finals, but you remember how we felt about Dirk nationally, 2009-ish, 2010? Like, he's never going to get it done.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how good he is. He's not good enough to lead a team to a championship. Yeah, he can have an MVP. He can do these things, but ultimately he won't win it all. And I think if Jokic doesn't win it all this year, I think he starts falling into that somewhere between 2005 to 2010 Dirk Nowitzki category.
Man, I think Mike's got a really good point there, Reggie.
Sorry, the hilarity about that is, like, as we have come further along, and I know locally people have always been in this place, but like you were mentioning the national narrative. Nationally, people have revised their thoughts back about Dirk, especially like as we've gotten more analytics or we've gotten more attuned into analytics, going back and looking back and like,
Jokic is a darling
Dirk
of the
was
analytics.
that guy, right?
Yeah.
Like Dirk was actually way more incredible than people gave him credit for. So it's kind of funny to have that comparison there where, you know, if you look at it from that like ultimate achievement perspective, Jokic can't get it done, but he has been an incredible player all throughout this time. So I do wonder how that flips up if people start moving him towards that Dirk territory.
See, I think I'm inclined to agree with Mike, even though like going into this series, I know a lot of people were thinking this was the Suns, but even if you knock off KD and then like, I'm just going to go off the idea that LeBron and Anthony Davis, if you end up losing in the finals, I do wonder how people are going to take it. And if you lose this series, I think he, above all others, is going to get crushed.
That's interesting. You don't think that ends up being, because he's had how many seasons where he's dealt with teammates being unhealthy and then those types of things. Like, I do wonder if then you look at him as unimpeachable and then start talking about the organization around him.
That is That is probably closer to the way I look at it, but I don't feel like that's the way it usually works in the larger trend of, did you win? You know, like it usually comes down to, and I'm not saying it's fair, but it usually comes down to, did you win or did you almost win?
What do we think of Patrick Ewing's history?
Yeah, he's a great player that was a loser.
What about Barkley?
I think kind of the same thing. And I don't mean like you're a loser, but I mean like in terms of you didn't win the championship.
Yeah, it just becomes very tough. Dominique Wilkins was the second best scorer for about a decade. Great. But he couldn't beat Jordan. He couldn't beat Bird. He couldn't beat Isaiah. And it just starts going into, we just start fading those guys. And I think it's different. Reggie, you bring up a great point about all the new numbers that we have to show how valuable Jokic is. But I think in the history of us as humans judging NBA, NFL, and Major League Baseball players, if you don't win at all, we fart on your career pretty much.
How old? Dirk was 27 at the first finals? 05-06 season. And Jokic this year is 27. So if he went and lost, Kevin, it would be almost.
And he's already got a better resume than Dirk did at that point.
And he still has time.
What a Dirk hater.
But I do think this. Okay. I think if Jokic doesn't win it, I do think Denver has to start looking about how do we recreate a team around Jokic. Because if you're not going to get it done this year with how open the West was, then is Jamal Murray, is Michael Porter Jr., is Aaron Gordon. They're valuable assets around the league.
Are they the right role
players?
They're
way better than all the Dallas Mavericks role players. But should we start moving those pieces for maybe pieces that could be better around Jokic?
And one cool point on the Mavericks front is Jaden Hardy did get 4 votes for second team All-NBA. He ended up with the 16th most points and considering
All-rookie?
For All-Rookie, yeah.
I was like, All-NBA, that's dope.
No,
That's
All-Rookie. And for somebody who was clearly drafted significantly lower than number 16, that felt like a good step. And so he was in the others receiving votes category, so obviously not first or second team All-Rookie, but he did get 4 second place votes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Man, I thought it was going to be a perfect game. Rangers ruined it.
If you were rooting for it, Mike, I swear.
Was I? Oh. Next. But before we talk about that,
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Corey, do you think I was rooting for a perfect game last night?
Absolutely, I do, because he told me, he has told us,
I know,
that if it's a no hitter or a perfect game, he wants to see excellence happen, even if it's against his own team.
Not cool.
I was not.
Okay.
Oh,
he got you.
So weird.
I am really.
Was it too early in the game?
Well, it wasn't.
1-0,
Once
right?
you got down to 9 outs, but the game was in jeopardy for Seattle. It was, now, if it was 6-0, I will say this: if at that point it was 6-0 through 6 innings, I might have been like, "Well, it'd be really cool to watch a perfect game at this point," because I know that the Rangers can come back. They've proven they can come back from the other day against Arizona. They were down 6-2 and scored 5 runs in an inning to come back and take the lead. But last night, 1-0. Jonathan Gray was working his butt off to keep that game 1-0 and having a very efficient start. I was not rooting against the Texas Rangers there in the 7th inning. I was pretty pumped up that they were able to get a couple guys on base. And then they got the Jonah Heim hit and the Josh Young sac fly.
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't want to take the Josh Young situation out because think about how many times it's felt like in the last 5 years we just strike out in that situation.
Do you think appreciation for the sac fly is starting to come back around? Because for a while it felt like you were like, nah, this is boring. I got to try to swing for it.
I think the appreciation for baseball is coming around with these rule changes.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing more fans at games. And then I was listening to RJ Choppy. There were a lot of people watching the Rangers over the weekend with playoff basketball, with Kentucky Derby, with playoff hockey here in our hometown. Like, it seems like the Rangers have caught the Metroplex. And I think baseball rules have helped out with that too.
Yeah, even with the Bally road bump, people are still finding ways to get to it. Like, I wonder what the numbers would be like if there was even more like opportunity for
an
other
easier
fans
way to purchase the product.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
You want to make it really difficult to watch.
I loved hearing this line from John Gray where he says, it felt like it was just me against them tonight, and that's a good feeling. And I love hearing a pitcher saying, it was us. I was going at it with them. It was a battle. Like, I really enjoy that.
Yeah, and Seattle's a solid team. I know that they're not off to the best of starts. That puts them a game below 500. You're 4.5 games up on them, but what a big win. I remember Dana Larson asking me before the road trip started. So this is a 10-game road trip, and you're 4 games in. She said, what would be a successful road trip? Now, you play 4 against Oakland. I can't assume a sweep there, even though they are horrible.
Yeah.
I'm assuming 3 out of 4. And so I said, boy, you go 3-3 against these two teams. The Angels are above 500. Mariners are right at 500. You go 3-3 on this first 6 games, and then you win 3 out of 4 against Oakland. And you don't have Jacob deGrom at all on this trip. And, most likely Jacob deGrom, it sounds like, isn't going to pitch again until the start of June. And that's kind of the hope.
We can definitely ask Bochy about that at 12:20.
But because he gave us a great idea on Corey Seager. Most likely after this road trip, Corey Seager will be playing on the homestand. So I just looked at it and I said 6-4. Now, I know I'm asking you guys, and they're already 3-1 on this trip, which is amazing. When you're playing your 2 toughest opponents on the trip, it doesn't mean you're not going to lose to Oakland if you play bad. We've seen Oakland's already beat you this year if you don't play well.
But it feels like 7-3 could definitely happen.
Yeah.
And the reason why I thought that was a big deal is you said, I think it was last week, is not that this would happen, but you have to watch out, and the concern would be that you're really good at home and you're mediocre at best on the road. And if they can show they're average or even, dare I say, slightly above average on the road, holy smokes.
I just wondered after you got swept by Cincinnati if this is going to be a trend. You never know. It's so early in the year, but when you get swept at Cincinnati by a bad team, you're like, wait, are we going to be one of those teams that plays well at home and struggles on the road, and you can't really explain why? Because it's not like in Major League Baseball, it's a football environment.
Yeah.
When you go on the road, I get that the fans aren't rooting for you, but it's not a hostile environment in regular season baseball on the road. But going 3-1 so far to start this trip has been great. Look, Logan Gilbert, if they would have lost last night, Corey, I would have said, look, man, you're facing a dude who's kind of a borderline all-star pitcher, and he was on. He was nails. But that's even what's more impressive. You were on the road against a pitcher who had everything working for him, and you didn't crush the ball that inning, but you figured out a way to get guys on base. You got the ball in the air with the bases loaded in less than 2 outs to tie the game. You got jammed, like Jonah Heim kind of got jammed, I think it was. Obviously, he didn't square the ball up, and it falls in front of Julio Rodriguez in center field, and you take the lead 2-1. And then, guys, what I texted you, I was like, this is a scary moment now.
Yes.
Because now you have a 1-run lead, and you have to get 6 outs with a 1-run lead. And it just didn't feel like the Rangers were going to break it open. I mean, they could have, but it didn't feel like in that inning, you're like, oh, we're on now. We're crushing the ball. It's like they manufactured 2 runs. They worked their butts off to get those 2 runs. And it's like, can this bullpen hold it? And they were able to, Corey.
Yeah, that's the we haven't seen them do that enough this year. And again, point out, they've only won 2 1-run games this year. So Kevin, that when they're in that situation, was the other night you were like, did you see what Will Smith did? And I was like, what happened this time? And so like we're having that conversation as you're starting to feel a little unstable with the entirety of the bullpen. Yeah. What do we have to get that one kind of rebuilds that confidence a little bit?
And the 8th inning wasn't pretty. And I think you guys have a question for Bochy about Jonathan Hernandez when we get to interview him, because he did get 2 guys out, but he also plunked 2 guys.
And including the number 9 hitter, which like, unless it's absolutely strategic, which this did not feel strategic, that feels like that would be more agitating than just about anything else.
Yeah, and luckily Brock Burt came in and struck out Kelnick to end the inning, and then Will Smith had a great 9th inning. 1, 2, 3, struck all 3 guys out. So that was really impressive, really fun to watch. Tonight, you get to watch it again. I do like this, and I know the games are a lot quicker, which is great, right, for West Coast games. I haven't checked the game time, but I'm assuming it's once again an 8:40 first pitch.
It is.
Which is really helping because the game is ending before 11 o'clock, I feel like. Maybe it did end after 11, but it felt like it was another quick game.
I saw one of the games last night, I believe, ended in 1 hour and 55 minutes, which was only the second fastest 9-inning game this year, which is pretty astonishing.
And I know next week we get on the great Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins.
Yes.
And from what I understand from my father, he was a guy that, he would throw almost a complete game every time he took the mound, and it was almost an under 2-hour game every time he took the
So he was working fast.
So you knew if your game was at 7 o'clock, the game would be over right around 9 o'clock, and he would have pitched all 9 innings.
Sounds like he wasn't throwing a whole bunch of pitches then either. Like
no, he was attacking. He was always like, hey, I don't care about giving up solo home runs. Obviously, he wasn't trying to give up like 6 solo home runs, but he would usually, if you go check baseball cards, he's usually league leaders in strikeouts in his prime. He's there with Bob Gibson, or he's not Nolan Ryan, but he was up there in strikeouts. So he was getting strikeouts.
Although he also finished second for Cy Young. So
to who?
Kind of like Nolan.
Man, taking
dude,
shots.
come on. No one should have gotten that one that year,
shots.
We're going to have this guest on our show.
Fergie Jenkins on, who's a Hall of Famer, and he's already taking shots at Fergie.
I couldn't help it.
Oh, wow, Mike. Yeah,
right.
260, 273, 274, 263, like consecutive years of almost 300 strikeouts. Or over 250
look at his CGs, complete games. Read those in his prime, like per year.
23, 24, 30, 23, 29, 20, 22. Yeah.
He's probably mad the year he got 20. He's like, what a ridiculous effort this season was. Here's part of my paycheck back.
Real quick, you had a question for me.
Okay, so I was reading this article on MLB.com, and it said the complicated relationship between pitchers and pop-ups. And so the idea behind this is more and more pitchers are fielding the pop-ups, and I was hoping you could walk me through like what used to be the status quo of how you would do that.
They thought that we were the most incompetent people on the face of the earth to take a baseball field.
Okay.
And it's like, hey, I played first base. I had a college scholarship at all the schools I wanted to go to be a first baseman and a pitcher, which would mean I could catch a baseball.
Yeah.
They actually, the catcher throws it back to me. They don't walk it back to me because they're like, oh, I can't catch it. Just roll it back like he's a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
And so I've always been like, guys, if it's an easy pop-up in front of the mound, you guys are dead sprinting, having to have great communication to make sure the first baseman and the third baseman and the catcher don't smoke each other to try to catch this pop-up. I'm standing right here. During batting practice, you know what we have to do during batting practice? Shag. And I'm talking about fly balls.
Oh, okay, that's different.
So we're having to catch fly balls during batting practice. I was always confused on this. Can't we just catch the fly ball right in front of us, and not have to worry about a first baseman jogging in or sprinting in at 20 miles an hour to smoke us because we're in the way of him having to dead sprint to catch a pop-up? And I get the pitcher should never go towards first or towards third, like a diagonal route or behind the mound. It's too tough to run up a hill and run down a hill to catch a pop-up. But the ones that are kind of in between home plate and in between the pitching mound, those are pretty easy pop-ups for most of us to catch.
And that's what Luis Severino was like, that unwritten rule is stupid. I'm going to catch the ball. And is it Jose Barrios? With the Blue Jays, he goes, I've been able to play this game since I was 2. I was a shortstop, second baseman, and outfielder. I can catch the ball.
It's the most crazy thing I've ever seen. And because in high school, you always want the pitcher catching it because he's usually your best player. Usually you take your shortstop or your center fielder or your first baseman. And you're like, you're also one of our pitchers. So if they're playing a major position for the games they don't pitch, they can probably catch a pop-up because we're not like, oh, that's a pitcher playing shortstop. Third baseman, can you call him off?
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you for that insight, Mike. I appreciate it very much.
Boo and Mac, if they were listening, are probably like, you need to shut up, you pitcher.
I can't trust you.
Get the hell out of the way.
Let us fielders field the
Let
ball.
the fielders do it. You can't catch.
We need to have that round table.
Yes.
Like, when we get Derek in, let's go Derek and Mike against McLemore and Bouchel.
Yes.
And they're like, well, here's what he won't
what
tell
pitchers can and can't do.
Yeah.
They're like,
Haven't we
pitchers
gotten
can
that-
throw a baseball, and that is it.
We've gotten that line from some texters before. They're like, this feels too pitcher heavy. We need some hitters involved.
We'll see
here.
what we can do to balance it out a little bit more.
I got 5 major league hits.
Coming up next.
I only got out 45 times.
How much does gambling factor into your interest in sports? And if so, how so? 877-881-1053. We're going to do that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, Mike. We got plenty of time to get to some of that great Chris Young audio from the G-Bag Nation yesterday. But I got a question for you guys. How much does gambling, I guess, factor into your interest in sports? And if so,
I don't even want to do betting with Bassick anymore at this point, Kevin. I can't afford it.
I still haven't gotten paid.
Listen, dude.
Neither have I.
Neither have I. All right. Once I get a very important check, then I will make sure all my debts are clear.
Okay. You owe, and then I owe. E-I-E-I-O. Because once you give me the money, you can either give me all the money, and then I send half of it to Kevin, because that's pretty much how it broke down for the year. Or you can pay Kevin my debt that I owe Kevin and then pay me. You are the ultimate loser.
I have to pay you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I had to stop.
So, but whether it's, I'm just regular
it matters
betting,
to me.
Whether it's fantasy, okay, is it more fantasy sports or is it more like actual wagering on games?
On football games, it's the wager of the game.
Okay.
Because that's why I do like betting with Bassick. We don't have to do it. I get at the end, it wasn't it wasn't too bad. It was $200 pretty much, right? For me, it was $120 to you and that's for 18 weeks of betting plus playoffs. So you start looking at it and it breaks down as very little. I do not want to bet like what I call real money. I don't want to bet $100 or $1,000 on a game. That's too nervous, but it does help me when Baltimore is playing Indianapolis and the spread is Baltimore by 6.5. And one of you guys go, man, I think Baltimore is going to cover this spread. I could care less about that game.
Yeah.
Don't want to watch a second of it. Don't care about it. And when you say, I got $20 on Baltimore, now all of a sudden I'm checking in on that game going, come on, Indy, cover that game. So it does matter to me in that way. It doesn't matter at all Cowboys. The betting on Cowboys doesn't matter.
Because you're invested either way. So it's been 5 years now.
Did you say you can't bet on baseball?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't think I haven't. I don't know with my Bally's deal if I can or can't.
Okay, I don't know.
I know Bobby's told us he can't.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious about that. Sorry, I didn't know if
I can't. I don't believe anybody's told me I can't. But the good news is I haven't.
Okay.
It's been 5 years since legalization of sports gambling via the Supreme Court. How much do you think in just 5 years Americans have gambled on sports betting?
$10 billion.
I think that's very
$2 billion a year is what I'm guessing.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
it might be $20 billion.
Say, $17 billion.
$220 billion. So as soon as you said $10 billion and you said that's low, in my brain I was like, oh, that's way low. And then you go 20 or 17 billion, which is a lot more.
How much is that per year that we're betting?
In 5 years?
Yeah, 44 billion per year.
Wow.
Per year is what is wagered on sports. And keep in mind, Corey, you took a big jump. You went up $7 billion,
Yes.
which is a lot of money.
Because I can't.
Not even close.
I can't fathom what $1 billion is.
Sure.
Like seeing $1 billion, knowing $1 billion. I
Sure.
can't even think of it. So whenever I was like 7 more than that, I was like, that's a lot of money right there. That's a lot. There are a lot of people, Kevin, with some disposable income and how are they? They're generating new revenue streams now, right?
Oh, I mean, there's a reason that you can build all these sports books, and in a lot of states, and casinos, in others. But yeah, and that's what got me to thinking about this. Because when I tell you $220 billion wagered in sports gambling since the legalization 5 years ago, doesn't that make it seem like every human being who watches sports does it strictly for gambling purposes? I know that's not the case.
Yeah.
But it seems like it heavily influences it. And then what I'm curious about is like, how much do you think your sports would be scaled back if not for that? Like, let's say you didn't do fantasy football, or you didn't do daily fantasy or fantasy baseball or anything like that. How many games would you ditch out on because you're like, I don't need Travis Kelce to score a touchdown, or I don't need this person to strike somebody out?
It would matter because right now I do play fantasy baseball and I'm having a blast doing it. And I just up on the screen, I didn't know this because it was still up in the air yesterday. They put Max Fried on the injured list. He's on my team. I know he's a good left-handed pitcher, all-star. I wouldn't care that much, but that I play fantasy baseball, it helps me go, all right, is there any pitcher that is kind of in a rotation that could maybe help me right now? Who do I have to plug in? You know, you have to kind of know the league, so it really helps me in this job. I actually told Derek Holland once he's done, playing fantasy baseball actually really does help with rotations and who is the 18th best shortstop in baseball, because at some point, Corey Seager for me got hurt. I had to pick up Mateo on Baltimore. It helps me. Like, I wouldn't know who Jorge Mateo was if I wasn't playing fantasy baseball, honestly.
I don't know why this is the name that pops out of my head. There was a time when I felt like I knew an inordinate amount of about Placido Polanco because of fantasy baseball. And they're like, oh yeah, isn't he pretty good? And I was like, well, it depends. Like, if you're doing X, Y, and Z, what positions is he available at? And so here's some of the feedback we've gotten so far from the 214. No interest in sports gambling whatsoever. The occasional bet versus friends when my team is involved, but otherwise I don't dabble. From the 469, it literally doesn't impact. I don't have the extra cash to gamble on sports.
I think that's great too. I'm glad. That's
sure.
the thing. I would still love sports if there was no gambling. Like I said, I don't do it in a big number. I get worried about friends of mine who do it in a big number because you're chasing that high. It is a drug, and that's why there's so many people that lose everything on it. Is they feel like I feel like I'm really smart watching sports. All you got to do is gamble a lot and find out how you really don't know what's going to happen. Even when you don't gamble, you think you know what's going to happen until you put real money on it.
And sometimes I think you can read too much into it versus your better instincts when it comes to some of this gambling. Like, let's just say it was Buffalo against Kansas City, and you're like, you know what? I've watched both of these teams intently. I know Kansas City is going to win by more than 2.5 points. But what you'll end up doing is you'll be like, ooh, but Kansas City is 2-3 on grass fields, and so there's no way they can win this game. And so, sometimes I think the numbers are great if you choose to use them. Sometimes I wonder if people go against the other things that they have learned about these teams strictly because of that.
Kevin, how much do you know about horses?
Not a ton.
Right.
They have 4 legs usually.
And a tail.
Horse racing, but yeah.
And we found out the other day they eat sugar cubes and salad. They're really into salad.
No,
apples.
they don't.
Apples, yeah. But didn't the Kentucky Derby, breaks its record for gambling over last year, which was its record before. And a lot of people
next year.
Yeah, they're going to break it again because lots of people show up with lots of money there, and they're like, "Well, I'm here." See, that's me. So I don't like I have the fantasy football group that I'm in, and other than that, I typically never gamble. But if I go to Vegas, I'm going to gamble. I'll pick and choose some things because I'm taking a specific amount of money with me. So I guess if I was one of those people who knew, really balanced out and said, I'm going to give myself this much money per year to lose.
Okay.
Then that would probably be a better approach for me. And if I come away as a winner that year, I'm like, oh, this is great. But for me, it's more like if I go to a destination and I have saved up an amount of money that I'm going to take with me for that, then I'm going there for that. I've been very lucky going to those places I've won most times. That's been my fortune. But like Mike said, you go enough times, it'll bring you back down to earth very quickly.
Look, I always say the same thing. They keep building new casinos for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's not because we're all the best at betting. Now, this is another new person because we already got some of this feedback for Supernatural. The 214. If it wasn't for gambling, I never would have gotten into football. I was in prison with no money on my books, and my cellmate ran a gambling ring and taught me all about the sport so I can make money on it. I'm a diehard Cowboys fan now because they went to prison in Texas.
What did you gamble in? Did you gamble in prison? I'm kind of curious now. What were you out with
Is it like for part of your commissary or whatever?
Commissary. Yeah. Because he said he has no money on the books, so I bet you could gamble.
That's to get like Twinkies and ramen noodles. You get the extra besides the gruel that they serve.
You know what, Mike? One time,
still accurate.
I don't know.
One time when we were on at night,
I don't
know if he still has this or not, but we got a letter from prison.
Yes.
And Kevin had asked, how much are things in prison?
Yes.
And we got a listing of every cost.
I think I saw that in here one day.
Yeah. It's crazy.
A long time ago.
And
inflation.
Things have changed.
Yep.
And it is good that there are so many people that are saying that sports gambling doesn't impact them, because I have the same concerns, I think, as you, Mike, is people getting in over their head and like losing their house or losing their losing their family and stuff like that because of gambling. It's just like so many other things. In moderation, it can be okay, but you can lose control. And then somebody texted in, there's a lot of feedback here. Somebody texted in, here we go. When I first started sports betting, I thought I was going to get rich. And I bet that's a lot of people because you just key off of this one game, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, I could bet $50 on that. And then you win. And you're like, well, why not just bet the entire 100? And then there are a lot of people who are saying, I still don't understand the jargon. If there's more specific questions, we'd be glad to help. But one of the basic things that I always tell people is the plus and the minuses when it comes to the lines is essentially, think about it, is if it's a plus, you bet $100 to get that amount. So it's plus 220 minus 175 on a baseball game, for example. If you bet on the plus 220, you bet $100 to win $220. If it's a minus, you have to bet that amount of money to win $100. So the minus is going to be the favorite, and the bigger the minus, the bigger the favorite. The bigger the plus, the bigger the underdog.
And you get, if people don't really understand, you also get your money back too. So if you bet 100 and you're plus 220, they give you $320 back if you win.
That's a good note. That is an excellent note right there. And from the 318, I have a feeling this is going to be the way the day goes. First of all, Supernatural is one of the greatest shows ever. Second, I'm a golfer. Of course I gamble. And that was going to be my next question. Is gambling or sports you do yourself is golf or sports you do yourself most likely to lend itself to gambling?
Because you think you know more about it?
Because you're involved in it. Like, are you more likely to gamble on golf because you're the one playing it versus I'm going to bet on the Cowboys game? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, because I would rather than play. I'm not a good golfer. If I go with Mike and Mike's like, "Hey, we're playing a $1 a hole," I'm gonna be like, "I'm losing $18 today." Like that's happened. Or
I don't know, you should see me lately.
No, trust me, Mike. And so that's kind of my mindset. But if he was like, "Hey, you want to come over for the poker night?" I'd be like, "I know how to play poker. I can sit down at the table and know I'm not the sucker, at least for that long that night." So yeah, maybe so, but it's got to be something that you feel like you're pretty good at until you run into a shark. I ran into a shark once. My buddy was playing pool.
Blood in the water.
We're playing pool, and this guy comes up, and he's like,
swam into a shark?
No, and I didn't swim into a shark. It was pool. We were playing pool.
I don't think it's an actual shark.
It wasn't a real shark. It was somebody
in a pool.
But my buddy, he's like, hey, we're playing pool with these guys. We lose a couple, and he's like, the guy's like, all right, let's play for even more money now. And my buddy's like, all right, I got it. And he's like, $5,000. I was like, I don't have that money. And he's like, don't worry about it. He said, you break though. I broke, and then the next guy went, made 2 balls, missed, never saw the table again. My buddy cleared the table, and he was like, "That's not my money, by the way. So we're gonna give that money to somebody else."
Did you?
But it was an amazing thing to watch at how he approached it and how he accomplished that, and his confidence in his game.
Based on every TV show or movie I've ever seen, did you get jumped by that guy and his friends
we did
behind
not.
the establishment?
We did not.
Okay.
Is there any part of you that wore some sort of red leather jacket?
It's not the Hustler.
And you started like doing some sort of dance,
singing
and then
Werewolves of London.
You held the other guy's hand, and you had a knife in your hand, and he had a knife in the other hand.
No, that did not happen either at all.
Then
but that's amazing. What
your gang danced behind you?
Is there anything?
See,
that
I thought you were talking about the Paul Newman Tom Cruise movie, but then we moved to Bad or Thriller for Michael Jackson or Beat It.
Is there anything that you're good enough at that you think I definitely could put that much money down on and I'm going to win? And I'm that confident that I every single time I'm going to win.
I don't think so.
Me either.
Because there's been too many times when I've fictitiously bet something where I was like, oh, I'd have bet $1,000 on that. And then it goes wrong and you're like, whoo, I'm glad I didn't do that. And that's the thing that I see a lot on here is some people are like from the 904, 903, you got to pass time somehow. You gamble on anything. From the 254, fantasy is the only gambling. I've seen some friends go to a bad place with gambling. And then from the 201, the town I grew up in, New Jersey, was gambling central. I saw so many people screw up their lives that I get no joy from it. I feel like a loser even when I win.
New Jersey.
And that's one of the things that I've always wondered about as well, is like, do some people just not gamble at all because the people around them have had their lives impacted by that?
I'm sure there's some of that. And then for me personally, I don't get enjoyment out of it. It's more stress than anything else. And I'm like, this isn't fun for me.
If you've never gambled specifically on a game, you would be shocked how much your stress level rises from like you're watching that Bills-Colts game to I have $50 on that Bills-Colts game.
And it's a 17-point game with 3 minutes to go. That's when everybody turns it off. The gamblers are locked in at that point because the spread is 10, and you're like, if this SOB team goes down and scores with less than...
what an important field goal.
Yeah, and you're just like, you're rooting so hard. As you know, the team is just trying to get the clock to go to 0. They do not care if they score a touchdown or not, and all you care about is holding that team to not scoring a touchdown in a meaningless situation. That is gambling.
Absolutely. Man, there is a fascinating range of different gambling stories, right down to the I play $500 Call of Duty wager games. That is epically fascinating.
I think mine was only like, I think we were playing for 100. I think it was just 100. So
Call of Duty?
It was like 100 per person.
I tried to watch Derek play video games the other night.
Coming up next, in honor... Man, what a drive-by right there on Derek Holland. In honor of Tiger Woods, what's the most ruthless way you've ever broken up with somebody? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. So don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I can already tell this segment is going to get weird, but this is based on Tiger Woods. What is the most ruthless way you've ever broken up with somebody? And I saw just the headline yesterday, like Tiger Woods broke up with his girlfriend through his agent or something like that, but I didn't really read any more about it. What is the scoop? And was this really a ruthless way to break up with somebody?
All right, my understanding here, $30 million legal battle with his ex-girlfriend. Look, man, just imagine that it's like $3,000 for you.
And
all right?
she's also like saying that he sexually harassed her and stuff.
$300 for you. Like that's,
there we go.
She accused him of beginning their sexual relationship when she was his employee, and threatening to fire her if she didn't sign a non-disclosure agreement that she now wants voided. So I guess she signed the non-disclosure, and she, in court documents, he was also accused of having his lawyer break up with her at an airport in October. He told her, "Hey, we're going on a trip to the Bahamas."
Oh dear.
And whenever she showed up to get on the plane, Tiger got onto the airplane and he said, by the way, you need to talk to my lawyer now. And in that moment, he then evicted her from the $54 million mansion north of Palm Beach. Said, you can't get back in because the locks have been changed already while you were out. And we took your pets. So, like, yeah, the pets, you can't see your pets anymore either. I guess Tiger had already taken care of that. I guess she was going to publishers and saying, hey, look, I want to talk about him breaking up with me. And Tiger was like, look, there's an NDA situation going on here. You can't talk about that. And she's like, I don't care anyway. So she's going on with that. But that's cold. That is ice cold. But this does sound like a really strong, like both sides have legitimacy for the argument here. Look, we were dating. It's time to break up. We're moving on. You need to move on. And you're trying to defame me throughout the entire process as well. So that's going on there too.
So
that's cold though to be like, hey, we're going to the Bahamas. I'll see you later. You get to talk to my lawyer.
And a little bit gutless too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
To say you got to go through my lawyer. Now, I already got a text from somebody I know, and it says, what's the most ruthless way you've ever broken up with someone? I divorced my wife while deployed in Iraq because I just couldn't take it anymore. It was the final day before our 5th anniversary.
Whoa. See, I guess are days of
Holy
significance important to the whole thing? Because now every time that date comes around, right, it's like, man.
I do think about that. Like, don't break up with somebody at Christmas. Like, you know, if you're going to
ruin their Christmas,
just do it on like the 19th if you
just
can.
don't get them a gift, right?
Well,
and then they get mad, and you're like, "You want to break up?"
See, that I guess, that's a way to do it. And this wasn't the end all be all reason that they broke up, but I did have a roommate in college that on him and his fiance's anniversary, he didn't get her anything. But also, he bought a brand new MP3 player when that was the thing, and he talked about how expensive it was.
Was it a Zune?
What is a Zune?
No, I mean, maybe. I don't even remember what it's just when you just called it an MP3 player.
What was the iPod, the Apple version of MP3 players? I can't even remember.
I don't know.
You had the mini, you had the
shuffle.
What was the big? You had the big hard drive basically that you carried around.
And so
record player. The iPod Classic. No, I think it's different than that.
The Silverback?
About that.
CD player.
From the
Walkman.
972.
What is happening right now?
Best breakup situation ever. I gave them a broken cell phone, and she said, this isn't working. And he looked back, and I said, exactly. Man.
Wow. Do you think that's a joke?
I hope so, because that is so freaking mean.
How many times in these situations, like what? Let's play a little percentages. What do you think is a percentage of texts that come in that are absolutely made up?
On stuff like this, 33%. No, 20%.
I was going to say 22%.
1 out of 5 is a made-up story that sounds really cool.
But there are a lot of people out there with amazing stories, right?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you a story that I hope
then the bed music is
people will think is amazing, but it went so wrong that I started as a joke. Reggie, do you have this song ready to go? It all revolves around this song, and you have to tell me you remember this song.
Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want.
This is
Wilson
Sinead
Phillips.
O'Connor.
That's right.
Irish.
Which one's right?
Not yours.
Sinead O'Connor.
Nothing compares to you.
It's a great song.
Old Ball.
It is a great song. I was dating this girl, and she goes, I don't know this
for
song.
you.
And I was like, yes, you do. And she goes, no, I don't think I've ever heard this song.
This was the fight?
Okay. And I said,
serious?
hold on. I said, if you don't know the chorus, we're going to break up. Just like as a joke.
Mm-hmm.
We hit the chorus.
To you.
I look over at her with a I looked over at her with a smile on my face, and her eyes started to tear up.
Because she's like, you're breaking up.
And I was like, oh, F. And I was like, no. Why are you crying? And she goes, I don't know this song. And I was like, I was just kidding. Do you really not? And I thought we were just having a fun talk in the car. and it went
sarcasm and joking with Kevin Hagen.
With your relationship.
Sarcasm joking with Kevin Hagen.
It went so wrong.
Do you know this girl still?
I do.
Do you think
What's
that
her
she
name?
like listens to hears this song and it's just like it
Just
really
breaks down?
Yeah. Do you think it really
There's
breaks
this
her
jerk
up?
I dated in high school.
All right.
Is it Jess?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it
I
is.
did. No, it's not. I did not think this other part was going to come up, but
Here we are.
it's not Brandon's mom. She went off to school and we were apart from each other. All right. There's this line. I think it's at like the beginning of the song, and it's like, "It's been 15 hours and 16 days." She called me at exactly that amount of time.
Oh, you ruined her psyche.
Since she had left, and I thought that was weird.
Dude, you messed her up.
She
bro.
started reading the lyric book.
Yes. And at that time, I'm sure that like you were still on modems, so it wasn't easy just to look up lyrics.
She went and bought the CD, and she was
What kind of
reading
drugs was he on?
No. And I thought that was weird, but I felt so bad. I told her so many times how sorry I was.
You scarred her, bro. That is a scar that's deep.
From the 682, I walked a girl to this beautiful old church across the street from my house. Halfway there, I started thinking, uh-oh, does she think I'm going to marry her? I'm going to ask to marry her? But alas, I was still in love with my ex, so I was breaking up with her to concentrate on getting back with my ex. It destroyed her, and I didn't really mean to, but I'm still back with my ex 29 years later.
See, that's what love's all about, man. Sometimes you have to make some sacrifices to eventually land, what you really want or find out what you really want. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the music love for some people so that you can end up being where you want to be,
Mike, you've never broken up with anybody, right?
Nope.
This is wild. Mike, did you you were so busy concentrating on baseball in the third grade that you didn't even think about girls, right?
Not in third grade.
Fifth grade. At what point did you see a girl and go, huh?
There's a girl in middle school at Daniel Middle School, which middle school is a little bit different now because middle school for us was 5th and 6th grade, and
That's
junior
still
high was
crazy
7th and
to
8th
me.
grade.
Yeah.
Like in
Never.
Youngville, there is a girl named Brandy Robertson.
We don't have to give her
All
last
right,
name.
I feel
out,
like we
Mike.
shouldn't have done that.
I don't know where she is or what.
But you don't need to say. You notice I didn't say the name of my person at all. What do you? No wonder that's your wife got it from you, and she put you on blast for going out on that date with that one girl, and she was like, "Here's her whole name. Here's her name again."
She was one of the first girls that I noticed in 5th or 6th grade.
Okay, and so that's I see Mike as one of those that he was so focused on baseball that it wasn't until Sue kicked the door down to say I'm in your life now that he really was like, oh, okay. So and then you only had one date after that, right?
Yeah, I guess.
He doesn't even consider it.
He kind of just went.
It wasn't like a real car date, I believe, is what I recall at the time.
Went to Chili's and Ellen's Fairway, but
what is Ellen's Fairway?
it's like a go-kart,
okay.
batting cage, video game thing. It's dead and gone. Nobody cares about go-karts and video games now. So, video games out of place. People care about video
Arcades
games.
and
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
From the 214, and I think they're telling the truth because they called themselves out. One time I didn't have the, let's say, testicular fortitude to break up with a girl, so I had my best friend hook up with her, and then I said, well, you cheated. So
What?
Wow, that's impressive.
That is, but they called themselves out.
That's
I think
diabolical.
I think that's
the fact that she would do that part of it, that she would be like, okay, and your friend hooked up with her that was accomplished. She wasn't even that committed to you. That's insane.
Corey.
But
you seem like somebody who's broken a heart or two.
in second grade, I broke up with Taylor. I don't remember her last name.
Good.
And she was a third
Not
grader.
Hearn.
Huh?
No.
Not Taylor Hearn. No, she was a third grader, and I called
Why,
her.
Taylor Hearn not good enough for
And I
you?
left. Taylor Hearn would be fantastic, but I'm married, Reggie.
Oh, okay.
So that's where we are in this.
You did
life.
not leave a
That's fair.
voicemail. You left an answering machine
message in the second grade, and my dad heard me as I hung up. He heard me, and he was like, "No, that's not how we do this." And he explained to me you need to be a man. And you need to tell her to her face. And so that was the last time I went through that process.
But you know what sucks about that is she still had that message on her answering machine. So, like, what if you went and found her and then she went home and then it felt like you double broke up with her because you're like, I'm still.
Or she was judging you because she was like, oh, so he sent the message first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then he came and said something.
But yeah, I never. It ended okay though. We were friends after that. Second grade. What's
Okay.
really happening there? So.
Oh my gosh. Some of these stories are uplifting because they ended up getting back together. But some of I don't know if it was Zune and other people are saying, are you talking about a Walkman? No, it was still.
He's just talking about the first iPod.
Yeah, it's an iPod. It was an iPod. I just Googled
that was
it.
later called the iPod Classic.
Yeah, and when you said Silverback, I was thinking of the phone, but they did have the little other thing that they had around too.
Mhm,
I don't know what it was called.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
talking about the iPod Touch?
Great segment.
Yes, iPod Touch. Thank you.
Coming up next.
You broke up with Adrian.
Oh my God.
We won't get into it. It's time's over. But yeah, I remember.
You just straight up broke back into her house and stole a painting.
And her heart.
Yeah, and there was another girl in between that I had to break up
What?
with, and I just kind of avoided it.
You ghosted
And she was in Adrian's house too?
She was at my front door. Oh man, this is
What?
Yeah, and I just left the door locked.
Overtime.
Sounds like we got a C block at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Everything you need to know about the NFL schedule release. We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends.
45 seconds in the half, but the Bears are at the Dallas 17, trying to cut the lead in half. Fields back to throw. Time to go into the end zone. Caught at the goal line. N'Keal Harry on Joseph, and he's in for the Bears touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits. I had one from Norma's this morning. Had a great breakfast with a friend of mine, and I had a biscuit.
Norma's got good biscuits.
It was a good biscuit. I would have liked it with the sausage gravy, but I just went strawberry jelly.
You want to give that friend's full name?
Mark Fagnaw.
Oh my gosh.
Michael, it's a great breakfast.
You don't have to do
He
that.
listens. He's a Tolo.
Okay,
He
all right.
listens.
Okay.
Giving people's full names that aren't in sports on this show. All right. So I didn't get a chance to bring this up yesterday, but I was curious for y'all's feedback. Is the Bears offensive coordinator, Luke Getty, said Justin Fields is already light years ahead of this time last year. With some of the wheelings and dealings they made, the money they had to spend, do you anticipate a, let's just say, significantly better Bears team and quarterback this season?
Yes.
I absolutely do. And we were saying that last year, that I think Justin Fields is going to be very good. And people were texting in, Kevin. They were just like, this dude's garbage. Look,
I like Justin
all he does is
Fields.
run. I'm like, dude, that's because he has a second to drop back and throw.
Yeah.
And then obviously, like the moment where he jumped over Micah Parsons, everybody's like, this dude's football brain is non-existent. But I think he has a great arm. I think he can make very good, talented throws. And then whenever everything does finally break down, if you have a good offensive line in front of him, like he has an elite ability to get away. And so once he turns that to, hey, I'm a passer too, which I think he can do at a very high level, I think he's going to be good. But hearing that right now, Kevin, okay, like he's light years beyond where he was last year.
Yeah. When they had the worst record in football.
Yeah, I do want to know exactly what he's doing differently now in your brain. Who was it that said that? Their offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Luke Getsy.
I want to know what the difference is that you saw, like exactly. So those are the little things.
But I was just killing time to get to the story I know you really want to know more about. It's the Academy of Country Music Awards, which is in fact...
Is she up for the award for singing Heart so well?
I don't know.
What's her name, Corey?
Lindsay
something?
Williams.
Lindsay Williams?
Hamilton.
Hamilton.
I don't think we got it. No.
Lindsay Williams Hamilton.
I got a heart like a truck, right?
I got a heart like a truck.
I was just listening to that song.
Dodge Ram.
So the current answer we have is
Laney Wilson. Laney Wilson.
Gosh. Slightly different from
Right there.
Lindsay Williams Hamilton.
You can see how I got there.
Yeah, we were close. Ellen W.
The Country Music Awards are Thursday at the Star, and we find out via the Cowboys that both Dak Prescott and Emmitt Smith will be involved in the awards. I do not think they're going to perform
They should.
or anything like that. What do you want to hear them sing Heart Like a Truck?
They can get up there with Troy Aikman and be his backup singer on his album.
With, him and Peyton and Kenny Chesney.
Yeah, and Terry Bradshaw. Terry Bradshaw was a country western singer at some point.
What do you have to do to be a athlete country western singer?
Get a deal.
Just go
through some hardship.
Wear some boots and a buckle and a hat.
I mean, that would help, probably.
Spurs and a Latigo.
All right. Because they call the
Some
thing
ropes
rodeo.
and reins and joy and pain.
All right. Let's go from that to the NFL schedule release. Now,
When is that thing I'm going to? What's the music awards I'm going to?
Country Music Awards are
at Frisco's
Thursday night at the Star.
All right, Thursday night. Are you busy?
I think I'm booked.
Which is the same night the schedule comes
I
out.
want to go. Will they just let us in?
Heck yeah, we're the KNC masterpiece.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
Valid. Yeah.
What we do is we go to any event and we just point to our face.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, you don't. Wait, let me talk for a second. And like, okay.
Your voice sounds
who you are.
familiar, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what we hear a lot, Kevin?
Yes,
Your
actually that
voice.
does. And so the schedule is coming out on Thursday, which is weird because people breathlessly announced that yesterday as if we didn't bring that up more than a week ago on KNC. They're like, can you believe the schedule's coming out on Thursday? And I was like, yeah, because we said so and told you that the Get Right was going to be on. And they'd probably give you a breakdown of the schedule when it came out.
Look, man,
So I don't want to dictate your show's
I've
content.
said this a billion times, Kevin.
Dang.
This station does such a good job at making sure you know before other people that stuff's going on.
Right.
We just think about this. Baseball Mike never left. He's always been here for you. He's always delivering
He doesn't
great
have to
baseball
pretend
takes.
like he's watching
He
the
doesn't
games
have
now.
to act like anything.
So
So
there are
like
a lot
that's
of people pretending they're watching baseball now.
Woo! Guaranteed.
okay. So, but that's what I'm saying is, Kevin, yes, I just found out yesterday that it's going to be out on Thursday. I appreciate you telling us a couple weeks ago, though.
All right. So, thank you, Corey. This was a confusing part at the end. But part of the NFL schedule is they are going to go with the first Monday triple header in league history. So, the league they've usually kind of stayed away from Christmas Day. Like, I know they've had a couple games here and there,
Yeah.
especially in the last few years, but they've usually ceded that to that's been an NBA day. And when Christmas falls on a Sunday, they've done a lot of games on, Christmas Eve day and everything like that. But the ratings have been so incredible for their Christmas games. They're like, you know what? Christmas Day, Monday, triple header.
Wow.
Which is probably a good idea, right? Because wherever the NFL goes, they usually
They
succeed.
stole it from the NBA.
Yeah,
And
NBA.
the NBA is like, you know what we're going to do? Sit out more players on Christmas Day.
In
We'll
your
show
face.
you, NFL. We
Yeah.
won't play a single player who we're promoting in this league.
Mark Cuban was really onto something. when he said the hog gets slaughtered, right?
Yeah.
Well,
He's getting slaughtered.
He
That
is.
hog just
but
had
not-
more hogs, and they're just eating. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, and so that's going to be part of the schedule. And then
Will you watch?
You probably. Look, over the Maverick.
Is this going to happen now? Like, not only is Thanksgiving going to be football associated now, that's all we're going to do is focus on football during
I'm
Christmas.
assuming when it's
And Black
Tuesday
Friday.
and Wednesday and Thursday,
Yeah.
they won't do it. Or Friday.
Well, I mean, they already do it on.
No, the
for Christmas.
Thursday you can have one game on Christmas, but
Okay, yeah,
I'm
valid.
just saying right now it's Monday, so they're like, we're cool, we're
Gotcha.
good. If it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we're good to roll 2 or 3 NFL games. But I
so
feel
next
like
year will be, or the
that'll
year
be
after will be an interesting
yeah, it'll be
part
interesting
of
if they
that.
want to, because then a team would have to play on Tuesday and then on Sunday.
I miss Wednesday night football, bro. I really like that.
From
Was
the
my my
pandemic?
favorite. It was a great time.
So this season schedule will feature a ton of playoff rematches, including the Super Bowl, Chiefs and Eagles, both conference championship games, Bengals, Chiefs, and 49ers, Eagles, and all 4 divisional round games. We're going to get all of those on the schedule with Bengals, Bills, Jags, Chiefs, Cowboys, 49ers, and Giants, Eagles. So all of those are going to be on the schedule for this upcoming season.
They know what they're doing, man. They have the hottest thing you can find, and they're just like, yeah, we'll have it ready for you at any time. And you know,
Wait, you're saying the football is hot and ready?
hot and ready. Yeah, just like
Like
Little Caesars. Hold on, is Little Caesars a sponsor?
I believe that is now
For
the
our
official
station?
pizza of the NFL.
Okay.
You don't remember the Matthew Stafford commercials?
I do now, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mike was about
That's
he
where
was
he's like, remember when I left something and then I turned it in and it's really
I think that
better.
was the AT&T commercial later.
And then he ate the pizza phone. Let me tell you something.
The way you combine things fascinates me to
Thank
no
you.
end.
Thank you. Little Caesars. What's our bread recipe? We need to work on it.
Oh, you don't like the Little Caesars bread?
Oh no, you don't like crazy bread?
Crazy
love
bread's delicious.
Too
Crazy
bready?
bread. What are they using for the pizza dough bread?
Same thing, right?
I don't know.
Let's go look.
I feel like Little Caesars is great when you're having a family function and you need to buy the cheapest pizza possible.
And then
They only promise 2 things: hot and ready.
The last thing I had for you is, did you see Dan Campbell talking about Hendon Hooker like he was going to be somebody that would date one of his daughters or something? He goes, he's a pro now, and I like the fact that he was older. We all like the fact that he was older. You want your quarterback to be more mature.
Mhm.
So,
yeah, that's true.
do you like that
You want
philosophy
maturity, yeah.
for Hendon Hooker?
Yes. Now, when it comes to dating my daughter, I'm not sure if I want an older man. You know, like
But what
in
about
that
a more mature?
You want somebody that has a good head on their shoulders,
Okay.
right? Like my daughter is not of dating age. Mike, if your daughter wanted to have a boyfriend, are you going to be like, nope, he's a knucklehead. Oh, nope, that dude's a fart head too.
She dated a fart wad. And I was just like,
You know,
"Ugh."
please don't give his full name.
No,
okay?
it's just like, please. Like, as a dad,
You
there's
think he
not,
remembers his full name?
No chance.
there's not much you can do. You just have to not even grin. You just have to bear it. And you're like, I told you! I told you to not date him!
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good
Listen to Dad!
Coming up
listen to Dad.
next, what are your reasons for Stars' optimism going into Game 4 tonight? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What are your reasons for Stars optimism going into Game 4? 877-881-1053.
Corey, you weren't here yesterday.
All right, so I need to hear all the things y'all said first.
You were mint juliping it up yesterday.
Yes, I was.
All right, here's my optimism. I'm not saying they're going to win or not, but in most cases, when a team gets blown out, the next game they play their best game. I'm not saying they win, but usually the embarrassment on that type of stage, unless you have complete and total chemistry issues. I go back to the Mavericks blowing out the Lakers in Game 3, and then they had the Mother's Day Massacre. We didn't know it at the time, but the chemistry of Paul Gasol, and he was going through something like we heard, obviously, Bynum and Odom were going through things. That was not a tight team anymore.
Right.
They were ready to lose, and the Mavericks dismantled them and took advantage of them, and they didn't want to fight together as a team anymore. They just wanted it to be over. I don't think the Stars are there at all. I don't know their team very well, but I think it seems like a group that wants to win together.
Sure.
They want to sacrifice for each other. And when you get blown out and embarrassed like that, usually that kind of pre-practice, whatever their skate around was yesterday, and I know it's kind of light at this time of year, but I think that they're going to play a very good hockey game tonight. It doesn't mean I'm not predicting them to win. They won't get blown out.
From the 979, I'm not sure where that is, Kevin.
That is
so help me out
College Station, baby.
here. All right, from the College Station. Otter is nails following a loss. We're good. Did you have a thought there?
No, who did you say again?
Otter?
Would that be this fellow right here?
Now for Gaudreau. Here's a chance for a 2-on-1. The up pass. It's Foligno. Saved by Ottinger, and then he stopped the second chance too. Marcus Foligno shut down by Jake Ottinger.
Because that person is exactly right. Jake Ottinger is as good as it gets following a loss. Now, we're not going to repeat all the stats, Corey, but here's a stat from yesterday.
All right.
Following losses, Ottinger this year is 21-3.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, you don't play overtime the same way if you get to overtime, and there's no shootouts. So let's get rid of that 3 for now. So in regulation, Jake Ottinger is 20 wins and 1 loss following a loss this year.
That seems pretty significant.
It does.
Now, if he has another one, that'll be 2. But it'll be at a very dire straits time.
Yeah.
Like, that's where all those numbers, I love them. I like to hear that because it gives you confidence.
Sure.
But what does he do differently after loss in his own life? We talk about these guys that they go home. Does he go home and does he sit there and just because Kevin, if you make an error saying words, you will. Mike's pointed out you'll think about it for 3 days.
That is true.
And neither one of us will let you live it down either. So that's always.
Remember when he
thing.
said 5th round instead of 5th year option?
Yeah, what was that about?
So dumb.
But I wonder if he goes to his hotel room and just sits there and stares at the ceiling and just throws a puck at it over and over and over and over. I don't know what he does, but whatever it is, in his history so far, it's turned out pretty well for him. So that's nice to hear and nice to know. I guess y'all discussed this yesterday. Did you expect the significance of Heiskanen's absence being that big of a factor for them? Because I don't think anybody really, unless you're a hardcore hockey fan or a hardcore Stars fan specifically, just understood how much weight he carries. And Kevin, before the series started, I was pointing that out from the Sean Shapiro article on how much weight it would carry that he would be on the ice a lot for you. And they'd had to make some adjustments.
I did not. And so, believe it or not, that's actually another positive thing for you is Miro is not in the concussion protocol.
That is good.
And one of the big things about that is if he was in the concussion protocol, it's not a snap, but you would have automatically thought he'll be out for Game 4, and we'll see how it goes from there. And I have no doubt that he is sore and perhaps mentally, who knows how that's affecting him, but he didn't have to go into the concussion protocol. And so I think that is a positive thing for the Stars as well.
If Otter's great tonight, Kevin, do we refer to it as the Otter correct?
I love it. no notes. I wish I could elaborate more. I have no notes. I think it's perfect.
That's every time he loses and the next night he wins, we call it the autocorrect.
No, I think it's freaking genius. I really do. Mike might not be a fan. Me personally, I love it. Now, here's the next reason for optimism for the Stars. In the first round, for only the second time since the NHL expanded in 67-68, all 16 playoff teams won at least once on the road. Okay? Thus far, on the road in the second round. Don't worry about the Eastern Conference.
Oh my gosh, stop doing that.
Okay. Las Vegas against Edmonton. Game 2. At Vegas. Who wins? Edmonton. So they got a road win in the second round. Game 3 at Edmonton. Who wins? Las Vegas. So they have a win in the second round. Game 1 for the Stars at Dallas. Who wins? The Kraken. All of the teams in the West already have a road win in the second round, with the exception of the Stars. And so we will go ahead and complete that Western Conference puzzle tonight. We don't even have to wait. Or guess what? If you have to wait until Game 6, well, at least that means you're still alive in the series and you're going to Game 7. So the Stars are due to win on the road.
John Buccigross was on this morning. Buccigross was on this morning with Sean and RJ. And one of the things that I heard him say that I completely agree with was that, when it comes to adjustments, DeBoer's great at it. Sure. I mean, that's one of the things that he's shown is you throw this at us, we'll do this. Now, not saying that he's so great that they always win the cup final. Like that isn't necessarily the thing, but because sometimes you just run up, you have another team that's more talented or has something that beats whatever you have, or maybe you just run out of options to run it out there. But I think against this, the Kraken are playing really good hockey.
For sure.
And maybe you just give them a little credit where it took a little time for them to roll into what they found as their groove. And now they have found a bit of a groove, but I do have faith, Kevin, that he will have a good adjustment for tonight's game, and that they'll adjust that way and go forward with it.
And I know they're different teams, but I bet for a lot of people, this is basically how they're looking at it from the 469. Reason for Stars optimism. Look at the first 3 games of round 1 and compare it with this one. Games 1 of both, you lose in overtime. Games 2 of both, the Stars have a fairly controlling path to victory. And in game 3, you get smoked in both of them, and you're down 2-1 on the road. Well, obviously, what happened against the Wild is you won the next 3 games. I'm not necessarily saying that alone means you win the next 3 games, because that would be silly. But I don't think there's particular reason to panic. I'll have a different tune tomorrow if you get smoked again and you're down 3-1 and they're just murdering you.
Turn out the lights.
You're saying it's over?
If they lose tonight.
At all? Or does it just have to be an emphatic loss?
No, they'll lose the series if they lose tonight.
Whoa.
Even if it's like a 1-goal loss?
Yep.
Wow.
I just wouldn't have confidence they'd win 3 in
a row.
It
makes a lot of sense.
It happened that Colorado up 3-1? No. It was Boston was up 3-1 and lost. I just don't think that the Stars could come back from down 3-1.
Now, I do have one more reason for optimism.
Because I watch so much hockey.
Yes, I do like how much you got.
I did watch a little bit of Oilers last night. I was watching
Connor McDavid.
Yeah, he didn't do much. They got their butts kicked. But they were up 1-0 early on. They just unfortunately let up 5 after that.
And by the way,
and they gave up a goal pretty quickly. Like it's 3 minutes later, approximately, that then Las Vegas scored. And their goalie either dislocated his hip or pulled a groin or something.
Ouch!
And he had to get taken. I thought for sure when that happened, I was like, oh, I would just assume this. If Otter got hurt tonight in the first period, wouldn't you assume we're kind of cooked?
Yeah.
And they ended up not giving up another goal and scoring 5.
Yeah, because
after whoever got hurt.
Sometimes that does happen where that netminder comes in and you had this, hey, this is our plan. We're going to attack this on this guy. And now that other guy, the backup's actually decent at that. And so now you got to figure that out.
Now, if you want to look for the next guy, I don't know if you happened across the draft lottery, but Chicago won the NHL draft lottery for Connor Bedard.
Sparky.
And because of the Blackhawks jersey from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Thank you.
Okay. is some people think he's the next generational talent, maybe the next Connor McDavid. So good news for Chicago last night. But I got one other reason for Stars optimism. And I got some help from The Athletic with this. Are you familiar with the metric OGWAC?
Is this a political thing?
No.
Okay. No, I'm not. OGWAC? Ogwhack.
Old guy without a cup.
Oh, man. It
Now-
happens.
Like to drink?
No, like the Stanley Cup.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like to protect your.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about protecting your privates.
I was not, but I appreciate how y'all are actually
Beltray.
are super engaged
He's
on
an
this.
he's an OG without a cup.
Okay, old guy without a Stanley Cup. So we
Gotcha.
can add an S there if you
like
prefer.
Barkley without a O'Brien.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Ryan Suter is in that mix. Of course, Jamie Benn is in that mix. But who's the number one old guy without a cup in the playoffs right now?
Robertson.
What?
What?
It is Joe Pavelski.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Pavelski, you brought it up. And
Papa Joe.
You were amazed by this.
I like it.
It's Ovechkin, Crosby, and Pavelski.
Yeah, when they brought up that, I was like, I should maybe know more about this guy than I'm just learning about him. Because he got his brains beat down in the first game, and then he scored 4 goals in a game. I'm like, he's the third best scorer, like in the last kind of
active players
decade and a half of hockey.
And the other two are amazing players that are surefire Hall of Famers, all-time great.
I think Papa John's needs to do a commercial with him where they're slinging pepperonis at him and he's just
come on, wait a second.
What?
Canadian bacon.
Oh yeah, Canadian bacon. Is he Canadian?
I don't know.
And he's just sitting there, just
he's from Wisconsin.
just
American
deflecting
bacon
them,
with extra cheese,
deflecting them onto all these pizzas. How awesome would that commercial be? And he's just laying the pepperonis and Canadian bacons, and then he's scoring with them. Oh my gosh! But I guess that's a suggestion that our pizzas taste like pucks, and that's not good.
I think this is his 17th year in the league. No Stanley Cup. So if you're going,
what's his deal?
Off of that is a good question. If you're going with the old guy without a cup theory, Joe Pavelski is the hungriest in this playoffs.
Yeah, dude, and he'll keep playing that way too.
And that kind of feeds into the G-Bag Nation desperate team theory. We're
desperate tonight.
He should be on it. And then the other one is, but I've called for this like 5 times and it still hasn't
Call
happened.
for it again, Kevin.
Jason Robertson.
Oh no, don't call for this one. Wait till the final.
He has 2 goals in 9 games. Both of them are on the power play. He has 1 point and 1 assist in the playoffs this year at even strength. That's 0.1 even strength points per game. His average is 0.8. So he is playing at an astonishingly low level.
Yeah.
Compared to where he's usually at.
Yeah, I mean, this team, if you get his best version of him, if you get a Pavelski 4-goal version of him, this team will be at its best. And that's what DeBoer said recently. He was like, look, I'll take our team at its best game. And it's not playing its best whenever Robertson isn't doing Robertson-type things. So you need that to happen. Are you considering, I know the line was the same.
Sending him down to the minors?
No, are you considering at this point maybe moving
Yes.
Pavelski back to line 1?
Yes. I had not heard that was like going to happen, but...
And if it does happen, Kevin, and then we finally get Robertson back, we finally get Robo being Robo, will you come on this air and say, Corey, you were right all along?
Yes.
You were the first one to be right.
Do I have to say about this?
No,
I
you
feel
can
like
just-
you weren't the first person to ever be
Be
right.
correct about stuff. No, you can say that.
Okay.
It's fine, and people just have to deal with it.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that Mike clearly supports that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a minute. A couple quick things for you. And one thing I forgot to bring up for the Stars' optimism, they are still winning a massive amount of faceoffs. And I know Game 2 tilts the number even more, but they're winning 61.1% of the faceoffs in this series, which is a huge deal. And also, boys and girls in grades 1 through 8, DakPrescottCamp.com is now live and available for his football camp that is going to be coming up July 8th at the Star.
Somebody sent me this talking about that. There's like some Dallas Mavericks camp that costs $10,000.
What?
It's like with Jose
JJ Barea.
JJ Barea. I guess it's Jose Juan Barea, right? So I was gonna get that right. And Sean Marion, and I'm like, I like those guys. $10,000 to do an adult basketball camp.
Oh, it's an adult basketball camp, so it's not a bunch of kids out there?
Yeah. It's like, hey, have you ever wanted to be a Dallas Maverick? Feel what it's like. I'm like, guess what? You're still not going to feel like it. You're not a Dallas Maverick. You're paying $10,000 to hang out with Sean Marion and JJ Barea.
You're showing up 5'11".
Guess what? You weren't good enough to play in the NBA, and you're still not.
Yeah, because they're tall and good.
But I think it was Dirk and Luka. Do you think people would be in on it?
Would that be worth $10,000 to go? And how many people? If it's
still a lot of money.
I know.
Hey, you want to be an NBA player? Play better when you're younger. Don't give $10,000.
Well, what if you don't want to be an NBA player? What if you're just an adult that just wants to be like?
That's all they want to do is hang out with JJ Barea and Sean Marion.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's
$10,000. I'm pretty sure it was $10,000. I could be wrong about that.
I'm gonna go look it up.
It's
now.
way too much money.
Okay, I definitely agree with you about that. So, yeah, no, I do not believe that I would be interested in paying $10,000. Now, if you heard any of Sean and RJ, I know they referenced what happened with Bob Huggins in the West Virginia basketball coach in, quite frankly, a shocking radio interview. Is West Virginia is currently reviewing the incident, and I know Huggins apologized and whatnot, but as I said in the crosstalk, or it might have even been off air, I would be somewhat surprised if he kept his job.
All right, so here's one of the things. I don't really want to discuss I mean, there seems to be some, Mike said it, the word earlier, hate involved with what the word that came out of his mouth, the words that came out of his mouth. Two things I did want to bring up in that discussion, though, Kevin, is we know a lot of times on air, if we get somebody, if they cuss, it feels like that they are completely comfortable in the conversation with us.
That is true.
And that's why we don't like berate them on air. We're just like, hey, you said something. We can't quite do that on this radio because it's going to cost us.
Or we'll yell dump if we're on remote so they get it out.
But for the most part, as an interviewer, our job is to make it, so we talk about this all the time, make it sound like they're part of what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so when something like that happens, when they get a little too comfortable, I don't know if you can guide them in that direction and just say, let's keep pushing this thing that way. But it is a little, at the moment, you're like, what he just said that. Can you believe he said that? And so you're kind of wild on what to do. But man, he felt way too comfortable in that moment and said some things that I'm just shocked that it even came out of his mouth.
And the radio host seemed a little shocked too, which I recall, we talked about this before, when Jerry Jones said, I'll tell you this much right now, if this political party, and I was like, holy smokes, and I did not know it was going to go the direction it would go. So sometimes I can see how you're just kind of like shocked by what's just taken place.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, what do you think about Bob Huggins? And they're like, oh, he's the best. And so I don't totally
It was really
know.
weird that they said that after he said that. Like, your response was like, whoa, or dump, or, hey, Bob, well, we got to let you go. He's like, isn't that guy great? Like, what?
So I was
wildest.
just honestly really surprised about that. And so they're doing the investigation. Like I said, I saw a column that was like, it could be tough for him to keep his job. And I was like, yeah, you know what? It probably is.
Yeah, and usually I know there's people that want like an instant reaction on some of these things. Like the legalese of this, requires the organization or the school to take a little time. I imagine the investigation is, hey, lawyers, how ironclad is this contract? Can we fire him for cause so that we don't have to pay him money? Things of that nature.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're going to switch things up just a little bit. And right now, why don't you hit me with some Mike Likes?
Man, let's do this. I forgot to get to this in Baseball Nuggets.
Okay.
A lot of people have been asking, right? We address it almost on a daily, weekly basis, and, we'll have hopefully Bruce Bochy on pretty soon. Chris Young was asked yesterday. He is on G-Bag Nation, and he was asked about the trade situation of trading for a bullpen piece. So, Reggie, hopefully you got the cut here of Chris Young answering the question on trading for a bullpen piece.
I'm looking
that's a loaded question for me because that means when you add somebody, that means somebody goes, and so I think it's not fair to the group we have to suggest that that we're wanting to make moves at this moment. I think certainly everybody knows that we're going to look for the best ways to win games, and you have a responsibility to continue to try to improve. But to say that I would want to make a move this second is probably premature.
I thought that was a smart answer because on the one hand, like if we gave Chris Young all the truth serum and he was like, yes, would I like to get a bullpen arm at a not inflated price? Totally. But at the same point, that's not smart to say.
Yeah.
And so I get why he would say that.
Yeah, and it's impossible to make trades right now. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely because you have to have a trade partner that's like, yeah, we're willing to quit right now. Yeah, we're willing to tell all of our players. We're willing to tell. Like, how would this go? Just for example, it's Kansas City that you're dealing with. By the way, I think you need a lot more right-handed help than left-handed help in your pen because Brock Burke and Will Smith are doing a great job. I won't say great job. They're doing a good job late in games, and it's kind of the right-handed situation that needs quite a bit of help late in games. How do you think Bobby Witt Jr. would take it if he's thinking about signing an 8-year to 10-year contract extension because you want to make him kind of a Royal for a long time and avoid free agency? If they're like, yep, guess what we're doing on May 10th or May 11th? We're trading 3 of our veteran guys that are actually off to a decent start. Our team's off. Like, at that point, if you're Bobby Witt Jr., like, do you really want to sign like a 10-year or 8-year extension with a team that's already like quitting on May 11th?
I definitely get your point, and you did bring up another name like before that about Will Smith. Is I thought that this was a really, just for me, it brought a lot of confidence back because he was awful in that game on Friday.
Yeah.
Like, he lost you that game on Friday against the Angels.
I will say this about that Friday game, which I said on the postgame show. At least he threw strikes.
Fair enough.
At least he got hit. At least you lost by getting hit. Now they hit the ball well, and he didn't locate pitches. That's why they hit the ball well. It's, there's kind of, in those situations, there's multiple ways to lose, but one of the ways to lose, which is just the one that's really tough to handle, is you gave them free base runners. So now you make a pretty good pitch. You're like, I made a good pitch. I got unlucky. Well, yeah, but you didn't get unlucky by throwing ball 4 and ball 8,
And that's what kind of bothers me about, like, obviously ball 8, I immediately think about Leclerc. But then Jonathan Hernandez can throw the ball, 98, 99 miles an hour if he hits on his fastball. But he seems to go to the slider a lot. And that what might be the most infuriating part when he hit the number 9 hitter is you're like, why, if you have a power pitch, are you
with
kind
good
of,
movement too?
Kind of, I don't know, afraid's too strong of a word, but like, why do you not favor that as opposed to the slider?
Yeah, that's a valid question. Considering if you can locate that the way you want to. Now, can he do that? Can he locate it? Does he have complete command over it? Because it seems like his confidence in it isn't there.
I don't know if his confidence. That's a great kind of question. I don't think he has the confidence needed to go, this is my pitch.
Yeah.
Good luck hitting this in the bottom part of the zone.
Yeah.
And once he gets that turns, I think, him into a great bullpen piece when he says, good luck hitting my 98, 99 mile an hour sinker.
You played in the minor league field in Buffalo, right?
Yeah. It used to be called Dunn Tire
I'm watching Josh Allen in a charity softball home run derby hitting.
Yeah.
And he's not hitting past the 200-foot line. He's hitting out of the stadium in a softball thing.
That's
I
impressive.
want you to see this because this is pretty impressive from a quarterback.
It's somewhat of a hitter spark. We can remember that Vladdy put up his best power numbers there.
Right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. Don't worry, we'll get back to Mike Likes It. It's time for Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey guys, sorry I'm a little late here. How we doing there?
Well, we're doing good, and I kind of want to bring you right into a conversation that we were just having. We were just talking about why and how pitchers favor particular pitches, and I guess I'm just telling, I know you know way more about this than I do. It seems odd to me that Jonathan Hernandez seems to favor his slider over a fastball that can hit 99 and has movement on it. What have you noticed about his pitch selections?
Yeah, you know what? Every day's different with some of these pitchers. I think there's a comfort at times with the guy as far as throwing a strike or having the confidence and conviction on a pitch. And you're right. You know, to your point, Johnny has a big fastball. He's got a great sinking fastball, very difficult fastball to hit. And you know, there's times he probably gets a little slider happy because, you know, I've seen it many times where, you know, a pitcher will go to a pitch that he thinks he has a little better control of or that he may give up less damage. So, yeah, Johnny has to, learn to, I think, trust the fastball at times a little bit more. No question about that. When you have one like that, and slider's even better when you use the fastball more. And he's gotten hit with it a couple of times, but it's always going to be one of those cases when it doesn't go real well that you look at the pitch selection, but it's got to be the trust in a pitch, and so. It is something I think Johnny's aware of, and I think he'll look back at a couple of his outings and realize, how good his fastball is.
Well, speaking of sliders and pitching and everything, John Gray last night looked a little bit different. It looked like his slider had a little more velocity on it. It just looked a little bit different. Was there something different that he was working on with it last night? Because it was working well for him.
He had a great slider. Now we're just talking about slider use